Happy Sunday, RC Racing World. It's your boy Lefty coming to you live from the 2023 1/8 scale Raw Off-Road Fuel Nationals here in the beautiful Silver Dollar RC Raceway here in Chico, California. Yesterday we had an exciting end to qualifying. We saw Dakota Fenn take TQ and Buggy and Truggy. He gets to chill out today. He doesn't have to race him to the final. He's already in the final for the Buggy main, starting on pole in the Truggy main. But now we are into, we also did some lower mains yesterday. We went up to the D-main in truck, and I believe the 132nd even in Buggy. So as you guys know, Truggy main will be ladder mains, and the Buggy will be IFMAR ladder main style, as we see the start here of the 1/16th even, sorry. But we look forward to entertaining you guys today, and we thank you all for joining us in the chat, and we hope you enjoy the coverage brought to you by Live RC, A-Main Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Tekin RC, Techno RC, and Team Associated. All right, so we have started here already. Brendan Bartlett, Nathaniel Clark, both from the Pacific Northwest, traveling all the way down here to race each other this weekend. It is 8 o'clock in the morning. It's a beautiful day here. Today will be the hottest day of the week as we get ready for some exciting racing. Don't go anywhere, everybody. You are in store for some exciting racing this week, as we see Nathaniel Clark getting out to that lead with Brendan Bartlett right behind him.
Ryan Moore in that second spot. Nathaniel dropping back to third. Then you got Deanna running in fourth. Top three buggies looking to bump up into the next main.
So just for you guys to know, the Facebook feed will be up shortly. We do have the YouTube and the Live RC feed. 3 people will bump up from the Buggy mains, and 2 will bump up from the Truggy mains. Good morning to all of our guys out there in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Rimfire is here already. Jonathan Wolf. How you doing, Mr. Wolf, over there in the UK? Right now we're looking at Brendan Bartlett and that red and yellow car from the Pacific Northwest, from Montana actually, of the One Army guys. Him and his brother are racing each other yesterday. And that looks like, let's see, Ryan Moore. Not sure where he's from. Nathaniel Clark in third. So right now there's your 3 bumps. And this female racer, her Deanna Ickenberg, who had an absolute blazing pit stop yesterday for one of her friends. Behind her is Travis Eider of HRCR. Thank you all. We greatly appreciate your support. Don't forget to hit that like button, hit that share button. What's up, Keith Waddell? We are on the 1/16th even. There we are looking at Brendan Bartlett. He's going up over the Techno step up, keeping it clean. The track looks pristine. Looks like Kevin Jellick and his guys fixed some of the holes that we saw come up yesterday. And it's going to be a beautiful day of racing here at the A-Main track here in Chico, California. Good morning, Joe. How are you? I'm fine, man. I'm cool. I've got to have my coffee in me, and we'll be all right. Morning, Daniel Lou. How are you? Derek says he's at work today, so he's watching from the shop. So these are 50-minute mains. We will see some pits as we're looking as Brendan Bartlett out to a very good start. Ryan Moore and Nathaniel Clark behind him. And there, I believe, is Travis Eider. Let's see. No, that's Travis Eider right there, that blue and white car. Oh, and Travis gets it wrong right there. He doesn't need to beat these guys. He just wants to be in that transfer spot. Ooh, getting a little bit squirrely there. Ryan Moore. Nathaniel Clark back up to third. Michael Gordon started in third, back to fourth. Travis and Brian, father and son, both racing each other here. Travis dropping down to 6. Peyton Heiser making the trip up from SoCal. He's now in 5. As we are on board with Brendan Bartlett of the One Army crew. He is looking pretty smooth out there. That HB Buggy with all their hop-up parts they make. A whole bunch of nice, cool gadgets and widgets and bits and pieces that the One Army guys, they are. His father is an expert machinist, making a whole bunch of hop-ups for the HB car. They have an absolutely gorgeous pit setup every race that I go to. And they are here to race. What's up, Hunter? How you doing? Morning, Live N5RC. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Hope you guys are having a somewhat sunny day over there in the UK. Rimfire in the house. Rimfire don't miss out too much. Really missing BJ right now. Yes, it does look great, Hunter Sire. Looks very great. Got a few of your few PNW guys here out. We have Ryan Moore taking over that lead. He's in that green car. Sorry, he's not. Brendan and his brother racing in Truggy yesterday, I believe. And Brendan actually had a runaway in his Truggy, and it was unfortunate. It almost went up that wall and over to Costco. So that looks like Michael Gordon in that green car moving up to third, getting past Nathaniel Clark. He wants to make it that he wants to keep his day going by finishing third. Remember, the top three will transfer up to the next main, which will be the 1-8 even. Doing the IFMAR style ladder mains today for Buggy, and regular raw letter mains for truck. Very good track, Jonathan. Kevin Jellick and his guys have done a really good job. I know lots of people have asked about the surface. Oh, and Michael Gordon gets it wrong there. Luckily, he self-marshaled himself. The key to this track has been timing. When you talk to all the top drivers, they're saying they're trying to get all these jumps timed up. Very Supercross-esque. Got to keep the momentum going as he goes up over the techno step up and over the triple. You want to keep it as close to the pipe as you can there to get the momentum and keep it tight. Coming through here, we've seen many cars crashing off there. It's very high bite track and very unforgiving when you land wrong. So we've seen a lot of cars being very edgy. As the heat goes up and the temperatures go up today, we'll see the traction come up as well as the tempers, I'm sure. This is going to be the hottest day here. The last time we had a hot day on a Sunday back in 2021 at LCRC, we saw some top names getting DNF'd. Hopefully we won't see that this year. I was talking to Cole Ogden and Ty Tesson, two notable names that did get DNF'd, and Cole says my tank's 100cc. So I would have to agree with you, John. It's good to see not just a bunch of 180s. So we've got different corners. We got that Chico chicane. We've seen guys come through there flying. They're keeping it about a few inches off that pipe. We've seen people hit that pipe, and they're going flying as well. I think we'll do better with viewers, because today is finals day. The only problem is we probably won't get too many Europeans over here because it'll be very late by the time we get to the finals today. So just so you guys know, the top 20 go straight through to the semis. TQ is in the final for Buggy. So coming from the semis, they will take the top 5 from each semi, and then the 2 fastest racers after that. There will be no LCQ. I was talking to the president, and that's something they want to do in the future. I am all about LCQs. Provide some of the most exciting racing here we have seen at some of these races. So hopefully they do that and we get an LCQ next year. But I want to say thank you to Live RC for getting us out here and getting this great coverage here. Hello, Mr. Nicholson. How are you? Hello, Daniel Adams. What's up, Brady? How you doing, man? See you guys are in here. Hashtag NNRC squad. Awesome racing. We are going to have some great racing today. We have some great quarterfinals. We're just got a lot of racing left there. I am predicting that maybe the final goes off at 4:35 PS Pacific time. So I will get that confirmation. Mr. President Clayton Young has been very busy. He's been all over. You see him, he's out there turn marshalling and whatnot. I do not know. I will get that all for you guys as I go on today. I just got her myself, so I will let you know what time we see semis and whatnot. Ryan Moore, he's out there on a 23:15 pace, 15:07. Brendan Bartlett just behind him. Michael Gordon, looks like he came in for some fuel. Nathaniel Clark, Peyton Heiser, Brent Corrin, another NorCal driver, looking to bump up and keep his day going. Had a really good day in truck yesterday. Want to shout out to our Live RC crew, Lucas and our producer Cam, for all their hard work bringing you this excellent coverage here. As you can see, these cameras and everything is well done. Very good view of the track here. See Costco in the back. That is Michael Gordon in third, and it looks like he has Nathaniel Clark behind him in that red and blue car. And Peyton Heiser not too far behind. And Clark makes a mistake, and that's going to allow Michael to get out and put up a little gap on Nathaniel. They have 5 minutes and 20 seconds left if they wish to get up into that transfer spot. How many participants at this race? I think 160 something, I believe. Most people running 2 classes here. Yeah, probably will be Monday morning by the time the mains get on final. But hey, you know what? We got to stay up and watch it. What's up, bro Akil? How are you over there, Malaysia? Good day from Oz, says Jeff Rennie. Hello to all my Australian fans down there in the Down Under. One day I hope to get down there and search for the infamous non-extinct thylacine. As we are now on board, I think that's Peyton Heiser right there. That's Brendan Bartlett right there in the front. He's now in second. Oh, Peyton getting it wrong. That's going to allow car number 1. Sorry. Gordon making mistakes, and that's going to allow these guys to catch up. That's car number... That's not Travis. Just trying to get a feel of these cars. Oh, wow, what a hit. That was a hard hit. There we see Gordon right there getting there on the inside. He is now in a battle with Peyton Heiser. That's Peyton Heiser right in front of him. This is for the transfer spot. Gordon gets it wrong going through there. He's got to be careful. He's going to throw this all away. And there we see 1, 2. He loses 2 spots at that mistake. And that is going to allow Nathaniel Clark and Chance McCall through. Peyton Heiser in that bump-up spot. That looks like Travis Eider right there behind him. So the big winner of this is that, let's see when they come by, that is Nathaniel Clark right there. Let's see where he's scoring now as they come across the loop. Peyton still in third. Nathaniel Clark moves up to fourth. He's going to want to chase down Peyton Heiser. But Ryan Moore and Brendan Bartlett are out there on their own, doing pretty well. Peyton trying to put some space between him and fourth. He would like to bump up to that 1/8 final, continue his day. We saw many. Unfortunately, you know, a lot of people, not everybody can make this Sunday show. Ooh, great pass by Gordon. Nathaniel Clark going wide, and that's going to cost him big time as we see Michael Gordon and Chance McCall now battling it out. That looks like Peyton right there in front of him. So Peyton looks like he made a mistake. That's not what he wants to know. He's going to have to defend that position from Gordon as Peyton comes by. And Gordon is now, well, just a second behind him. So here is the race for the transfer spot. Peyton wanting to bump up, the young driver, baseball player from SoCal. Plays a lot of baseball. See his dad posting up a lot of pictures of him on Facebook. Not sure who Michael Gordon is. Maybe somebody in the chat can let me know who he is. Oh, and Peyton makes a mistake. Peyton makes a mistake as Gordon keeps it tight on the inside. Now he's in that transfer position. He has become the hunted, and Peyton has become the hunter as we watch them go over the Dragon's back. That's not exactly straight. Losing a little bit of momentum there. Peyton carrying that momentum, going wide out into the dust. He wants to stay away. Oh, and Gordon makes a mistake through the Chico chicane, and that's going to allow Peyton to get by. And Gordon's going to have to get his composure. He has 1 minute and 52 seconds. He's going to have to push this to catch Peyton. Oh, and he just bumped somebody. Oh, that was not good. Not good at all. Not good at all. But that bodes well for young Peyton Heiser. He's now out there in that white wing, blue and red Mugen. It's all his to lose. As you see Gordon just come up there, right there. There is Ryan Moore, I would assume. Oh, don't know who that is. Sorry, can't see his number. We'll figure it out here in a second. Oh, man, it sounds like, listen to our RD, Gordon is just going from bad to worse here. As we are on board with 1 minute left, and Peyton Heiser seems to be out in a comfortable spot. We have Ryan Moore, Brendan Bartlett, Peyton Heiser, your top 3. Those are in the transfer spot to bump up. You see this battle getting here on the track. Not sure who these are. We'll figure it out in a second. Oh, that car is really squirrely. I think that's No, not Breakhorn. He's out. But there's Nathaniel Clark. I know his colors. Let's see when they come around the loop. Oh, getting it wrong right there. So that is our leader, Ryan Moore, that we are following right now with the yellow wheels. He's out there comfortably with a 11, just a 10-second lead over second. Like I said, these guys do not need to win this race. They just need to finish in the top 3. But Ryan Moore will improve his starting position by 2 spots if he comes home the victor of this, if he can keep it on all fours and doesn't have any intermittent failures. As he goes up over the Dragon's Back, keeps it smooth, keeping that momentum, keeping it smooth over there as well. Looks harder than it is. And there is Ryan Moore. He will win this with Brendan Bartlett second, Peyton Heiser third, Nathaniel Clark fourth, Michael Gordon. Unfortunately for Nathaniel and Michael, their day has ended. And Ryan Moore and Brendan Bartlett will continue on to race today.
Is the race, guys. Once again, taking the win, Ryan Moore finishing in second, Brendan Bartlett and Peyton Heiser finishing in third. Let's get all those cars into check and come back out in turn marshal. All drivers back out to turn marshal, bump or not. We need to have somebody out to turn marshal. Race number 16, Truggy B-main event. You guys are up. Ryan, Brendan, and Peyton, you guys will be in race 19. Ryan, Brendan, and Peyton, race 19. Got about 1:30 left in warm-up, guys. 1:30 left in warm-up.
All right, guys, I'm back. Shout out to Lucas. You're getting a lot of props for your camera work, Lucas. I don't think he's in the sun today. He might be. Well, Lucas is kind of used to being out in the sun. But thank you guys for joining us. Please hit that share button. Frank Miller, what's going on? Calvin, I don't know. I will find out later on today what time the mains will be. But I believe around 5 for the last main. Things are going pretty good. We're on the C main for Truggy already, so we might be done before that, to be honest. As the C main here is 15 minutes. So we do have a junior final to go. We have the quarterfinals and truck and buggy semifinals as well. It will be a 60-minute final today in buggy because we're going by IFMAR.
All right, guys, let's go and bring in our pitman. Bring him in. Brandon on the 1, Caden on the 2.
Rimfire, you're absolutely correct. We saw Adam Drake, the only driver, going 10 minutes in his qualifiers, and he did it all 4 rounds, and that's why he's had such a good score, and he's up there in the semis. And I was talking to Drake, and I was like, hey, dude, when are you going to run out of fuel? And he goes, I can go 12, easy. He is the fuel miler master. There we see the president's got some earmuffs on today. Must be tired of the Nitro song. We see Peyton Heiser checking his spot. There we see BT pitting for Jackson Brunson, Axon Jackson Brunson. Not sure who that is. Oh, that's Dwayne. B Rose in this race. Is he? Oh, yeah, we got B Rose in this race. Caden Fuller, Jackson Brunson, Tom Renneck, Mason Apley, Davey Bada, Spencer Hacker, Joey Bernard, Ethan Mechanic, Jonah Wilson, Carlos Orlando, Austin Blair, and Jaden Tew. This is a stacked race, guys. We're going to be in for a very good race. What's up, Daiquiri Man? How you doing? What's up, Mark Atkins? Atkins Diet, Brian Johnson.
Everybody watch Clayton, watch Clayton. Here we go.
There we see Mike Fuller putting on Caden. And we're off. And B-Ross getting it wrong right off the start. Hitting that pipe. We did see some people having accidents there yesterday, but that allows Caden Fuller out to the front. We see Jackson Brunson right there, and B-Ross trying to make up for that accident as he's pushing the issue. Remember, only 2 of these Truggies will go through to the next race. So the top 2 go, and Buggy top 3 go as we see Caden Fuller coming around. And it's Caden Fuller from Jackson Brunson, Brandon Rose, Mason Apley, Renner Kinnick, Bada, Heckert, Mechanic, Joey Berdon, Austin Blair, Jonah Wilson, Carlos Arndo, and Jaden Tew. Unfortunately, not looking like Jaden made the start. Not sure what's going on there. Looked very impressive yesterday. Be unfortunate if you don't make it. But here we see the younger Fuller brother making that HB Buggy. Him and Little Bump have very similar paint jobs. Little Bump had to change his paint job. Axon Jackson Bunsen right there in that yellow and pink. Part-time racer now, coming off probably one of his best years in racing last year. You see David Crabtree. I'm sure all of Texas is now on their feet cheering on B-Rose, B-Rose. B-Rose started on pole, getting it very wrong, but needs to keep his composure. He's fast. He can beat these guys. I'm not too worried about B-Rose. Just keep it smooth. And right behind him is Tom Rinderknecht. Oh, man, and that is too bad for Tom. He gets caught up in that action. Tom, a 10-scale driver here, coming up and racing some 8-scale with us. Very great young man. Him and I become really good friends as we see him pushing that issue. And that's Spencer the Heckert right behind him in that S-Works truck. As Axon Jensen goes wide. And they're going 2 wide. Oh, getting up on 2 wheels. What an excellent pass by Renneck. Can't make it stick. But that, oh, wow. And that is going to allow Spencer Heckert to get by and get some clear air as he chases down B-Rose, who's now in second. And it looks like Caden Fuller is just out there having a good day. Heckert was very fast in truck and seating. Probably not having the best qualifying here. That S-Works truck, he's got it running. And there we see Renner Connect, Action Johnson from Davey Bada. And that is that mechanic, the X-ray driver from the Northeast? Yes, it is. But here we have this gaggle of cars coming through. There's Jonah Wilson, I believe, right there in the back. Young driver from Georgia. Very impressive. Sorry, from Tennessee. And Renner Connect getting it a bit wrong as we go by. There's Bada. There's Johnson. And we have a really good race here behind us, but that is allowing Caden Fuller and Brandon Rose to just pull away. They don't want to get in the way of each other. We see Caden Fuller, B Rose behind him. Heckert is putting down some fast laps. His last lap was a 37.5. You see Caden Fuller dropping down to a 36.3. Caden Fuller, we haven't come up with a nickname for him yet. Superman, Caden Fuller, he says, I think his dad says he's like Superman, so we're just going to use them. And Joshua K. Fuller is using cheat codes, up, down, left, up, down, left, right, A, B, A, B, A, B. There we go. And B. Rose getting his composure. He understands that he does not have to win this race, but he does want to get up and put some space between him and Heckert. He has 11 minutes, 43 seconds left to go. B. Rose looking pretty composed out there. And just as I say that, he makes that mistake, but keep it all on all fours, B-Rose. Don't want to make too many mistakes. Calm down. Texas is cheering you on. Jeremy Haas, good morning to you, sir. We are now watching the C-main of Truggy here at the 2023 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals, brought to you by Raw and Live RC. Thank you to A-Main, Absolute Hobbies, Techno RC, Beach RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for this coverage. Live RC doing a great job here. We got Lucas out there on the camera. We will have another camera angle for you later on today. And we are on board with Tom Renneck, and that is Ethan Mechanic behind him, the Northeast racer, running the X-ray cars. LCRC he calls LCRC his home track, I believe. And just as I say that, I see the man, the myth, the legend himself coming in. Come on in. Mr. Jason Rona with his non-very berry refresher.
Trying to reel back into that second place and final transfer position. Brandon is hanging on to that second spot.
Good morning, Mr. Rona. How are you?
How are you doing in here?
I'm good. How's your nationals going?
So far, so good. A little bit different than a couple of the past. You know, we don't have that first track day of practice, so came in with a little more organized 3 rounds, and you know, so this thing's going pretty good though. I like this track. I really like the racing. You know, we've come here a lot throughout the years, and kind of nice to be back actually.
Yeah, my first time here. I've never been here. I've only seen this part of the track, and then I get here and see the driver's stand. It's really a beautiful facility here in Chico. The J Concepts guys are looking good out there as well. You guys are fast as usual. How's things going with your tires and whatnot? What are you guys using, and what are you guys finding with this track as it gets hotter?
Well, you know, we're running our A2 compound, which is, you know, we got the green, which is super soft, blue is the soft. That's kind of our normal arrangement we use. It's not very often. Normally in the summer times, we'll get into the harder tires like the Aqua, and then we also have another compound harder than Aqua, which is A1, but like what we tried at the Worlds and stuff like that when we were in Spain. But yeah, this track reminds me a little bit of Spain in some respects. But you know, it's been an upward climb. You know, I mean, this is tough. I mean, obviously we got Dakota who's flying in the peak of his career. Track kind of suits him in my opinion. But you know, we got some guys. Spencer, Ty has run really well at times, and Tebo running well this weekend, and Mayfield he's coming up. He's getting a little quicker, and he's got something for these guys. But you know, this is a track. We're gonna see good racing. We're gonna see a lot of tire wear from everybody. Just because of the way the surface is. But this is pretty natural. It's just packed really hard. You're watching Caden. You know, he's got good grip overall, but there's dusty sections, and that's going to be a concern as you get late into mains, especially when we go 45 or 60 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. We're on board with Caden Fuller. He's also on J Concepts. Caden is one of these young guns that are looking very impressive with his brother Mason. What's your opinion on these young racers that are coming up? They're starting to now take the challenge to these veterans. It's only a matter of time when we see maybe a Mason Fuller getting that big win as well. We say veteran and young, but Dakota Fenn's only 26, but he is a veteran. But we have some really fast young guys coming. This is obviously, what's your opinion on these young guys coming up?
Well, they're coming. You know, they are. They're definitely coming. You know, and if you start to look at overall, you know, what I see is the amount of track time a lot of these younger drivers have gotten now over the years. Right? You know, I'll even look at like, you know, got drivers like, you know, even Aiden Horn, you know, being a driver. And what I look at with him is, I mean, he's been racing since he was 5 or 6 with his dad, Al Horn, along with his brother. And they have an incredible amount of track time and experience already. And I say they might even have more actual track time over the years than the Mayfields and Cavalieris and Tebos, because they were very active at a very young age with their dad being so into RC and having tracks, local tracks. So these guys have a lot of laps. I mean, a real amount of laps. And it's all kind of coming together with their age now. You know, their age is right. You know, the early 20s, late teens, early 20s is when this really starts to come to you, I think. And that's where the Caden Fullers are coming into the equation. Mason Fuller's already there. You got drivers like Felong, who we saw at Silver State, who, man, you know, everyone goes on his post, and I would say, oh, this is going to be the next world champion, and all, you know, not the next world champion, but a future world champion, I guess. And it's hard to say. It's just a lot of work to get there. There's no guarantees, but it certainly looks good for him, and it looks like he has that ability. And I mean, you think about the amount of laps he has at this point. Being the age he is, running these events where you get extended mains, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. He's kind of done it all. He's not really afraid of anybody. He's raced with the best since he's been really young, and he's been in qualifiers and main events. So these kids aren't going to be afraid of anybody. And when it's their time, they're gonna take it. They're not going to, and that's how you do it. The young kids, when they come up, the Cavaliers, when they decided to take it from Kinwald, they took it. The Mayfield and all these guys, they just come and take it, and they don't wait. When they're there, they come and take it, and they'll run you hard.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they still have to beat these guys, right? So as long as these guys are still winning, it's their challenge. They got to step up to the challenge and do it. As we see, Caden Fuller and Brandon Rose, they're looking pretty comfortable out there with 4 minutes and 32 seconds. They are in transfer spots. And back to Mayfield, we've seen him over the last few years not having to TQ rounds, not being the fastest in qualifying, maybe starting third or fourth on the grid, but he's always figuring out a way to do it, even when he may not have the best car or the best conditions. His racecraft is impeccable. And you can never count Mayfield out at any race. I mean, him and Dakota have pretty much shared the wins for the last 2.5 years. So he is, I think I always say this, we're going to see I think with Mayfield, we're going to see how old we can go to be competitive, because he's, about 36 now? So it's going to be very interesting to see. And then we have other racers that are just kind of coming up in the ranks as well. I mentioned like a Lee Setzer. He's out there. He's a little bit older, but he's been putting in a lot of work as well. Made it right into the semis, which is really good for him. And he, coming from a 10 scale background mostly to doing this as well. So it's really good to see these young guys racing. I saw this over in Europe as well with the young Parentes and whatnot that are coming up behind them. Of course, England has a lot of young racers as well, France and Italy. So it bodes very well for RC to see these young racers going out there and taking the challenge up and putting in the amount of work to be as good as these guys and be a professional RC racer is immense. I don't think the average person understands how much work, time, sacrifice, money it takes.
It takes an incredible amount. Sometimes it comes from your parents or your family support. Sometimes it comes from sponsors. I mean, you think about the Fullers, the amount of time that Mike Fuller and the family, Sarah, and how much they've put into getting to the point where, now they're being competitive, and at an event, at the large events, it's an incredible amount of time. I mean, you couldn't even probably measure the amount of hours Mike Fuller has in wrenching to get to this point. So it is a dedication thing. I mean, I always say that you got to have first the talent to do this. If you don't have the talent as a driver, unfortunately, you're not going to make it. But on top of that, there's people that have the talent, but they don't have the other parts, the dedication, and then you also have to have just sort of this, you just have to have this, you're not going to be denied. You got to have this mentality that it's, you are going to make yourself a factor eventually, and that's really, you have to have those three things to really get to that level. And there's a couple guys that do have it, and there's some drivers out here that only have a couple parts of it and not all of it. But it's okay, not everybody is, is going to be a world champion in this. That's the difference, right?
Yeah.
Not everybody is a world champion.
No, not at all.
You have to have all these things come together for you, and there is no guarantees. There's no guarantees for drivers that are 10, 11, 12 years old that look great now, because sooner or later the dedication has to come from their end too.
Yep.
And they have to prove that they want to take it to another level. And so it's going to be interesting. I mean, the other thing that I think everyone sometimes everyone gets a little bit excited about the up-and-comers too, but you have to really give it to a lot of these guys that don't go away, the Mayfields and these kind of guys who, man, they are very good at holding their spot over the years.
Yeah, also, I had this discussion with a couple of friends the other day. I said the mentality of these top guys like a Mayfield, we go to the Mayfield Cavaliers, Dakota fans, these guys. Their mentality is no different from any other professional athlete as they approach this. They just happen to have this in RC car racing. Like you compare them to like a Michael Jordan or LeBron James, or I like to compare them to like Ronaldo or Messi as in football. They have the same exact mentality. They're uber competitive. They don't want to lose. They do what it has to do. They have a great work ethic, and they put in the time, and they can mentally focus to do this. It may not be a physical side of things, but it's the same mindset that these guys have to be the best in the world. I think it's no different.
Yeah, you have to keep those standards high. I noticed that's what Ryan has his focus over the years is he knows what he can do. He knows what he can see himself doing, and he keeps that standard high. He can easily say, well, yeah, this is a third or fourth place weekend, but that's not really what keeps you at the top.
No.
What keeps you at the top is to say that I want to make it a first place weekend. Sure, you're not going to win every weekend, but you have to come here with the idea that it's a first place kind of weekend. And if you don't have that mentality, then you will allow yourself to slip. Pretty soon it's, well, I'm 5th or 6th. Oh, well, I'm 8th or 9th. And that's, sure, nobody's going to win forever, but your goal has to be the same. You want your goals to be a winning type attitude, as we see Caden getting it done here.
Yeah, Caden and B-Rose bumping up. Action Jackson Brunson, part-time racer now. Jonah Wilson, very impressive young racer from the Southeast. Very impressed with him, putting in a lot of work. And we see him doing well there in the Southeast and whatnot. So very good to see him coming out to his nationals and doing good. And Caden Fuller and Brandon Rose will bump up to that next round as we're going on to the 1/16th odd final here for Buggy. So you bring up some excellent points there. I think a lot of people that are out there probably chasing the dream of being an RC racer should hear these things, because it's not always rainbows and cupcakes at the top. It's not always, hey, you get to go racing at these cool tracks and all that stuff. It is an extreme amount of work. I mean, you are here. I think you probably gone 3 weekends of the month yourself as the owner of J Concepts. Dakota Fan is probably on the road as well, 3 weekends of the month. That takes some serious dedication. When your weekends are off, they're working. I think at the end of the day, too, this is a job for them, and people have to understand it. It's a job just like you go to work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. They go to work on the weekends. They have to work throughout the week as well to get prepared. But I think we just see these guys that are able to do it. I mean, look at Dakota Fan. He is, I think right now, mentally, he's so strong. His package is great. He has a great support system around him as well. That's why we see him being so dominant lately. And probably one of the favorites going into the Worlds coming up here soon. And September. I would say him and Spencer are the two favorites going in. It's going to be great to see a great TLR versus AE battle. Two young drivers. One is already a world champion. The other one is striving to be a world champion. It's kind of hard to believe that Dakota Fan has been around for so long and doesn't have a world championship yet.
Well, it's kind of like Mayfield, where it took him a while to kind of get there, and it became his day to win. He's been to a ton of worlds, and it took Ryan a while to kind of get it done there in China, and he watched his, I guess, I don't know what you call him, his counterparts, contemporary. I don't know, the Cavaliers and Jared. He watched those guys celebrate winning worlds, and he knew he was just as good as them. And I'm sure it was very, very frustrating. And I was there for all of them when he didn't win, and it was kind of heartbreaking. But what's weird is I think once he had all the bad things happen, and I think he just kind of got to the point where he was like, you know what, I've had all the bad stuff happen, I've kind of survived, I've made it in the business, I'm still a winner, and if it's my day, it's my day. And finally, when it was his day, he got two of them, and And I think he feels really good about kind of adding that to his career. But that's where Dakota is now. You know, he's been to a ton of them as a very young driver. I mean, we went to Finland in 2011, and I remember him being a really young driver there. As we watched the start of the main, I don't know if we want to.
Yeah, we got Jonathan Hernandez, a NorCal native, and there we go. Start of the main. Let's see. Oh, a little bit of a dirty main. Oh, there we go. I hope he was going to have a clean start, but
No.
it goes from
No.
worst to worst, I would say, for some people. Very hard start right there. You go right into a 180 and whatnot. So, that's not good. But it looks like Hernandez got off to a very good start. Josh Holyfield, I see, is in third. I recognize those colors from the southeast.
Yeah.
The top three will bump up to the next main, which will be the 1/8 main. As we see them come by, it's Hernandez, Wilson, Prigochet, and Holyfield. Lewis Chamberlain running up that top five. But you bring up some good points. Also, I think Mayfield is out of those three guys. We see Tebo is obviously retiring this year. Having a good weekend this weekend too. It's good to see. I know he wasn't even thinking of coming to this race after Silver State. Cavallari kind of out there with the WRC, not having that team around him and whatnot. And I think Cavallari's always needed a good team around him to be successful. I have no doubt he will figure it out. But we see Mayfield kind of flourishing later in he always flourished, but he's looking like to have a more extended and more longer career than those guys.
And I think what it is because I think the issue for him has never been the speed. It's always been sort of the finishing touches. It's always been to maintain your composure, to stay in it to the end. That
was nasty. I'm surprised that didn't end in terminal failure.
Yeah, he looked almost like he hit a nail or the connection. But yeah, I mean, I think for him, what's happened is the maturity has helped him. Whereas I think the other guys peaked at a little bit of a different time because they had some race. You know, Cavallari had incredible racecraft. Obviously, still does. But racing with other cars was always his strength. He would let the other guys beat themselves, and he was always fast. He was never slow. He could turn fast laps, but his strength was always to be right there and to let good things come to him. And then, so he had the speed to win on a day when it was his day, and then he always had the speed and the craft to win when it even wasn't his day, and that was his strength. And even in Jared's kind of right there. In that same category where Jared's kind of a racer. His background is racing. And I think he's always just been an incredible, wanting to be a racing competitor. His dad was a racer. He's been a racer. I think anything with 2 or 4 wheels, he's always good with. And only thing I've ever seen Jared do is win. Very young driver, he was a winner. And so with Ryan, it took a while. He didn't have the support as the other guys did when he was a little bit younger. And once he came into his own, he got his first shot to go to the Worlds. I mean, he TQ'd his first Worlds he went to, but Cavallari won. But he didn't have the maturity to win that. And he probably, he's a guy that could have 6 world titles. If things went his way and maybe a little more mature here or there, getting the moment correct, he could have 6 world titles. But it doesn't go that way all the time. So, but it's allowed him to peak at a later point in his career, which actually is probably more valuable to him at this point than if having won 5 or 6 world titles and being out of it. Not having the longevity, because in this you're not making millions of dollars where you can retire. It's important to have a longer career where you can maintain making money in this and being competitive, because you got to take this as long as you can. You're not a millionaire doing this as a driver for sure.
I'm glad you say that, because we have so many people out here that think that these guys are making millions of dollars a year and we're all selling millions of units every quarter and whatnot. It's definitely not like this. Is a very small sector or genre of RC. I like to say that the bashing side is more of the hobby side of this, and this I would consider more the sports side. And I know there's a big argument about that, but we have to consider this somewhat of a sport because we have professionals that get paid to do this for a living. Yes, it's not physical, but it's it's mental. It's like gaming. Gaming isn't physical as well, but it's also a very viable sport or hobby now. You see esports selling out stadiums and people following these guys, making a lot of money through gaming. But RC is still, it's just it's a grind, man. I think people just don't really fully understand it's a grind, especially when you're on this level. You're only as good as your last race, and that last race, people may understand, well, why are these guys so upset they finished fifth? Well, like you said, they want to finish first, but it's also a money factor as well.
Yeah.
There's a difference between first and fifth in contingency. And these guys are doing this for a living. And it is, you have to make money. Imagine if your job was performance-based completely. I mean, most jobs are, but hey, you make this much money if you do this. So lots of pressure on these guys to stay in it a long time. And then, of course, you have these young racers just nipping at their heels. And then someone's going to come up and do it. And then we also see a lot of these young racers that get to a certain point. They're good, they have talent, but they just don't have that last factor, like you said. And you've seen them go by the wayside a lot. Lots of fast guys out there that never really made it. So very hard industry to make it in because of the size and because of such a niche thing. So obscure. That's what I like to say. It's very obscure. We can't even get it on Netflix. Most obscure sports. As we see Jonathan Hernandez kind of walking away with this, followed by Jackson Wilson. Josh Holyfield making a trip up from North Carolina to, he's looking to get up in that bump spot with 8 minutes and 38 seconds left to go. Let's talk about the Worlds, because next year we have a Worlds. We're not sure where it's going to be. I heard it's going to be in Brazil. I'm actually, we was just down there with the guys that are going to have it, if they get it, down in Sao Paulo. Worlds, I got to go to my first one last year. You obviously spent a lot of time together up on that tower in the heat with the paint fumes coming through. It was pretty bad. But I went to my first World Championship, and I don't think I've experienced that feeling since then. It was a really great Worlds, and when you get all the people from different parts of the world coming together to do such a great event, it's just something I want to go to again and again, to be honest.
Like, I want this again.
Yeah. I think everybody, if you're an avid RC fan or racer, you should attempt to if you can't get in the Worlds, attempt to go and be there, because it's quite a spectacle. And we don't know where it's going to be, but wherever it is, I'm hoping to be there.
It sounds like it's going to be in Brazil. I mean, if that's what you're saying, and then that's what what I've heard. That was where it was supposed to be during COVID.
Yes.
It was supposed to be in Brazil, and then it kind of, they kind of skipped it.
Oh no, that's not good. That's actually our second place that just flamed out. That is a big worry going into these finals. Though we've seen a lot of people flame out coming out of that pit lane.
Yeah, you can't clear the car out very well there. Yep. Usually you cruise down pit lane and then you kind of ease into like a sweeper or straightaway or something where you can get on the power. But you actually, in a situation here where you have to roll off the pits, you're at incredible low speed on the brakes, trying to make it through the dust there, coming down the pit lane. So yeah, we're going to see that. That's not going to be something unusual, I think, as this day kind of keeps going.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll get back to the Worlds. Yeah. So I know that it was supposed to be in an area that was extremely hard to get to in 2020. They have decided to put it in Sao Paulo, which is pretty easy to get to. We spent some time there as well. We actually visited the facility that they're talking about having it. I talked to the guys down there. I think people don't understand the amount of money that the tracks put in to make these Worlds possible. We saw the Baldo brothers last year go. I'm sure they did not make any money off that, or that they broke even. But talking to my friends there, they're ready to invest the money in it to make it. I know a lot of people have been worried about customs, and I know they have reason to believe that from previous Worlds. So when we was down there, I was telling them, I said, you got to make people feel comfortable. You got to have all that kind of set up. Do what you got to do. Some people may not want to rent cars. You got to work on shuttles and all this type of stuff. So I think they're fully dedicated to reading to anybody that's traveling from, and obviously everyone's going to be traveling internationally there. And I think that they have to have their Worlds too. I mean, they are a governing body, FARMAR, and I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think they're going to put on a good show if they get it, but it sounds like they're going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard, I definitely have heard a lot of drivers that do not want to go there.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that I would say half of the drivers that I talk to do not want to go there. But I don't know if that's their choice 100% either. Sometimes they have to go, or sometimes it's dictated where you need to go to run these events. It's not really up to them, and sometimes they have to do what they don't want to do, in your job or whatever the case may be. But everyone always kind of comes back to I heard it's not safe there. And I've heard, that's what everybody always says. Obviously, I've never been there. I don't really know the situation. I do know Adam Drake he's done quite a few trips there, and he said that what was kind of nice for him, he said, was since, Mugen and himself, they, like yourself, a lot of people over the years that you met, and he's like, I almost kind of get, he's like, people almost kind of drive me around, and
Yeah.
he's like, so I almost have, some chauffeurs, or I have like, I have a lot of help when I go there. But Adam loved it. For the most part, he doesn't have any problems going. Adam's going to be full in, and he's a great representative for guys that, I guess, for other racers that ask and they want to know perhaps what they should do. He gets that kind of called upon quite often, where people ask him, hey, should I do this, should I do that? And, yeah, I've been there. So from his standpoint, it sounds like he's a go no matter what, and he likes it. I've heard other guys say that they're not interested in going there, but it might not be their choice. They might have to go anyway. And of course, we don't necessarily have a choice. If we have racers going there and we want to compete to try to win, we have to be there. So that's how it is. And whether or not, and it's always to me, it's always about that first experience, because to me, when I went to Spain for the warm-up, I guess it was last year, I wasn't sure what to expect, but after I did the warm-up, I was just like, I told everybody to go. I was just like, this year it's going to be a great experience. Doing the Airbnb thing, that was great. All the experience we had completely at the warm-up basically set us all up for a much better Worlds experience, and I thought it was great, and I loved the track and everything else, and I can kind of see but that's kind of what we need, right? We need somebody to do an event and a warm-up there that has kind of some influence over the other drivers, and then they have a good experience when they go, and then that just trickles down the line, and then we'll have a great race.
I agree with you totally. I understand people's concerns. I've traveled quite a lot myself, and I live in a similar sort of country, so I'm kind of used to things that maybe the average person isn't used to. But I didn't feel, obviously, like any place in the world, anything can go wrong and it can be bad.
Yep.
But I think that these guys were very dedicated to showing us a good time. We too had people that just drove us around. We got out. They love RC just like we love RC, and they want people to come down and come to their house and show them a good time. The only thing I will say was the language, because I'm there speaking Spanish. They don't understand what I'm saying. I'm thinking they know what I'm saying, and I understand a little bit of Portuguese, but it was a big thing. But all the guys that I met that race, if they don't speak Portuguese, if they don't speak English, somebody there speaks English. So I don't think we'll have too much issues. They're dedicated to putting on a great event, and this is actually the qualifier for it. And another thing, we have finally we're going to have a e-buggy Worlds. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm a big fan of e-buggy in general. I'm a fan of e-buggy, e-truggy, because I just think that they're great entrance classes for RC. Sure, as you know, you're the Nitro is the glory.
But I agree with you.
But these
100%.
classes in e-buggy and e-truggy are part of the growth of RC in that segment of 8 scale, and I think that it's been too long that we haven't had something like this in e-buggy Worlds. The difficult part now is scheduling all these things.
Yes.
That's the difficult part now. This year they're going to have a World Cup they've talked about, but they scheduled it the week after the 10 scale Worlds. So, you're never going to get the Mayfields and Dakotas and these guys to go to it, because they're not going the week after the Worlds.
And they just spent a week racing.
Yeah,
inside.
they already ran the 10 scale Worlds. that they've been building or getting prepared for, and they're not going to go straight to a World Cup event. Unfortunately, that's just not going to be the case, due to the scheduling and everything else. And, they don't see it as like something that they have to be at. And
Yeah, because it's not a Worlds. It's just
not
a World Cup.
It's not a Worlds. It's not on the contingency plan. It's not rewarded as a world championship. So they don't feel that they need to go to that, or they're not being asked to go at this point. So they're going to run the 10 scale Worlds. That's a big thing for everybody. They're going to try to get that done. But I really like E-Buggy and E-Truggy, and I think that it deserves a Worlds. I think that they could take a few Worlds away from other... they have some classes to me that don't make any sense that are Worlds classes. And then they've never given Worlds to classes, I think, that have deserved it over the years. And I think it's kind of a one-way street there in terms of what's kind of chosen and what's not chose to be a Worlds class. And so I think E-Buggy's one that they got right.
Yeah, I would agree. As we see Josh Holyfield taking that win, he's going to bump up and live to race another day. Jonathan Hernandez, Lewis Chamberlain will be your other two transfer spots. Shane Pergochet and Brandon Corin-Rondo for your top five. Unfortunately, they will not live to race another day or race another main, and their day is done unless they are racing Truggy. But congratulations to Josh Holyfield, Southeast stalwart, making a trip up here. Good to see a lot of Southeast racers up here as well. Let's stick on E-Buggy because we have the E-Nats coming up here in July. This is a conundrum for me. We never seem to be able to get the response of the fuel nats the same as the E-Nats. And I am a big fan of E-Truggy and E-Buggy. I agree with you. So totally, it's the gateway. You get people in. It's easy, and I really do like E-Truggy a lot. I want to know how do we get these E-Nats to get the entry numbers and get the people there? I know last year it clashed with Divisions race. This year we should see all the top guys there. Any thoughts on how we can grow the E-Nats to be more popular?
To me, it seems like location-based at this point. Like, if they have it on the East Coast at a track that everybody likes, then it draws a good turnout. I know the ones they've had at LCRC in the past have always done pretty well. I want to say that, this is just off the top of my head, that LCRC's had some E-Nationals with, 260, 270 entries, split between the 2 or 3 classes. But, I think that this is it's something that really people need to support as a national like that.
I agree.
Because otherwise it just doesn't have the same buzz. But
okay, so just for people to know, we're in practice at this moment. So, perfect time for us to talk more RC. Practice for everybody. Actually, let me bring up my laptop. I'm sure some people have questions for you here as well. And thank you for joining us, by the way. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, so I think, the track they're having, the E-Nationals this year, Frank Calandra's track, who Frank's been around in RC probably ever since it started. He's a guy that's been around forever. A very experienced person in the business. And I think that we're going to see a lot of great things that he has knowledge for and will have a nice track. The only thing I've heard a little bit is there's some drivers that have been a little bit concerned about, I guess, what they were charging for. I don't know if it was the pits or there was an additional charge that the racers weren't necessarily agreeing with there. But I don't have any doubt it'll be a good event. So, at the end of the day, we see a lot of people complain about $15, $20, $30, stuff like that at some of these things, but that's really nothing in comparison to what it costs as a whole. And if it comes down to helping the track out, if it costs, $40 or $50 to whatever the amount is, I don't know what it is, and it goes to the track that's doing it, it just seems kind of like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I agree.
Participate, because it's really such a small amount of money compared to what it costs for drivers to really do this. And you're talking about something that you're racing at a high level. It's thousands and thousands of dollars that, let's face it, you got thousands and thousands of dollars in this stuff. And, giving some money to the host tracks that are doing this stuff really is nothing in comparison to what the rest of you have in it. So, sure, it's it's not ideal, but you know what? I think it's going to the right cause. If it's going to the tracks, if it's going to a hobby store, if it's going to these individuals or whoever companies that are helping keep producing these type of things, then it's worth it.
Yep, we're doing it on camera here. Yeah, I agree with you. I think people were a bit upset about the $200 indoor pitting with air conditioning fee, and I'm just like, hey, you can pit for free if you bring your own stuff. You can pit outside and have he'll have a $100 fee where you got a tent or a pit spot and a table and a chair and electricity, or you can be in comfort and not be complaining about the heat and be in there if you wish to be. And I think that's a great point. Raw doesn't make those prices. The track barely makes any money off the entries. I believe they even have to get to a certain number of entries before they can make any money. And they are responsible for everything. They have to do the track build. They have to do this. They have to hire staff. So they have to make the track has to make some money, right?
Yep.
So they have to make their money through sponsorship, through pit sales, through if they have a shop, obviously they make some money there. T-shirt sales. So if these tracks can't make money off this, then they're just gonna stop bidding, right? So then we'll be like, well, no tracks, and we're going back to the same tracks. Well, we are RC racers, right?
Yeah.
We travel, we're gonna pay all this money. We see people complain, oh, they raised the price on the entry fee by $5. Well, that race promoter has to make money too.
Yep.
Nobody works for free, and nobody works to do it at a loss. So, I think if people just put it in and walked in those shoes and saw that, hey, this is still a business. We have to make money, and it has to be profitable for these people because it's a lot of work, a lot of time, and a lot of effort put into it. I hope we do get to see the ENATs get the entries that they deserve, but I also believe that they need to. I think with e-buggy worlds and whatnot coming up, it's gonna probably legitimize the e-buggy scene. We're gonna see. I hope. Probably going to see a little bit more innovation in e-buggy cars and whatnot with battery tech and ESC tech and motor tech for that. So I think that would also help bump up the prestige that maybe e-buggy kind of deserves.
Yeah, I think to me that right now the two worlds you want to win if I'm a driver is I either want to win the two-wheel buggy world or I want to win the 8-scale Nitro buggy world. Those are the two that I want to win as a driver, as a racer. And then right behind that, maybe you want to win the touring car worlds, or you want to win, maybe this e-buggy will start to creep in to being that third or fourth one that you want to win. For me, there's a lot of worlds now that just, to me, don't really carry a lot of weight to me because the classes don't participate in really a lot of growth in RC.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of IFMAR World classes that they don't really sell a lot of cars in that category. It's not very popular. And, to me, I just don't see those as being real big supporters of the industry in general because it's just kind of they're very, very niche inside the niche, right? So, and I think e-buggy is a good one. And, I think it could easily move to the third one that I would want to win, 8-scale Nitro, 8-scale e-buggy could easily move.
Easily. I can see that happening, no problem. All right, so next up we have the B-main coming up here. It's going to be 30 minutes for truck. What are we looking? I know we saw Adam Drake go 10 minutes. Truck it's a little easier, but we saw him go 10 minutes in buggy. Any thoughts on pit strategy from your guys going into this 30-minute main?
What I've heard is a lot of guys are struggling for fuel mileage here. I don't think that everyone seems to be super comfortable. I'm kind of looking at the lap times here while we got an open practice while things are kind of going on here. We have a practice session for Nitro Truggy. And I'm kind of looking at the lap times here to see what the drivers are running because the guys are trying some different tires here. They're trying some different things to see if they can improve their mileage. And we have, guys are trying different tires to see if it changes mileage. They're trying engine, their normal selection of things, which is going to, trickle into what you're talking about in the B-main with the mileage. But you can see here, this is the A-main warm-up for Nitro Truggy, and you can see, kind of the lap times here. This is a 10-minute session, I believe. But, you can see, Dakota's kind of, seems to be setting the hot lap pace, but, he doesn't have an incredible advantage here. In got Spencer Rivkin that's coming out running really well here with lap time. So as far as the B-main coming up, they're watching this right now.
Oh, yeah,
for sure. They're watching this right now and seeing if they can learn something last minute going into B. But I think we're going to see people running out of fuel the later we go into the race event here in general. There's going to be drivers, I think, that are going to use more fuel than they think, and I think that might become a factor if they're not watching it, if they're not...
Why do you think that we are seeing this low fuel mileage? It's pretty high traction out there. Is it just that guys are getting more in the throttle, you think? Or maybe the heat has something to do with it, getting out in that dust? Why are we seeing... I mean, we saw Adam Drake, but he's also always able to go very long. I'm not saying he's going to be able to do it in the main. It's a little bit different when in the main. But what is it that you think that is causing this low fuel mileage at this track?
I don't really know, other than I think that you must be just much more in the throttle with, than normal. It seems like tire spin overall seems to generate or take away from your fuel mileage more than you would think. And when you get on a more dustier condition, when you're dealing with dusty conditions, it seems like that is so you got the groove, and then you have dusty sections where it's two different tolls on the car, right? So if you're in the groove, you're on the line, and you got good grip, and it's kind of a burden to the car to kind of make that acceleration to kind of keep going. And as we see Dakota do a 35.7, that's the fastest lap we've seen all weekend. He just did that in the Truggy warm-up, so I'm sure he's feeling pretty good right now. But like you said, the mileage is kind of a strange game. Sometimes the tracks don't necessarily, sometimes you go to a track like, when we were in Spain, and you're like, wow, this thing's gigantic. There is a front straightaway. It's uphill. I mean, and people don't really realize how much elevation there was on that track in Spain. From our vantage point, you're looking straight down at it there. So you don't really see that from the bottom to the top. But I mean, those guys are accelerating uphill there by a drastic amount, and their mileage was somewhat normal there. So they had traction, they had a huge track, they had an uphill straightaway section, which you would think would really lug the vehicle pretty hard. And, drivers pitting at 7.5, getting some guys doing their 9 minutes. And it seemed okay. Here, we come here, and to me, this track is nowhere near as demanding as some of the sections in Spain, and their mileage seems worse to me
it's
here.
pretty amazing.
So there's obviously little things that add up to be, it's a little bit here, it's a little bit there. It's not just one thing that just draws it all down. But here, I think what's happening is it's the wheel spin between on the line and outside the line.
Makes sense.
And it's how aggressive you are staying between those two sections of the track. And the guys that seem to be able to drive into the trigger and control themselves on the inside of the track without being very wild, that mileage seems to go up. They get better mileage.
Yes.
They're not so deep into the trigger, but they're keeping the momentum up of the vehicle, using the track's natural traction to keep the car momentum going and not being really deep in the trigger. You see guys that will drive, they get into the turn, they're, hard into the turn, they brake late, they drive really hard coming out of the turn, and then, they're just point and shoot. They pivot the car, they go back the other direction. That's probably not the way to the best mileage on something like this, because it's a lot of wheel spin. You're putting the vehicle through a lot. What you want to do is you want to be at a point in the trigger where the car is carrying great momentum. You're using the track to your advantage of carrying the speed, where you got, all the grip of the track, and you don't have to use that much power to keep the car's momentum up. And I think those guys are a little more efficient
I get
in
what you're
general.
saying. I get what you're saying. Very great explanation there. Speaking of pitting, we went and had a chat with one of the guys who's been pitting Spencer Rivkin for about 10 years now, the King Richard Saxon.
Yeah.
We had a slight little interview in to find out what he looks for, what he prefers when he's pitting. And we're just about to go to that interview in a second. Here we go.
All right, I'm here with the King Richard Saxon, who we all know is a legend in the RC industry, now a mechanic and professional pitman. And we wanted to talk to you about your pit skills and how you keep these guys focused and what you look for while you're out there. But I guess we'll start with, you work with many different drivers. I mean, I know you're working a lot with Rivkin now, but you worked with Cavallari in the past and top names. And as a driver yourself, you come here. So what are you doing for these guys when you're pitting for them, when you're mechanicking for them, and, you know, just trying to keep them focused?
There's not much that I can do over the radio. I've been fortunate enough to work with Mayfield, Cavallari, been yelled at by all the best. Called every name. With the microphones for Spencer, I've worked with him for now 10 years, I think. It's been a good time. A lot of learning on my side and his side, and we get along really well. I don't tell him anything because when I talk to him, he makes a mistake. Okay. And when he talks to me, guess what? He makes a mistake. So the one thing I can say is his vision, he sees everything in pit lane. I try to keep it calm and cool and collected, and he stays calm and cool and collected. I also look at other drivers throughout qualifying in Maine. If I see a spot, I'll inform them, you know, especially like Silver State and stuff. This is pretty self-explanatory where to drive here, but Silver State, a little bit of like one lane out, one lane in, you know. But yeah, the work's already done once he hits the track.
Okay. How about pit strategy? Are you a one-man team, or do you like to do it with two people? Do you change pit strategy up throughout the race if you have to?
Yeah, two-man team for the Nationals. When we do events with just Spencer and I, it's just me, and can't really win the race in the pits, but you can sure lose it. So, but with Brent and I, you know, Brent's computer nerd and he knows all the good stuff. But I look for clear in. I want to be a little bit off sequence if I can versus the other people, just so when we come in there is less danger coming in. But I'll look before he's coming on this track. There's a tabletop, then a triple. When he's landing that, that's box. And then I look if somebody's coming in, I'll say clear in, pick him up, Brent fuels him, and then he's on his own.
Do you guys prefer to get a full tank and everything secure, or is speed? Are you looking to do it as fast as possible?
Oh, full tank.
I gotta ask you, you have your iconic clap that can be heard over everything. Where did that come from?
I'm just rooting the guys on, trying to pump them up. I got yelled at last time. I clapped for him. Of course, he made a mistake. Please don't clap for me in the hardest spotter to the track. So I know as a driver, I've been pretty decent back in my day. And I worked with Regan LeBlanc, and he was one of the best. And, you know, it just kind of pumps you up. But some guys, it'll pump them up and make them go a little bit over their head. But, yeah.
How about this pit lane exit? You worried about that?
Yeah, you kind of got to be on the ball, and once he gets the fuel, I set him down, I'll be looking ahead because it's so tight. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a booger, but same for everybody.
Well, thank you, King. We appreciate you still being in the sport and spreading your knowledge to these young guys, and we hope to see you still doing this for many years to come.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks to Live RC and you guys for doing all this. Scotty Ernst, Tyler, all the guys that do it. It's awesome. I watch it when it's electric. Check everybody out, and make sure you guys go to rc10.com and pick up a drag car, pick up an 8-scale car. We got all sorts of fun stuff online.
Great plug, man, and good luck to you guys this weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, King. Thank you, Jason. And everybody, we are off to this B-main. Here we see Mason Fuller. He's starting on pole, followed by Cole Caston, Adam Drake, Kyle Turner, Tater Sontag, Ryan Paredes, Little Bump, Jared Wiggins, Lee Satzer, Aderhorn, Jermaine Robinson, Caden Fuller as we look by. And it is Mason Fuller back from Cole Caston, Adam Drake, Tater Sontag, your top 4. Remember, the top 2 will bump up to the A-main. This is a 30-minute final here. The longest final we have ran all weekend. So there we see the Iceman out there in that orange and yellow HB. on those J Concepts tires. Out to a commanding lead. Probably not happy to be in the B-main. Mason is definitely a very accomplished racer at the young age of 17. Look at the bump up there as we look, and we see Cole Caston. Believe he's from Georgia, driving that Techno car. And it looks like Adam Drake right behind him. Adam Drake looking to get some good mileage here as well. And that behind him is Tater Sontag. Tater is the protege or Padawan of Dakota Fenn. He's also a veteran of some sort as well, because he's been around for quite a long time. He's only 16. As we're now looking at Mason Fuller just pulling away a little bit as Cole Caston defends his position there. He's out there in that pink, orange, and white Techno truck. Adam makes a bit of a mistake there, goes off the track, and that is leading to a big pile up here as we see Kyle Turner coming through that, and a little bump actually coming out of that unscathed. We see a little bump out there with that pink and white truck right there. White wheels, white ring, as we see Sticks come by, and he just threw down a 38-1, but Mason Fuller's out there flying with a 36-9. Little bump looking to bump up and get into the A-main with his fellow HB driver. They put on quite a show for us last month in Silver State, as we see somebody getting it wrong right there as we come through that curve. And there is Little Bump in the flow. Had some radio issues earlier on this weekend, but he's looking pretty spicy out there with that new pink paint job he's got. Little Bump, 12 years old, says his radio wasn't working properly. But he's got things going on, and he's going to hunt down Cole Caston and look to get into that second position. As we see Mason Fuller pulling out to a very good lead here on Cole Caston. Mason just wants to keep it calm. He probably should have been in the A-main as well, but had some bad qualifying. But he is the Iceman, and he is cool as ice, and I'm sure he will get this. As we see Cole Caston just out of sight for a Little Bump, and right behind Little Bump is North Cal native Kyle Turner. There we see Mason Fuller in that yellow and orange HB, and Cole getting it up in two wheels. Doesn't get it right. That's going to allow Little Bump to catch him up. And, looks like Kyle Turner got across Little Bump. Little Bump must have had an accident. He's dropped back 2 spots. Kyle Turner, a local to this track, X-ray driver up with his mother and father. Known them for quite some time. He gets a little bit squirrely there, hitting the side of that pipe. As we see, that looks like Tater who made that jump. Good job by Tater waiting up for him. As we see Tater from Little Bump. Not sure who that was. But right now it's Mason Fuller, Cole Caston, Kyle Turner, Tater Sontag, and Little Bump in 5th, as we are on board with the red and white car of Kyle Turner. Very fast North Cal native, has been on the cusp of making some of these A-mains lately. Right behind him is Tater Sontag in that TLR. Very fast 16-year-old racer. Been racing for quite a long time. You see Turner coming around, getting a little bit wide out there in the dust. And going right through the Chico chicane perfectly, and that is Cole Caston getting wide. That's going to have Kyle Turner right up on his rear end, and that bodes well for Mason Fuller as he's just pulling away. We see Tater hoping that these guys hold themselves up so he can catch them. And there is Adam Drake, followed by Little Bump. Adam Drake able to go 10 minutes in Buggy, probably looking to stretch this in Truggy as well. Bump up to the A-main. Actually, Adam Drake having a very good raw Nats, I would say. He's in the semis, and hopefully, Kyle Turner getting it a little bit wrong there, but getting it back under control as we see. That is Kyle Turner with Cole Caston just in front of him. Kyle doesn't really have to push the issue yet, as it looks like they are coming up on some lap traffic, I would say, already. So that is... There we go. All right, Cole Caston followed by Kyle Turner, and there is Tater Sontag. This is your battle for the 3rd spot, but 3rd does not do them any good. They have to get into that 2nd spot. Mason Fuller out there flying. He's on a Sunday day cruise right now with 25 minutes left to go. We'll be coming up from pits here shortly, I would say. Cole Caston keeping his composure as he goes up through the dip into the Talladega Bowl, followed by Kyle Turner from Tater Sontag, and that is Little Bump who got across Adam Drake. B Rose in 7th. Aiden Horn now moving up to 6th. Aiden Horn looking to bump up as well. Not having the best weekend here at the Nationals. There, Kyle Turner makes a mistake. That is going to allow Tater to get by, and now he's going to set his sights on Cole Caston out there in that Techno truck. Georgia native, here with his father, Jeremy. They are avid racers. Very good father and son team. Cole just getting it, bumping it over that 180 pipe right there, keeping it on all fours. into the Talladega Bowl, down the backstretch, keeping it tight on that line. You do not want to go too wide. It's very high traction there. We've seen many cars either spin out for going too fast or getting too edgy, as Cole looks to be dialed in, getting that rhythm section just right, hitting that corner in perfect form, up to this techno step up, going back up to the Dragon's back, keeping that momentum. Cased it a little bit, had to get a little bit crooked there, but saves it. Tater just slowly catching up to him. Cole just throwing on a 36.8 to Tater's 36.7. Kyle Turner throwing a 37.5. He's now dropped back behind Tater. Tater setting his sights on Cole Caston. We still have a lot of racing to go as we see the Iceman, Mason Fuller, getting into some traffic. Going to have to navigate his way through this traffic and continue his upward climb and get his climb into the A-main, where he probably feels he should have been. Mason Fuller has been one of the most impressive young racers in the last 2 years. He has some e-buggy wins. He's come second. He's come third. He's come very close, but has not got that big Nitro buggy win or Truggy win. To be fair, as he's now navigating that traffic has to let him by. That is the leader right there. Oh no, sorry, I am looking wrong. Something must have happened to Mason Fuller because he's now in second. That's actually Tater behind him now. So something happened. We see. Wow, we did not see what happened to Mason. I thought he was in lap traffic for a second. But Cole Caston out to the front. And there is Tater Sontag right behind him. But I believe that Mason got behind, past Cole Caston. We'll see as they come across the loop here. Yeah, Mason Fuller back out the front. He just threw out a 36.6. Tater Sontag right behind him. Cole Caston making a mistake, dropping down. So I assume that Mason made a mistake off camera. And Cole Caston in third, Kyle Turner fourth, Aiden Horn fifth, on the charge, 22 minutes and 24 seconds left. As we see Iceman out there running that red number 1 plate, looking a lot smoother now. There is right there. Not sure if he came in for fuel or made a mistake. But right now we are on board with Aiden Horn as he comes by. I just saw that Mason Fuller came in for fuel. Aiden's coming in for fuel as well. Richard Saxon and BT on the pit strategy. Oh no, Cole Caston just flamed out in pit lane. That is going to go from not be good well for Caston, having trouble getting him started. We see his father trying to get him started. He was fast. He's going to have to put his head down. He has 21 minutes, but it's going to be very hard to come back from that flame out in pits. But if you do want to flame out, it is in the pits as we see. Thank you, Jason, for your time. As we see Kyle Turner, we are on board with Kyle Turner at this moment. He is currently scored in 6th. But Mason Fuller making some sort of mistake and getting back in traffic. As we see the H3 guys down there, we are on board with Kyle Turner. Let's see what happens when he comes by. Kyle Turner up to third. Adam Draken in second. As we see more pits coming through. See Mark DePerry, not sure who's pitting up. Mason Fuller from Adam Drake, from Kyle Turner, Aiden Horn, Tater Sontag. B. Rose up to 6. Can B. Rose bump up again and do it for Texas and get into that A-man? We see B. Rose coming up over the wall. There is Kyle Turner in that red and white X-ray, and Aiden Horn, raging Aiden Horn right behind him. But they need to catch the Drake and Mason Fuller. Mason Fuller now on a 55, 35, 35. He just threw down a 36.7. Drake out there throwing 38s. Kyle Turner getting past Drake. But then getting it wrong right there. He did all the hard work to get by, and now we see Tater get by. We see Aiden get by. There's B-Rose. This is a gaggle. This is all for position. That should be B-Rose. There's Little Bump right there. Ooh, Aiden Horn has a plethora of cars right behind him as he goes up over the double. Up and through this crooked bump back. Getting a little bit wide. That's Tater right there now. So Tater has these guys right behind him. So you see Aiden Horn just pulling out in front of him. So it's Tater, from Rose, from Little Bump. And Caden Fuller moving on up as well. As we see Kyle Turner get by. Tater getting it wrong, landing on top of him. As they go through the chicane, there's Aiden Horn putting some space behind him. He's right now in second. He isn't worried about chasing down. He wants to put some space. We see Kyle Turner, B-Rose, and Little Bump, followed by Tater, who made that mistake coming in. But Tater showing some exceptional pace. He's going to catch these guys up. We see Kyle Turner, but Kyle Turner has to push the issue. He cannot let Aiden Horn get too far in front of him because he has to finish second to bump up. So it's Kyle Turner. There's B-Rose. There's Little Bump. We have X-Ray. We have S-Works. We have HB. Out front is an HB. In second is Associated as Kyle Turner gets it up on that pipe. B-Rose right behind, applying slight pressure. Little bump right there behind, ready to capitalize as they go through that 180. And there you see Tater, Sontag, Adam Drake right behind them. All of this building well. Looks like Jared Wiggins is right there. Jared has been looking very well all weekend. Maybe he can capitalize. We have 18 minutes, 59 seconds left to go as we are moored with Kyle Turner. And we see that B-Rose just looking on the inside. Looking on the inside, trying to apply pressure to Kyle Turner. Will Kyle Turner fold under the pressure? Can he hold up as they go up over the techno bump? Up and over the triple. Lining up perfectly for this Dragon's back as you see B-Rose getting down on the throttle. But Kyle Turner defending that position as he keeps it tight. Going across the line. Kyle Turner just throwing out 36-3 to B-Rose is 36-7. But right now, Mason Fuller's kind of just out to a lead with Aiden Horn comfortably out as a second as we see Kyle Turner trying to fend off B-Rose. But he needs to kind of push the issue. But look at that. Aiden Horn either made a mistake or came in for fuel because Kyle Turner is not too far behind him. Now this is the race for second as Kyle Turner has got some breathing room between him and B-Rose. He's let B-Rose and Little Bump battle it out for fourth behind him. Kyle Turner sets his sights on Aiden Horn and that bump spot up to the A-main. I believe NorCal would create a day holiday if Kyle Turner makes it to this A-main. He's looking and just as I said, he flips over and he gets over there and he's going to lose 2 spots. Gets back up. Now B-Rose has some clear space. Kyle Turner back there battling with Tater Sontag. Aiden Horn trying to capitalize on these mistakes as you see Horn go up the wall of faith, coming down through the double. And there is B-Rose in that green S-Works. He is trying to fend off a little bump. Aiden Horn trying to create some space. He wants to stay in second. This bodes well for the Iceman who's just out there driving fast.
Mason Fuller in control of this race right now. 21-second advantage.
Line going through the chicane. B-Rose seems to be a little bit faster than Little Bump going through there. And B-Rose gets it wrong, but he gets to keep that position. But now the race is on as we see it. B-Rose, we have B-Rose, Little Bump, Turner, and right behind them is Tater as we see Iceman coming in for fuel. There's Chad Phillips doing the fuel, helping out doing the fuel duties. So Mason Fuller coming in for fuel, I believe, as we see Brandon Rose going up over there, over the triple, looking pretty steady. But he has Kyle Turner right behind him as well as Little Bump. But it won't matter if these guys cannot chase down Aiden Horn. As we see Brandon Rose come by just now. He just hit a 37.8 to 30. Little Bump's 37.1. Kyle Turner for 37.3. And Aiden Horn up there for 37.1. Mason Fuller looks like he might have came in for fuel. There we see Aiden Horn. There he is. He's in the sights of B-Rose. So Aiden Horn needs to push this issue and get up there driving that associated buggy with Pro Line rubber. There we see B-Rose and that S-Rex buddy with Hot Race rubber. And right behind them in that all pink, white, and lime green is the 12-year-old Little Bump, a.k.a. Sticks, Phi Long Ning. And there we see Turner making a mistake right off the triple. He doesn't want to do that. It's going to allow Little Bump and Brandon Rose to pull off. We see Little Bump applying pressure through the Trico chicane as they're coming up right behind. There's Aiden Horn. There's the position for second right there. We have a race for second coming up. Aiden Horn right there, going around that 180, going up to the wall ride as they see B-Rose and Little Bump pushing each other. This is exactly what they need to do. They don't need to hold each other up. They need to actually get in position to take any advantage of any mistake that Aiden Horn does, apply pressure for him, and then they can race for second. Don't know if they're going to be able to chase down Mason Fuller with 15 minutes and 39 seconds left to go. Remember, 2 will bump up to the A-main. Aiden Horn currently in that last transfer spot with Brandon Rose and Little Bump fighting feverishly behind him to catch it up. And Little Bump bumps him, but he's going to stop and let him go. Great sportsmanship by Little Bump. And right behind him is Kyle Turner and the Adam Drake, the fuel mileage master. Are we going to see fuel mileage by Adam Drake come into factor into this race as we see Aiden Horn going up over the double. B-Rose right behind him. Little Bump matching, just getting a little bit of a gap as they go through this section. Little Bump a little bit wider on there. It's going to cost him a few tenths getting up in 2 wheels. We see them going over the techno step up. There's Aiden Horn right there. B-Rose has him in his sights. We see the crowd cheering on B and Phi Trent as we see Banner Rose and Little Bump coming in. We see Dwayne Rose doing the pit duties. And there we have Kyle Turner as well coming in. Little Bump in. All fast pit stops. Very good pit stops for all those guys. It's B-Rose from Phil Little Bump and Kyle Turner not too far behind them. You know who didn't come in for fuel? Adam Drake. He is now bumped up to that 3rd place position. Uh-oh. Somebody here, looks like Tater might have had a flame out. Yeah, that's it for Tater, unfortunately. He had a flame out in pits. Not able to get that car cranked back up. We see Mike Sontag and Dakota Fenn trying to get it going again. But that looks like that will be the race for Tater. That looked like Aiden Horn, I think that might have come in. But now we have B. Rose, Little Bump, Adam Drake up to that third position. And there we see Aiden Horn. He is still in second, showing in second. Uh-oh, who's that made a mistake? That is Adam Drake. Adam Drake making that mistake, dropping him down. Now he's in the battle for third with B. Rose right behind him. Now B. Rose wants to get behind. There we go. Adam Drake going a little bit wide. I think he kind of knows these guys are faster. He knows he has to go on fuel mileage. So Adam Drake doing some racecraft out there. Not trying to push the issue, not trying to use more fuel than he needs to. But Little Bump right behind him as we see B. Rose come across. And B. Rose now moving up to third with Adam Drake in fourth and Little Bump in fifth. Kyle Turner not too far behind in sixth. We have a race on our hands, people. We have a race on our hands. Looks like Adam Drake came in for fuel. Good pit stop for him. There is Little Bump, followed B. Rose, followed by Little Bump. Now they want to chase down Aiden Horn. Remember, second is what they are looking for. Third, they just got a third place trophy to B-main. They don't get to bump up. B. Rose and Little Bump having a great battle here between each other. B. Rose in that green car, Little Bump in that white, pink, and lime green car. We have J Concepts versus Hot Race, S-Works versus HB. As they go through the Chico chicane up and over, and there is Aiden Horn right there. He is in the sights of B. Rose. He can see him. He can smell blood in the water like a great white shark from 5 miles away. There we go. Up and over around the wall ride. Little Bump matching him, but B. Rose able to pull off a little bit right there. Seems to be B. Rose seems to be just a bit faster in that section than Little Bump. Little Bump going well wide. He doesn't want to do that. Looks like they have lap traffic of Tater Sontag in between them. Tater will want to just move out of the race so they can continue on to race. And that bodes well for our second place. There we go. Tater pulls over, lets them by. Mason Fuller out to an impressive lead. He's out there. He's got 12 minutes left to go. Just wants to finish this race. Doesn't need to win by an exceptional margin. He just wants to make it up to the A-main. We did see Mason Fuller bump from the B-main and Nitro Buggy at Silver State, start dead last on a track that was smaller than this, much more rougher than this, and end up finishing third behind Little Bump. And there we are on the yellow and orange HB of the Iceman, rocking that red number 1 plate. Those guys, that's Lee Setzer behind him, and that's Caden Horn, his brother. Caden Fuller, his brother. Not for position. Those guys are just racing each other. As we get back to this, and there we have it. B. Rose all on the rear end of Aiden Horn. Aiden Horn has a rear view mirror full of B. Rose and that green S-Rex Truggy. Oh no, Aiden Horn makes a mistake, goes wide, and that allows B. Rose to get by. That is for position, transfer position right here. The battle is on with 11 minutes, 11 seconds left to go. We're going to see one more pit as well. There we go, as we see Brandon Rose getting a little bit sideways. He has been exceptionally fast, bumping up from that C-main. Looking very racy, having some extra track time compared to Aiden Horn. CB Rose going up and over and into the Talladega Bill, down the back straight around, keeping it tight around the pipe. You see Aiden Horn right there behind him, going up over the double. There they go up around that wall ride, keeping it tight on the pipe. B Rose super fast here. He's been fast all weekend through here, keeping it tight, going that hump, going a little bit wide, getting out in that dust, but not affecting his line as we see Aiden Horn just behind him. This is going to be a great race for second place, everybody, with 10 minutes and 35 seconds left to go, and I'm pretty sure they got to go one more time into the pits. There we see the first of the orange and yellow truck of Mason Fuller there in a gracious lead. B-Rose making up some time in Aiden Horn as he gets it wrong around those 180s. Looks a lot harder than what you think, people, as B-Rose is just about to get up into some traffic, pulling out a bit of a lead on Aiden Horn. So right now we have Fuller from Rose, from Horn, from Turner, from Little Bump. Turner not too far behind Aiden Horn. Probably wants to put the hammer down and try to catch him up. As we say that, I think that was Kyle Turner who just made a big mistake. B-Rose coming up behind the younger brother of Mason Fuller. Thank you, Mason, for pulling over. Aiden Horn making up some time as they jump into the Talladega Bowl. Going down the Dega stretch. B-Rose keeping it super tight around the pipe in that 180. He is exceptionally fast with her. Going up over through the double. Over through the crooked humpback. Getting it right this time. Perfect landing there. Perfect timing as he comes around to the techno step up. Gets it right. Boom. Right there. Perfect. perfect momentum, going up through the Dragon's back. And Aiden Horn just losing just a little bit behind him, just losing a little bit of speed as we see B-Rose come across the line. That was a 37 flat, but Aiden Horn flying too. That was a 36.8 for him. We see a long lap. Oh no, Caden Horn out of it, or something happening right there. But Caden Horn is marked way down in 10th. His race and his charge to make to the B-main is probably over. But right now, this is the race for the last transfer spot as we see Mason Fuller just out of sight there. I believe he came in for some fuel. He has a 45-second lap. So looks like Mason is good to go for the rest of the race. He's out there on a Sunday drive right now just getting some practice. I truly believe this is going to help him up later on. Here we are looking at B-Rose battling against Aiden Horn. Aiden Horn getting out there in that dust a little bit, powering out of there. B-Rose being super smooth as he goes around the Talladega, keeping it really tight on that pipe, up and around, keeping it super tight, but Aiden Horn right there behind him. That car behind them is Kyle Turner. That's actually for position, so Kyle Turner. Nope, sorry, that is not Kyle Turner. That is Cole Casson. Got their colors mixed up for a second. But there we are. B-Rose looking smooth, looking like he's in the flow, not looking to make any mistakes. Going to have to come in and pit at some time, I believe. Aiden Horn coming by with a 36.9 to B-Rose's fast lap of the race, 36.4. B-Rose has the flow. All of Texas is celebrating right now. Everybody in Texas, every RC fan is up. They're cheering on their native B-Rose, B-Rose. Let's get the bump as he's out there in that green and white S-Works truck. No need to chase down first. We see Fuller going on the straightaway. He's got a very good lead over them as he just throws on a 36.8. Let's see what that lead is. It's about, I would say about 15 seconds. And Rose having a very good run, bumping up from the B-main. I believe there we see Rose coming in for fuel. TJ Bradley and Dwayne Rose doing it. Let's hope he got that engine cleared out enough. And he's out of pit lane. That is my biggest fear when I don't see the cars getting cleared out enough. And we see Kyle Turner, who's scoring down in fourth. Jared Wiggins moving up to fifth. So these guys are good for fuel. There's B-Rose coming out. I think Aiden Horn is not yet to come in for fuel. We see Shane getting ready to pit Adam Drake. Adam Drake scored down an 8 at the moment. But B-Rose, let's see when he comes around the line. Let's see where Horn is. Horn scored in second, so he hasn't come in for fuel yet, I don't believe. But just had a long lap of 38 seconds. And B-Rose coming by, 46.5 for his pit lap. And he is right behind Aiden Horn now. So I believe Aiden Horn came in for fuel when we was looking at Brandon Rose. So now the race is on. Brandon Rose has been faster. Aiden Horn's going to have to go into a super defensive move. And as we see Brandon Rose pushing that issue, tapping that rear end of Aiden Horn. As he Horn is good defensive, going wide. That's where Brandon Rose got him last time. Horn has to defend that line a lot better. Keep it tight as they go up and over the triple. Keeping it tight on the line. But going to lose just slightly bit of momentum, but keeping it as we see Brandon Rose getting a little bit squirrely out there in the dust. Aiden Horn looking to get some sort of gap, but I think we're going to see a battle to the end with 5 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. This is the battle for the transfer spot. Mason Fuller is out front, barring. There we see Mason Fuller right there, actually, coming in for his last pit stop. Thought he came in earlier. Must have just had a very long lap. Must have had an accident. But there we see Aiden Horn, B-Rose. This is the battle for the transfer spot. This is the battle for all the marbles. This is who's going to make it to the A-main. B-Rose makes that pass as we see. What a great pass by B-Rose. Being patient, applying pressure to Aiden Horn as he goes wide, gets out in that dust, and makes it a little bit slippery. We see that S-Works car get by the Associated of Aiden Horn. There we have Hot Race versus Proline, Associated versus S-Works, 2 pillow bowl cars as we come down. Texas versus not sure where Horn's from, Michigan. And there we go. B-Horn. I'm making that wrong. B-Rose, sorry. In that second position, up over the Techno Triple, and then going to the Dragon's back. He's looking comfortable. We're seeing B-Rose able to keep that lead. Now he has become the hunted, and Aiden Horn is hunting him down in that Associated car. B-Rose getting up on 2 wheels, and that's going to allow Aiden by. Gives him a little love tap back there as they go into the Talladega Bowl, going down that backstretch. B-Rose has been very good through this section compared to Aiden Horn. Let's see if he can do it. Aiden Horn, whew, that was close. B-Rose had a look. Applying pressure, 4 minutes, 24 seconds left to go. Here we go. Aiden Horn Aiden Horn just slamming the door on B-Ruz as they go up over the techno step up. B-Ruz all on the rear. Oh, Aiden Horn makes a mistake. Oh no! Oh no! Aiden Horn has broke his car. It's all over for Aiden Horn. He hit something just now and broke his car. All over for the young Aiden Horn. Oh no, too bad for Aiden Horn, but that is a gem for B-Ruz. He has 3 minutes 54 seconds left. His nearest competition is Kyle Turner. He's about 10 seconds back. So B-Ruz can just chill out right now. Not chill out too much and just bring it home. Don't do any unnecessary mistakes. What a hard hit for B-Herm. I know. I get it wrong. There we see Brandon Rose just up and over the Dragon's back. Now he can just back it down just a little bit. Unfortunate for Horn. I was hoping we would get a great battle to the end, but just landing wrong. Must have clipped that pipe or nail or something. It looks like he broke a rear camber link. I know Horn won't be too happy about that. He does take his racing very seriously. As fun as he is to interview, he does take that racing very seriously. As we see Brandon Rose up there skying up over the double. He just needs to keep it on all fours, and he will get up to that transfer spot. B-Rose coming from the 13th position from last to second, providing us with some great entertainment here as we see that S-Works car. I'm sure S-Works Nation is going wild right now. Probably got his counterparts over in Europe watching him as we see B-Rose just out there on a Sunday drive. There's Adam Drake. There is our leader, the yellow and orange car, the HB on JC rubber running Red's engines, Mason the Iceman Fuller. One of my favorite young racers coming up. I did pick him to win the actual A final. I'm always going to pick Mason Fuller. I love to see this young man get his first big Nitro buggy win. This practice in this B-main is going to be great for him. He's got 30 minutes of racing under his belt. And we see him just tapping it off that pipe. He's got 2 minutes and 14 seconds left to go in this race.
The white and red truck crossing the stripe now is your third place truck. Kyle Turner, 37-2 as well. 5.5 seconds behind Brandon. We've got 2 minutes left to go. Turner making another small mistake. That's going to cost him even a little bit more time.
The Iceman Mason Fuller just chilling out there, not making any unnecessary mistakes or chances. He doesn't want to see what happened. We saw, unfortunate for Aiden Horn, as he had a breakage and an epic battle between him and B-Rose. They entertained us for about 10-15 minutes, but unfortunately Aiden Horn having a mishap, and he will have a DNF. Yes, it was a great battle. Unfortunately, I was hoping it would go right down to the end. We got 1 minute 28 seconds left to go in this race. Brandon Rose out to a commanding lead over his third place counterpart, Kyle Turner. Little bump up in fourth, Wiggins in fifth, but they don't have much time. If Brandon Rose clicking off a 36.7, Mason Fuller clicking off a 36.7 just now as well. The Iceman on point and looking great. Doesn't have to push no issues, doesn't want to break his car, doesn't want to run out of fuel, none of that. Just come home, no flame outs. Not for B-Ruz, just take it easy, B-Ruz. You don't need to be going that close to the chicane. Just take it easy, good buddy. You got 50 seconds left to go. Very good from 13th, bumping up from the previous main. That 15 minutes definitely helping him out. Now he gets to go do some work on his car, refresh that diff. Probably needs a lot of work after 45 minutes of racing. And here we go, up and down, over the triple, up and up the Dragon's back. Doesn't need to, 26 seconds for Brandon Rose here. Mason Fuller and Brandon Rose looking to take this bump up spots and go into the A-main, barring any imminent failures or detrimental failures to their cars. They will bump up and look to race again in the A-main. I'm pretty sure. As we see, B-Ruz doing it for Texas, coming from the 13th spot. There's Little Bump and Kyle Turner. I mean, B-Ruz, if he made a mistake, they could get by, but there is Little Bump. Little Bump is looking to come third. And here is Kyle Turner, but third is not enough as we see B-Ruz securing his position into the A-main. Well done, B-Ruz. Well done, Mason Fuller. Good run from Little Bump as well and Kyle Turner. Unfortunately, their Truggy day stops today. Oh, man, there we see Lucas down there getting some footage. There we have Iceman Mason Fuller coming in victorious, starting on pole, getting that win. B-Rose starting completely last, getting the bump up. Great race we saw there between Aiden Horn and B-Rose. Unfortunately for Horn, having a break, and that ended his day. Shout out to all our chat out there. I hope you guys enjoyed that race. I'm getting messages from Greg Degani saying I'm talking too fast. I need to take a breath, but I can't help it. When I see good racing like that, I get excited. Get excited. JB, I don't know. I haven't seen you. Yeah, here we have the results. Mason Fuller from Brandon Rose, Little Bump, Fly Long Wing, Kyle Turner, Jared Riggins, Lee Setzer, Adam Drake, Cole Caston, Caden Fuller, Aiden Horn is your top 10. Aiden having a heartbreaker there, breaking with a few minutes left to go. And yeah, unfortunate for Aiden Horn. We got robbed of a really great race there near the end. But well done to B Rose from 13th to 1st. Next up is the 1/8 even. So thank you everybody for tuning in. We greatly appreciate it. That was a great B-main. That's just a little taste of what we have coming later on today. Lots of great racing. All right, so we got to interview the Iceman Mason Fuller early on in the event, and here is that interview with him.
All right, so we're here with Mason Fuller, a.k.a. Iceman, who I made the mistake of calling his brother just now. But, hey, man, great performance at Silver State. Completely different track here. Any changes you're making from, obviously, you got to make a lot of change from Silver State.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 40-degree, 100 or 50-degree temperature difference. So definitely going up on the oils. I mean, we got, like, unlimited grip here, no grip at Silver State. So completely different track, yeah, for sure.
What's your favorite part of the track?
I don't know. The left side, it all, like, flows together really well. It's one of my favorite tracks, actually, I've ever been to, so.
What are you finding the most difficult part of this track?
The triple double, I think, in the center is like really hard to, because there's like a 180 right after the triple, so it's kind of hard to hit the tight lines.
Thoughts on the pit lane and exit?
You definitely want to be at the end of pit lane, because I mean, you make a 180 right after it, which is something different. We'll see how it is in the races. I don't know.
Okay. So you was in the B-main at Silver State. You had a bump up. You come from dead last on a track that was very rough, very hard, difficult to finish third. What type of, obviously in Buggy, everybody's got to race in. We got to do semis and stuff like that. How do you prepare yourself mentally for starting in the B-main, starting last, and then coming up to third like you did at Silver State?
I mean, in qualifying in Silver State, I just had so many wrecks. So, yeah, I mean, you got the semi, you just really can't wreck, and you should be up at the top if you're not wrecking.
Well, good luck to you and your brother, and we look forward to seeing what you do.
Thank you.
Sweet.
What an awesome race we just had with Mason Fuller. He kind of ran away with it. Did have I was told he was pitted early. I didn't see it on the camera. But B, Rose, and Aiden Horn put on quite a show for us there. Mason Fuller probably shouldn't have been in the B, but he had some troubles in qualifying. So well done to Mason Fuller, well done to B Rose. And as we get ready for the start of the 1/8 even, we have Tyler Fencer, Gonzalo Cortez, Clayton Saxon, Dylan Nelson, Tavian Cross, Bryce Beaver, Jimmy Fishback, Bootcamp, McCoy Stardy, Ryan Moore, Brendan Bartlett, Peyton Heiser. As we see Fencer getting out to a good start. Fencer's been pretty fast all weekend. So he's getting out to a very good start, to be honest. This is a 15-minute main. We are taking 3 bump ups from this. As we see Fencer, let's see as they come by. Fencer out there driving that AE car. It's Fencer from Cortez, from Ingram, from Sexton. Bryce Beaver up to 4th. From 7th to 4th. Tavian Cross up in 5th. They will be taking the top 3 out of this. They will bump up to the 1 quarterfinal. For those of you tuning in, this is the IFMAR style racing, as we see Fencer out there in that blue and white AE, and that is Gonzalo Cortez in that yellow and looks to be blue car. And there is the battle for the bump up spot. Let's see who this is. And as he lets them go by, I believe that is Cody Ingram. Yep, Cody Ingram and Bryce Beaver having a battle right now. I believe that's Cody Ingram in that purplish car, and then that's Bryce Beaver in that yellow and blue car right behind him. And Gonzalo Cortez is about to have some company right behind him, but we see Fencer out there to a great commanding lead. Let's see if he can hold up. We saw Fencer showing some speed as Gonzalez gets a little wide around there. That's going to allow Cody Ingram to just get in there. Remember, top 3 going up. So these guys kind of want to put the issue. Bryce Beaver is the one that's going to want to be pushing and bump up to the 1 quarterfinal. As we see Gonzalo Cortez getting a little bit squirrely as he comes across the line. Cody Ingram by from 39.5 to Cortez's 39.7. Bryce Beaver doing on a 39.9 as well. But Tyler Fence out there on a 38 flat. So he's looking pretty good out there. Fencer showing great pace yesterday. He'll be looking to continue his race day as well on board with Cortez. If anybody knows what type of car Cortez runs, let me know, please. It'd be great to know where he's from. Thank you all for joining in today. We are live here at the 2023 1/8 scale Raw Fuel Offroad Nationals at the Silver Dollar RC Raceway here in Chico, California. An absolutely beautiful day here in Chico. We've seen some great racing already. We're about to have a bunch of great racing for later on today. Remember, we have the semis coming up, which are going to be 30 minutes long, and they're taking the top 5 from each semi, and then the next 2 fastest racers. TQ automatically is already in the final. We see some people in the chat, in the Facebook chat, cheering on Cody Ingram. Yep, everybody hit that like button, hit that share button. We got some great racing coming up. We want to get this out in the algorithm so people can get a little bit of RC racing. People just don't know what we do. As we are on board with car number 3 of Cody Ingram. He's in that transfer spot. Looks like Bryce Beaver's kind of fell down the line there and not in challenge no more. That's by Gonzalo Cortez, who had a mistake. So now Cortez just needs to calm down. As we see Bryce Beaver getting by, making those mistakes. Cortez was in second, in a comfortable bump position, and now lost that. Now he's going to have to fight back as we see Bryce Beaver coming by, driving that Associated car. Cody Ingram, not sure. I think he arrives Associated or HB. Not sure. I believe he's from Tennessee. But Tyler Fencer out there just cruising. He got out to a very good start, probably the best start we've seen from Poe. It is 9:56 here in Chico. Not sure what time the mains are going to go off, and I do got a break. I will find out for everybody. Sorry. But Bryce Beaver just fending off, but that is allowing Dylan Nelson to make up some time. He's looking to get up into that 3rd position. As you see Dylan Nelson coming by. What's up, Garrett? How are you? Thank you for joining in. And Gonzalo going from bad to worse. That's just going to ruin his day right there. He was in second, had a great lead, and then made that mistake. Or was that Nelson? Not sure. But Dylan Nelson now up to 3rd. So that was Gonzalo. And that is Bryce Beaver in 2nd. Cody Ingram dropping down. Might have had a pit lap. It looks like he came in. Maybe not. Or just a long lap there. We got Jose Alvarado cheering on Beaver. What's up, Jose? ¿Cómo estás? Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us. We got Jamie Wilson cheering on Jimmy Fishback the 4th. He is down in 10th. Yeah, we're having a little bit of technical issue on my side here. I cannot. No, I just cut off the sound because I'm trying to get my screen finished here. I can only follow the scoring. So, got 1 second. All right, so just fixing my screen. We have Tyler Fenster out front, Dylan Nelson up to second, Bryce Beaver back in third. Bryce and Dylan having a great battle here. As we get my screen fixed here, I'm just going off scoring. Tyler having a great run off her. Dylan Nelson right behind in that battle. 8 minutes left to go here as Tyler looking to bump up into that one quarterfinal. Dylan Nelson having a long lap, 39.7. Bryce Beaver right behind him. He is about 3.1 seconds behind him. Tavian Cross in fourth. Remember, the top three will bump up. Thank you all guys for tuning in. We greatly appreciate your support. I did not watch the F1 race today. I was here. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. Tyler Fenster looks like he just coming in. He's on a Sunday day drive out there. He looks like he wants to lead this from start to finish. Great start from him from pole. Dylan Nelson coming up from that fifth position. There we go. And actually, that is Dylan Nelson right there, I believe. So Dylan Nelson coming into the pits. As we look at him coming out of that pit lane, trying not to let it cut out. I bet somebody will let me know if that's Dylan Nelson or not. I could not see. And we are back racing here. Tyler Fenster looks like he's coming in for pit. We have 6 minutes, 41 seconds. Dylan Nelson in that second position, followed by Tavian Cross now moving up. Something happened to Bryce Beaver. He dropped way back. He had a long lap. 1 minute, 2 seconds, probably flamed out. Tavian Cross now in that bump up position. As you see, Tyler Fenster looks like Dylan Nelson. That was him coming in for fuel. Tavian Cross on a fuel lap as well. Tyler Fenson, Dylan Nelson, Tavian Cross, Cody Ingram, Ryan Moore, your top five. That looks like that. I think you are right. That might be Brendan Bartlett. Trying to get back here after losing my screen for a second, guys. Top three cars bumping out to the finals. Okay, Beaver flamed in pits. I figured something happened. As we go down through the Chico chicane, we are on tap with Dylan Nelson right now. And right behind him, Tavion Cross. Well, not right behind him, but Dylan Nelson right there in that second position. Looking to stay in that second and bump up to the quarterfinals. I have a feeling that the quarterfinals are going to be absolutely epic. We got two of them. I know those semis are going to be great as Tyler Fenster looking very fast all weekend. Gotta say my obligatory sidewinder shout out to Tyler Fenster because he is their second top driver, as Greg Degani lets me know. And there we are on board with Tyler Fenster looking really good. I mean, I'll be honest, those AE cars have been looking great all weekend. Tyler Fenster just leading this now from the start with 5 minutes left to go. That looks like Brendan Bartlett right behind him, but that is not for position. Tyler making a mistake. I think that was Dylan Nelson that might have got by him. No, that's Jimmy Fishback. Sorry. That's Jimmy Fishback right there. That's his colors. Very similar. But there's Fencer just casing it just a little bit. He just needs to calm down. He's got quite a big lead on these guys. Let's see when he comes by. That was a very long lap for him, 42 seconds. He just needs he's in some lap traffic. This lap traffic needs to let their leader by. As Dylan Nelson still in second. Tavion Cross in third. Cody Ingram in fourth. Dylan Nelson about 11 seconds back. So Fenster out to a great lead there, just cruising. He doesn't need to do anything crazy. Don't land on any nails. Don't land on any pipes. We saw Aiden Horn land on a pipe just before in the Truggy final and the B-main of Truggy and break his car with an epic race with B-Rose. Thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to hit that share button. We have a lot of racing coming up here at the 2023 Raw 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals at the Silver Dollar RC Raceway here in Chico, California. Absolutely beautiful day here today. Supposed to be the hottest day of the week here, hottest day of the race. So last time we had a hot day like this, we saw a lot of DQs and tanks. As we go up and over, right now we are following, I believe, Brendan Bartlett of the One Army car. He is scored down in 7th. And that's Jimmy Fishback right there. So it looks like that's Fishback, Bartlett, Fishback, and Bootcamp. And behind them, I think it's Tyler Fenster, who's actually trying to get around these guys as he's in first. Yep. Oh, come on, Tyler. Keep it off there. That is actually that's been catching a lot of people that corner is very sharp. You know what I'm going to say? I am a believer in concrete corner curbs. Makes for much better racing. Thank you all for letting me know what happened to Beaver. Cannot keep up with everything here. Didn't have the feed up. But Tyler Fenster in first, out there in cruise control. We are on board with Tyler. He's got 2 minutes, 41 seconds left to go. Leading this from this very start. Probably one of the best starts I've seen all day. He got out there like a rocket ship. Got around that 180. You see where first starts. He probably, I did see somebody in first absolutely mess up and flip over as soon as they gassed it. So just because you start on pole doesn't mean you're going to get him. You're going to start first. But you can make a mistake. And there we see Fenster going up and over the techno step up, keeping it smooth. Probably waiting for this traffic to make a mistake so he can navigate by. He doesn't want to push the issue. He has quite a lead over second place Dylan Nelson. Dylan Nelson making a trip out from SoCal to race this with his father. I think he's running HB now, maybe. Not sure what he's running. Maybe somebody in the chat will let me know. Thank you, Classic Muscle Garage. We went out and got some interviews for you guys. I think we have a few more. So we've been playing them throughout the day. But right now we have Fenster from Nelson, from Cross, from Moore, from Ingram. Bryce Weaver getting back up to that 6th place. But really, they need to get up to that 3rd place, which now Tavian Cross has occupied. He has about a 5.5 second lead. Oh no, see, that's unnecessary. Don't know what happened. That was a dead car. That's Jimmy Fishback. Oh no, that was a head-on collision. We saw parts flying. Not sure if that was a front wing. Oh my god. Oh no, yep, that's a nose cone of a buggy flying. So Jimmy Fishback flaming out on that short stretch, and somebody hitting him full tilt. And there we are on board with Fencer. He's got 57 seconds left to go. He is just chilling. He's going to bump up to the quarters. He's probably going to be pumped. He was very fast yesterday in qualifying, setting some good times. And, yeah, just not enough to get up into those quarterfinals, those semifinals, but looking to use this 15 minutes of experience to get into the quarterfinals. And who knows, we saw B. Rose come back from 13th on truck to come second. Thank you, Jose. Nelson is HB now. I'm actually not out doing interviews, Kyle. So we did those interviews back in the day, a few days ago. I'm actually in the booth. No, there wasn't a wheel. It was a nose cone, nose piece. Fenster looking to bring it home. He's going to get one more lap. Will he get caught at the line? Nope, he's got one more lap. So Fenster he got caught at the line. He is good. It's going to be Fenster from Nelson, from Cross. These are your proverbial bump ups. 3 will bump up into the next final, which will be the 1/4 final even. For those of you new to the IFMAR style of racing, they are done in ladder mains. Dylan Nelson put in a good race, coming from 5th to 2nd. Driving that HB car, Tavian Cross. Somebody's going to let me know in the group what type of car he drives and where he's from. There he is. Okay, that's Tavian. I saw him. I think it's Associated. Saw him, I believe, him and a couple other guys. And Fenster, that guy running out of gas just now. Not sure who that is, but running out of gas right there. It actually is Tavian Cross. So running out of gas just before the actual line. But there we go. There we see at my good buddy Axel Owen filling up Chris Morales' car. There we have Tyler Fenston first, Dylan Nelson, Tavian Cross, Bryce Beaver, Cody Ingram, Brendan Bartlett, Andrew Bucamp, McCoy Starkey, Peyton Heiser, Ryan Moore, Jimmy Fishback, Gonzalo Cortez, and Clayton Sexton. That is your 1/8 even final main. We are going on to the next 1/8 odd. As we see these RC gladiators getting ready to do battle out there in the arena. There we see David Olson's father, Olson, the regional rep for S-Works down there in South Carolina, in the Southeast. In this race, we have Doug Laverriere, David Olson, Jeremy Like Day, Richard Saxon, Taylor Wonders, Nick, Wally Builds, Watlet, Mason Templeman, Cole Chura, Jared Cosazera, Chris Morelli, Josh Hollyfield, Jonathan Hernandez, and Lewis Chamberlain are your 3 bump ups from the previous main. Doug Laverriere is a stock national champion, making the trip up here to do some 8-scale racing. All right, so we went out and got an interview with Nicola Moroni, who made the trip over from Italy to talk a little bit about hot race tires.
We're here with Nicola Moroni. Buongiorno, Nicolo, from Hot Race.
Hello, everyone.
Making the trip from Italy. You've been super busy. You've been traveling everywhere. It's good to see you at the Nats.
Thank you. Yeah, from beginning of year is my 4th time here in US, just to support my drivers, my team, and customers. So yeah, it's busy, but I like what to do. I like my job, so it's nice.
Yeah, you had an impressive win at Silver State with Barufalo, an impressive win with Canas at IBC here recently. So Hot Race is on a pretty good win streak. What type of compounds, tires are you looking at for this track and probably for the rest of this weekend?
Okay, yeah, we had 2 big races, 2 big wins with the Marco and Juan Carlos, and in 2 totally opposite conditions, because one was very hot and very high grip, and the other one was low grip and indoor, so totally different condition, but in both we had good tires in both conditions. Today we're using medium compounds. We don't know yet about patterns because we have different drivers that are testing different patterns, but about the compound, at the moment we're using medium compound, but tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday will be even hotter. So I think that we are going to test also hard compound. And we don't make hard compound here in US because we have production also here in US, but we don't make hard compound. So I had to bring from Italy because in Europe we normally use hard compound and medium compound.
Okay. Well, good stuff. What do you think about the track? Very different from what you see in Europe, but we have the high traction and the heat. But what are your thoughts on the track?
For me, this is the best track that I ever seen here in US by 5-6 years, and it's just some kind of normal track for me. It's not like, for example, super bumpy or the water every 3 rounds and something like that. And this is just race. This is the track, just race here, and that's it. And I like the surface. I like the layout. And in Europe we use more fast layout. But I like this kind of layout, and I think that should be a great final.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for the interview, and it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
And good luck.
Thank you.
All right, great chat with Nicola. Very passionate about RC. Getting to know him over the years. Thank you for all the support, Nicola. As we see the start of this 1/8 odd, there is Doug Laverriere in that red and white car. They receive Doug getting a little bit wrong, and I think that's Jeremy Leitke who just bumped up. You'll see when we come by in that red car. Not sure who that red car is. Maybe we'll see. But Doug Laverriere. I'm told not to roll the R, but I can't do it. That's actually Richard Saxon, the king, up to second. Doug Laverriere, Richard Saxon, David Olson, Cole Chura, 14-year-old, making it down from BC. Wally Builds, Nick Watlet, Mason Templeman, another fast stock racer, making the trip here. As we see the king in that all-red car, not got his traditional gray, blue, and yellow, but all red, running that factory one-can paint job. And behind him is David Olson, the young man from South Carolina, making his Nationals debut here. A regional rep for S-Works. Very nice young man. Gave the king a little bit of a bump to get around there. But the king is right behind him. King has many, many years of experience, considered to be one of the best ever to touch the sticks. You talk about the king to a lot of different guys. All they speak about him is with respect. But there we have Doug Laverriere out front in that associated car. Doug, a 10-scale driver, coming up here racing some 8-scale with us here. Good to see Doug doing some more 8-scale. Remember, the top 3 will bump up to the next final. This is a 15-minute final. Doug keeping it smooth over the techno step up. Olsen chasing him down. Got a little bit more experience in 8-scale, I would say, than Doug. Doug, a great stock driver. Probably looking to make that bump up to mod here soon. And we are on board. All of the Southeast is cheering on David Olson. I know Derek's in her, Kyle Hermans is in her. And they are cheering on their fellow South Carolina Southeast racer. Would be great to see him bump up. I know he'll be well pumped, chuffed about that as we see him just going over that double. The king right behind him. These three have broken away from the rest of the pack. Cole Chura, the 14-year-old, making the trip down from British Columbia. Got to know him and his father a few years ago. Oh, and we have David Olson David Olson actually got across Doug Laverriere. So David Olson to the front of the pack. He's showing some pace. The king right behind him. Cole Chura coming up right behind him. So we have a race on our hands, everybody. There we have the race for first, second, third, and right behind them, fourth, is Cole Chura with that associated car. 14-year-olds from British Columbia making the trip down here to row. And David Olson goes a little wide, and that's going to allow Doug by. Doug in that red and white car, associated car, and there you see the pink and white car of Olson, and that all-red car of the yellow wheels is Richard Saxton. Up here racing with these young guys. He's probably old enough to be their father. Richard the King Saxton here pitting for Spencer Rifkin, long-time team associated mechanic. But there you see Doug Laverriere going a little bit wide over into the Talladega Bowl as they've done it down the backstretch and up around the 180 to the Wall of Faith, keeping it tight over the big double. And there is a good lap for Doug. The King just hanging back. He knows that he just needs to finish third. If he wants to bump up, there we see Cole Chura. That's in fourth. He's going to want to push the issue to get up and chase down the King. But it looks like it's Doug out front in that white and red associated, followed by David Olson. Remember, these guys just want to finish 1, 2, 3. Cole Chura right behind them, but he's got some time to make up. As we see Doug just cruising out there and David just slowly catching him down. As we see King kind of just out there, probably testing some stuff, I would say, for Doug making a mistake. That's going to allow David by. Doug going very wide and flipping over. I'm pretty sure the King is testing some stuff for Rivkin. As we see Jay Smoker, the ridiculous one, coming in here and cheering on the King. We got a few people cheering on the King. Gavin Vocina is cheering on Dave. Not sure who Dave is. David Olson, sorry. Short for Dave. And there's David Olson going up the wall. There's Doug Laverriere right behind him. Richard the King Saxton. And there's young Cole Chura. Must be very nerve-wracking for Cole Chura. Probably read about Richard Saxton throughout his years. He's only 14 years old. He's driving associated. And he's going to have to go up and chase him down and try to get in front of the veteran. You even heard Steve Mathis and those guys from Pulp MX talking about King, about Richard Saxton, how good he was in motocross and in mini bikes and all that stuff. So King, well known throughout the motocross industry as well as the RC industry, was a master gas truck driver back in the day. Then became a master 1/8 driver as well. We talked to drivers like Mark Pavitas and Greg DeGunny. They tell you how good the King was and how hard he was to beat at one point. And I agree. Everybody hit that thumbs up. And let's get this going viral. As we are on board with Doug Laverriere. I believe he is of Canadian descent. Canada's favorite stock racer. I could be wrong. But it does have a very French-Canadian name. French-Canadian song. That is actually Richard Saxton. He shakes a lot when he races. His controller shakes. What's up, Frankie Contreras? Senior? Is it senior or junior? How are you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see you guys out here. I know you had a prior wedding or something to attend over on the East Coast. But unfortunately that we don't see FCJ here. Would have been great to see young Frankie Contreras up here. I think he would have excelled pretty good here at this track. But thank you for joining in. What's up? The real Mike Hill. So you're tuned in from Charlotte, North Carolina. My good friend, Mike Hill. Say hello to Heather, Daisy, Rocky, and Lancer Batcat. Radio was shaking. That is the King. He shakes immensely up there on this stand. It is, it's really crazy to see. Yeah, I think Doug is from Cali, but I'm pretty sure he's of Canadian descent. That's what they tell me. I could be wrong. I'm probably getting it wrong. I probably should ask him, not take it for granted. But right now, oh, looks like Cole Chura got in front of Richard Saxon. He's in that bump up position. Cole Chura in that pink and purple car. There's the king in that red car. There's the king shaking away. I do not know how he controls that car like that. Him, Patrick Rossiter, and a few other drivers, they are shaky. Larry, yes. Is that LW4 that I'm talking to? Let LW4 go to the Nats next year. He had a great PMB. We want to see him at the Nats. If this is LW4 up there at oh man, trackside, Scotty's little track. I believe it's called trackside. We see something going on with Wally's cars. We see his mechanics looking at it. That looks like it's gonna be a done day for Wally. Unfortunately, Cole Chura, his dad on the pit duties, coming in for fuel. But David Olsen out there to a lead. Got Doug Laverriere behind him. They are now in those 1 and 2 spots. There we see the king, Richard Saxton. In that all-red car with yellow wheels. No factory job for the king this weekend. Oh, what's up, Larry? LW4. Got to meet him at PMB when I was announcing with Scotty. Nice, very nice young man, family that race. Got to know him. He was super pumped about his victory that he got at the PNB. Come down to the Wicked Weekend, Larry. It's summer. You'll have the time off. As we see Cole Chura, the 14-year-old, trying to make his name against the veteran in the associated car. That's just, and Cole Chura just makes that slight mistake, and that's going to allow Richard Saxton to go by. And I believe that's Jeremy Liedtke, who is from Canada. And Saxton making a mistake, getting a lucky bounce right there. Yep, that is another Canadian. We have 2 Canadians battling it out right there. We have Jeremy Liedtke. He is from Alberta, Canada, or Edmonton. And there we see Cole Chura from BC. So we have Alberta versus BC right here. And then, of course, we have the king, Richard Saxton, the king. Yeah, pit lane is very hard. Hello, Alex. How are you? Great. Good. Congratulations on your victory down there, I believe, in Paraguay yesterday. Good job, good buddy. Yeah, Jerry says, I'll deal with your mom, LW4. Yes, let's get LW4 to the Nats next year. Let's go. That's right, Ripfire. Hit that like button as we got a great race here as we see Kyle Chura getting by the king. Doug Laverriere out in front. With David Olsen right behind him with a 39.5, about 4 seconds back. Cole Chura trying to fend off Richard Saxton and get that bump up. They got 5 minutes left to go. There's Jeremy Liedtke. He's another Canadian trying to chase down Saxton and chase down his fellow Canadian out there in front as we are on cam 2, looking great over there as they go up over through the double, up or down the wall ride. There we see the king. There we see Liedtke. That is Canada, America, Canada right there. BC versus California versus Alberta. We got the whole trackside hobbies here. Race trackside crew here. What's up to everybody? And there we see Cole Chura coming on in that white pink car. There we go. It's Chura, 14 years old, versus the veteran. And Saxon just lets him by. I guess Saxon is just out there testing, not worried about bumping up, I would say, as he lets these 2 guys by to battle out. So we have British Columbia versus Alberta right here. That is British Columbia. Cole Chura just making a slight mistake over there, getting out of rhythm. Liedtke is on the move. I think that's how we say his name. But this is for the final transfer spot. So Cole will want to defend off this. He has 3 minutes and 51 seconds. Doug Laverriere and David Olsen are out there in front on their own time, looking to do well. They just need to keep it smooth, not make any mistakes. And Dave will come here in 1 and 2. Liedtke charging down on Cole Chura as they go down the Talladega backstretch up and around. And they go up over the double, jumping into the wall, keeping it tight around that pipe. Liedtke going kind of wide, losing some time right there. What's up, Kyle Go? Man, glad to see you doing some 1/8 scale racing. I would love to be at the Worlds in September. I'm trying to make it there. One of the races I want to go to. Geeking out on 10 scale right now. As we see Cole Chora just losing a bit of momentum. That's all right. Looks like Like had a mistake somewhere, giving him a little bit of breathing room. I believe that's David Olsen right in front of her, that pink car. Pink car going up to the wall now. Let's see. Yep, I believe that's Olsen. That's Holyfield. He's not in contention. Oh, no. So I just heard from our race announcer that Lickgate has flamed out. So Cole Chura just needs to take it easy and bring it home. And he'll bump up. And he can't do it like that. He's flipping over. Richard Saxon right behind him. As we see David Olsen going by. And Doug Laverdiere out front. They're pretty good. They just want to keep calm and don't make any mistakes. And we see Cole Chura come by. Richard Saxon right behind him. Cole, 14 years old, from British Columbia, here with his dad. Jerry says, wrist Saxon needs a wrist base. Probably, man. Here we go, up and down. And Cole Chura going up around the wall, right? With 2 minutes left to go, he's in that final bump spot. He'll be happy and well chuffed to bump up here to the 1/4 final. So, Cole Chura, the associated driver, 14 years old, from British Columbia. Him and his father making the trip down here. Has been racing for quite some time. I believe they met him when he was about 11 at the RSCGP at Thunder Alley back in 2019. Doug Laverdiere, I got the chance to meet him at Masters of Dirt last year. Very fast stock racer. David also known him for many, many, many years, from when he was a young man, 13, 14 years old, racing 8 scale. Started out just electric. We finally kept punching and kept, telling that Nitro is the glory, and he got in it a little bit later, and he's definitely excelling. He is the regional rep for S-Works down there in the southeast. Very nice young man, him and his father here, making the trip up from either, I believe they're from Charleston or Moncks Corner down there in South Carolina. Shout out to all of our southeast people that are watching and support me on the No Name RC podcast. Thank you to Live RC for having me out here. It's been a great 3 days of chatting RC with you guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed the coverage. The Live RC guys are working hard to bring you the best coverage possible. And thank you to these companies for their support. They are MAINS Hobbies, Techno RC, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for bringing you this live stream. Please hit that like button. Please hit that share button, as we have 35 seconds left. As you see Chura just there. And I believe that that is not for position. That looks like Mason Templeman. Yeah, that's Mason right there. It's Cole Chura, sorry, in third. Taylor Wonders in fourth, but he's about 6 seconds back. So Cole just got to keep it calm. Don't get too excited. Don't make any mistakes. And he can come home and he gets to race another main here at the 2023 1/8 scale Raw Offroad Fuel Nationals. What's up, Bubba? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hopefully see you in August. Thank you guys for the support. Doug Laverdiere bumping up to the next race along with David Olsen, Cole Chura. So far, let's see Cole Chura, the young man from British Columbia, bumping up to the 1/4 final odd. What a great run from Cole Chura. I'm sure he's going to be pumped about that. Good job to David Olsen. All of South Carolina is celebrating now his bump up. Great drive from Olsen. As we see, Deanna, she must have been pitting for, I'm not sure who she was pitting for. But next up, we see there Doug Laverdiere in first, David Olsen, Cole Chura, Taylor Wonders, Richard Saxton, Chris Morelli, Josh Holyfield, Jonathan Hernandez, Jeremy Lakegay, Mason Templeman, Lewis Chamberlain, Jarrett Cotto-Sazera. Poor Wally not having a good day, retiring early. Nick, his racing done, I believe, for the week. Good to see Wally here as well. All right, so we went out and got an interview with Jared Tebo. This is his last, 23rd and last Nationals, and he's coming up in the next race. Let's get over to that interview with Jared Tebo.
All right, we're with Jared Tebo. Your last Nationals, dude.
Yeah, last Nationals, did my first Nats 23 years ago, so yeah, yep.
That's pretty impressive. 2023, it's your 23rd Nats. I know the big question is, do we think we're going to see some sort of Brett Favre or Tom Brady comeback next year?
No.
No. No. That's a flat no. Enjoying life.
100% no. Yeah, I'm trying to enjoy these last races. I've been a little too stressed out this year, and so, yeah, Megan's like, just go there, just have fun. Like, you know, I don't have anything to prove. I have nothing to gain, nothing to lose, so I'm just going to try to have fun driving my car, which, you know, I haven't really done at the races this year, and I think, you know, if I'm doing kind of like farewell tour and I want to see friends that I might not see that much anymore, I need to be having a little bit more fun. So yeah, I'm trying to have fun. I love the track. Track's really cool, so looking to have a good weekend. I'm obviously going to try my best. I'm still competitive, you know, but my life's not going to change if I win or finish 30th.
Yeah, I mean, you won this race back in 2017 at State Line. Completely different track, completely blown out.
I got second 23 years ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
No way. Your first snatch, you got second.
Yeah.
Where was that?
At my father-in-law's track.
At the same track?
Hill.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's pretty good for your first nationals. Thunder Tiger, right?
Yeah, Thunder Tiger. That was actually my first ever 8-scale race.
That's pretty impressive. It's funny, I was just talking to Chad Bradley. He told me a story about the 2000 Worlds when you was a young kid and you got in the bump spot and the B-main to get up and then you broke and you was crying. You know, you was young and he said, don't worry, kid, you're going to have plenty of chances like this. Who would have thought, like 23 years later, you'll still be doing this?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was heartbreak. And the Worlds in Vegas, broke a servo on the last lap. Going to transfer. That was a bummer. But, yeah, no, that's cool that he shared that.
Well, it's good. I know you're going out into entrepreneurship. You got JTP going. Obviously, you're running for Mayako, hot race now, so lots of big changes this year. JTP obviously taking up a lot of your time. So, I mean, we wish you all the luck in that. Obviously, we want to see you still in RC. And, man, it's like your second, you know, the second part of it, of your career.
Yeah, I think so. You know, this year's just been tough, just a lot of unknowns. I feel like I'm, you know, figuring out a little bit more what I want to be doing. JTP's doing really, really well. I never thought that would actually be an opportunity to do JTP full time, but it's doing really, really well, and I enjoy that side. I enjoy the business side.
It's huge.
But it's tough. It's a full-time job at itself, and racing is beyond a full-time job at itself if you want to do it correctly. So, you know, I'm not practicing as much as I need to be competitive how I, you know, would want to be. So, you know, it's tough. It's frustrating. I get up there and, like, I'm just rusty driving, and so it's frustrating a little bit, you know, just trying to have, like, really consistent good laps is difficult. But I'm going to try my best, and cars feel good. Like, I like the track a lot, so I think it should be a good race. Silver State was really tough for me. Just mentally, it was just tough. I had really high expectations going in, probably too high, and I didn't even come close to meeting them. So then it was a big low, and I was just like, man, I'm done. Like, I wasn't even planning to come to the Nats after Silver State. I was pretty over it. But I'm happy that I'm here, and, you know, I want to see my friends and you know, have a little bit, enjoy this moment. You know, I don't want to just, like, stop and retire kind of on, like, a, you know, on a low. Yeah, exactly. I want to enjoy it. I've had a good career, and I've met so many cool people. I've gone to cool tracks and done a lot of good stuff, and, you know, RC is just weird. Like, the highs are so high and they're so short-lived, and, you know, when you get kind of, like, addicted to that, it's just a roller coaster mentally. So I'm trying to just have a little bit more fun.
I don't know, man. That sounds like he might have you on retirement there because you're going to miss those highs. But we look forward to
No.
We look forward to seeing what you do. You're looking pretty comfortable out there. You're looking very relaxed, and it looks like you are enjoying yourself. And I hope you do, man.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, good luck to you.
All right, what a great chat with Jared Tebo. I've got to know him over the years. He's been a regular on the podcast. I know how he feels. He was very bummed after that Silver State performance, but he's looking very good here this weekend. He took a TQ of truck in round 2 during qualifying, and I think that just boosted his confidence. It led to having great performances in Buggy as well. So he's in the semis. I think he had a top 3 in Buggy in Q3, if I'm not mistaken. But he's starting 4th here on the grid. Really good to see Tebo here. He's done so much for our racing community. He's got many accolades. On a really race, he's won the Neo Buggy 6 times, which is a very hard race to win. He's a multiple-time world champion, multiple-time national champion. And it's really good to see him making strides to continue to be involved in the industry after his racing is done. We see too many of these top drivers who may have won world championships or have been really fast back in the day. When it comes to the time for their racing career to be done, they kind of fade into an oblivion. And we hate to see that because these guys have so much knowledge. They've contributed so much to the sport, to the hobby, that we kind of want to keep them in somehow. So good luck to Jared Tebo and his future endeavors. Good luck to him in the Truggy B-main. He's starting 4th. He's looking very good. So we like to see him go out on his last nationals on a high. Maybe a top 3 if he wins. That'd be great. But a top 5, top 3, I think would be great for him. He's been very impressive all week. So very good. 17-time national champion, our statistician says. What up, Buggy Brent? How you doing? Dylan Hartson's cheering on Teba as well. Nitro's life. This looks epic. Wish I was here. Bubba High. Saw a guy from Ecuador on here earlier. Puyo, Ecuador. I've been there before. So I worked in Ecuador, not too far from Puyo, for about 6 months. So great to see that. But it is Truggy B-main up next. We have some more interviews we're going to play for you, I believe. We talked to another man that Jared Tebo has raced over and over and over throughout the years, and who is probably one of the favorites going into this here, just making a switch over to Techno here this year from Mugen. He's been running J Concepts for quite a long time. Of course, we're talking about the Mayfield, Ryan Mayfield, who's here. He's always, another man that you can never count out. We had a great chat with him earlier on, and we're going to cue that up for you guys to watch here in a second. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Hope everything's good there as we go over to this interview with Ryan Mayfield.
All right, we're here with Techno RC, Ryan Mayfield. Dakota fan said at Silver State, you're his toughest competition. For the last 2 years, it's been you and him, first and second. Do you consider him to be your toughest competition coming into this race?
Yeah, he's always fast. Spencer Rifkin's going really fast. I mean, so is Jared Wiggins, Seth Van Dalen. I mean, everybody, there's a lot of guys going quick, especially on this track. Like, it's a little different than what we're normally, accustomed to racing on. So everybody's kind of getting, accustomed to it, making some changes. And it seems like a lot of guys are going fast. But, yeah, normally, for sure, I've been racing Dakota for the last couple of years for a lot of these wins. So, yeah, we're pretty used to racing each other at this point. And but, yeah, he's always fast. I try to be fast. Like I said, Spencer, a lot of these guys are going good. So, should be a good weekend.
All right. So, speaking of the track, one of the more challenging parts of the track for you, what do you like about it? And the pit lane, it seems to be a big talking point this weekend.
Yeah, the pit lane's definitely pretty difficult, but same for everybody. You just got to pick your way through it and get out of it, and hopefully keep your motor running at the same time. And but yeah, I think the center section of the track, that real, that right-hand, turning triple, getting that timed right, and then the next tabletop, like all that stuff's really crucial to your lap. You got to just be super precise, very patient with your throttle inputs for all that stuff. The rest of the track's, not overly difficult, but it's just, you got to be very, very precise out there. Kind of reminds me a lot of Spain, so, but yeah, so far so good. We're making a lot of adjustments to the cars. We didn't come to the warm-up. I didn't come to the warm-up, so came here with some stuff I tested at home, and it was a pretty decent starting point, but making some changes, and yeah, hopefully this next round of Buggy got a little more pace.
What are you looking to get out of your Buggy in the next round?
Well, it had pretty decent pace that time, but it was driving a little square, like on power. I wanted to straighten up. Didn't want to rotate really well on power, so making some diff adjustments, a little clutch adjustment, and maybe some rear toe adjustments. But I did basically a lot of the same things with the truck and made a huge improvement with the truck. So I got at least a little bit of a, comparison there that all the stuff I'm going to do to the Buggy should be pretty good. So, but yeah, nothing crazy, just normal stuff that I've been changing recently. Like I said, testing at home. So yeah, it should be a little better.
All right, good stuff and good luck to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, that's Ryan Mayfield.
All right, great chat with Ryan Mayfield there. I'm sure he's getting pumped and ready for the Visions race that's coming up in 2 weeks' time. But right now, he's going to focus on this upcoming race. We're going to We're going to let you go so you guys can hear the driver intros as they get introed in for the Truggy A final.
One-Up Racing, PT Oils, Tekin, True Form, Avid, Racecraft, True Source. Special thanks to my dad for everything he does from Houston, Texas, Brandon Rose. Qualifying in the 12th spot, driving a hot body, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by HB Racing, Reds, J Concepts, Nitro Pro, Trinity, One Army, Bipolar Designs, Absolute Hobbies, Zippy Drain. Thanks to my dad, Chad Phillips, and Cody Ingram for the pit help. From Iowa, Mason Fuller. Qualifying in the 11th spot, driving an S-Works, J Concept Tires, sponsored by S-Works, J Concepts, AMKS Servos, The Drake Racing, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Fataba, Tekin, VP Fuels, Serious Designs, Boom Graphics, and Magic Hobbies. Special thanks to my whole S-Works team, to Cody and Mason for the pit help, and to my family and friends and wife for the help and support. From New Philadelphia, Ohio, Joe Bornhorst. Qualifying in the 10th spot, driving an RC8 Raw Speed Tires, sponsored by WRC, Hobby Wing, Raw Speed, Savox, Sun Padao, Elasi Tune, One Up, TNR, Stick It One, and Dark Side Designs. From Huntington Beach, California, Ryan Cavalieri. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving a Kyosho, a.k.a. Tires, sponsored by Kyosho, Alpha Plus, Fataba, a.k.a. Tires, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Tekin, Boom Graphics, VP Racing Fuels, Pre-Tailed Paint, Lutz RC. Special thanks to Will Walker. From Ohio, Ryan Lutz. Qualifying in the 8th spot, sponsored by HB Racing, Ultimate Racing Engines, TZO Tires, MKS Servos, Absolute Hobbies, VP Racing Fuels, J&T Bearings, True Source, True Form, Fataba, Bipolar Designs, Racecraft, Assault RC, Model Links, One Army, Prevail Paints, Detail TV, Wolf Den RC, and Ogio. Big thanks to Cody Thompson for the mechanic help all week, and the A-Main crew for a sick track. From Georgia, Cole Ogden. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving an S-Works Hot Race Tires, sponsored by S-Works, Hot Race, Ultimate, Beach RC, Nitro Lux, True Form, True Source, J&T, Fataba, Racecraft, Pro RC Shop, 2C Concepts, RC1, RC Project, Live RC, SCRC, a Body Mountain RC. Huge thanks to my dad and Brent Densford for everything they do on my program, as well as everyone who got me here today. From Piera, Arizona, Camden Lime. Qualifying in the 6th spot, driving an X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Hobby Wing, FX Engines, Hot Race Tires, MKS, A-Main Hobbies, ProTech, VP Fuels, Hudie, Avid, Stick It One, Easy Customs, 110% Racing. Thanks to my X-Ray team for the great weekend. I'd like to thank all my sponsors for their amazing products and awesome support. Thanks to my family for all the years of love, help, and support they have given me. Most importantly, I would like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ because without him, I would not be where I'm at today. From Canada, Ty Tessman. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving a Techno, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by Techno RC, J Concepts, Hobby Wing, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, VP Racing Fuels, Stick It One, Drake Inn, MR2, and Hobby Action. Special thanks to Mike Truey for the pit help, Matt Walter for all the whole Tekin team for all the support, Jason Rona, Paul Wynn, and the J Concepts crews. From Chandler, Arizona, Ryan Mayfield. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving a Miyako, Sponsored by Miyako, JTP, Hot Race, Nitro Pro, Tekin, Ultimate Racing, Beach RC, Invisible Speed, KO Propo, T-Works, Boom Graphics, TD Paint, VRP, and Raceline Raceway. Special thanks to all my friends and fans, Scotty Brewer, my dad, my family, and my good Lord Jesus Christ. From Missouri, Jared Tebo. Qualifying in the third, driving an Associated, J Concepts Tires. Sponsored by Team Associated, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, A-Main, ProTech, Reds Racing, Fataba, Savox, VP, Stick It, Hobby Action, Makita, Kicker, and Live RC. I want to thank my dad, my pit crew, for everything, whoever helped me get where I am today. From Surprise, Arizona, Spencer Rivkin. Qualifying in the second spot, driving a Techno, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by Techno, J Concepts, Beach RC, Ultimate Racing, Send It RC, Hobby Wing, VP Fuels, S&S, FTR Raceway, King Kong Hobbies, and Empire Insurance. Special thanks to the Techno team for the great times in the pits. From Minnesota, Seth Van Dellen. And your TQ in the Truggy class. Driving a TRL, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by TRL, J Concepts, Ultimate, Spectrum, Trinity, Pro Performance RC, Nitrolux, Beach RC, Horizon Hobbies, Bradley Fine Designs, Stick It One Racing, DRC. Special thanks to Barry Baker, Mike Sontag, Thomas Dunford, the whole JT crew, and my wife and everyone back home for the support. Your TQ in the Truggy class, Dakota Fans. Still waiting on a couple turn marshals, guys, from that last race. Let's get them filled up. Go ahead and set them down, guys. Truggy A-main warm-up has started.
Alrighty then, are you guys ready for 45 minutes of truck action? Or, as I would like to say to my good buddy and fellow Truggener, soon to be Bruggener, Charlie Mack, Buggy. We'd like to say thank you to these sponsors for their support. They are A-Main Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for bringing you this live stream. Thank you to the live RC guys working hard to bring you the best coverage possible. Everybody get out there and share this. We only got 455 people watching. We should have a lot more. Shout out to everybody in the chat out there. Very good to see you guys. I know you guys are supporting your drivers. It's going to be a great race here. Thank you, Steve. Good to see you. And very good to be here. I'm already starting to get the jitters here. I'm starting to, I noticed that too. Luckily, I'm glad I'm not the only one that bubbles names. I was bubbling. I was calling Brandon Rose Brandon Horn, B Horn. I heard that, the TRL guy. But it's all good, man. Sometimes it just happens, when you're trying to talk and you're nervous and people are listening to you, it happens. Even myself, I get super nervous at times. But thank you guys for the support. We are ready for some racing. I was told that the 60-minute Buggy final will be going off at 3:45 Pacific time. So don't go anywhere. That's about 6:45 East Coast time, 11:45 over there in the UK. Probably, very early in the morning over in Australia. Okay, as they warm up, we're going to give some thanks to our sponsors. then, let's get ready. We got 45 minutes of exciting Nitro Truggy action to go here. Who will be your 2023 Raw 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals Truggy champion? I don't know. The TLR is looking pretty good, looking pretty solid. Seth Van Dalen's looking good. Spencer Rifkin might have something to say about that. Jared Tebo taking a TQ in Q2. Can he get a big win on his last 23rd and final Raw Nationals? Not sure, but we will know in 45 minutes time. Thank you to everybody for joining us here. We are super excited. I just had another coffee. I don't know if I needed a coffee, but I am ready to call this race. And whoo, I am excited. Ooh, nothing gets my adrenaline going by what about a good race. Now I think we're about to have a great race here. So super excited about that, and looking forward to this. Thank you guys for joining us in the chat all week. We greatly appreciate that support. I am super pumped. As you can tell, I just absolutely love this stuff. I geek out on it. And then I'm probably going to go home and talk about this for about 3 or 4 hours. We are super pumped to be here. Thank you guys for joining in. Thank you to our sponsors. They are MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for bringing you this live coverage. Thank you to the Live RC crew for all their hard work. To Roar as well. This is the most prestigious race in the USA. Will we see TLR go back to back? Will we see this? Whoever wins this goes into the buggy race on a high note as we see mechanics getting up there, getting their cars ready. We see Mike Sontag. He must be pitting. Oh, he's choosing to pit there. Okay. We see Seth, Sean Van Dalen getting ready for Seth. Seth actually dealing with a clavicle injury here. Okay, I was wondering why Sontag was over there. But we are excited. We see Mr. President Clayton Young taking charge of his first Raw 1/8 scale Nationals. He's been a busy man. He's been turn marshalling. He's been all around. Let's go, guys. Get that sharing going. Let's get this out there. Get it out in the algorithm. This is 45 minutes of Truggy action. Who is going to take the win at the end of 45 minutes? I don't know. You guys write who you think is going to win there. We got people cheering for Jared Tebo. We got people cheering for TLR. Let's see. Van Dalen, let's go. We have after 45 minutes, we will know. As we see Mike Sontag, Sean Van Dalen getting ready. Woo! Are you guys ready for 45 minutes of Truggy action? I know this guy is. There we see Mike Trury putting on Ryan Mayfield as they go down and quiet. Dakota fan looking to get off to a very good start. He does. There you have Seth Van Dalen right behind. It looks like Spencer Rifkin behind them. So good start for these guys. Let's see. It looks like Van Dalen makes a mistake. That's going to allow Rifkin through. There we see Tebo right behind Van Dalen and Mayfield right behind there. So Seth Van Dalen just losing out on that second place with a slight little bubble. As we see Dakota fan, Rifkin from Tebo, from Van Dalen. Van Dalen getting back up there. There we are. We are on board. We just see that pink and that orange and blue TLR who's been fired. He threw down the fastest lap of the weekend in his practice session, 35.7. There we see Van Dalen right behind behind Rifkin, and Tebo right behind them. Tebo doesn't want to let this pack get away. Rifkin doesn't want Dakota fan to pull away. So we have a great little battle going here with 2 laps done, 43 minutes and 58 seconds left to go. As we see Rifkin come by, I'm pretty sure these guys are on harder compound tires to make it through this vein. So you're going to see laps not as fast as usual. Probably going to save their tires as tire attrition has been a thing here. So as we see them coming back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right behind each other. And that is Camden Line, who's been super impressive all week in Truggy. Young man from Arizona, just graduated, looking to make RC his full-time job. As we see Dakota fan skying it over there, going over the Dragon's back. Spencer Rifkin matching him pace for pace. And there we have Seth freaking Van Dalen right behind him. Jared Tebo back there. You can see just the blue front end of Jared Tebo. He just clipped that pipe, allows Mayfield to go by. Oh boy, remember this is a very long race. Tire conservation will be key. We heard these guys talk about that, the importance of having some pin left to get out there in that dust. As we see those guys go by, it is Rifkin, Van Dalen, Mayfield, Tebo, TLR's, Dakota fan just pulling out the slight little gap. Maybe Rifkin's going out on a slightly harder tire. Maybe doesn't have that traction that he wants. Maybe conserving his tire. This is a long race ahead of us. As we see Dakota Fenn coming by, throwing down a 36.4. I mean, that's slow for Dakota Fenn right now because he threw down a 35.7 in practice. But we see Dakota Fenn going on the Talladega backstretch, keeping it tight around that pipe, going up around this 180, over through the slight little divots, whipping it around that wall ride as he attacks this big double, scrubbing that speed and just keeping it low and fast. As you see Mayfield there in that Techno truck, followed by Jared Tebo, representing Mayako by running that HP truck this weekend, looking very fast. Not letting these guys get ahead of him, and I believe that is Camden Line behind him, followed by Ryan Lutz. And Tyrone Tessman says he likes his new name, not a problem. I said to channel his inner Tyrone. You can never count out the Canadian. He's won this race multiple times. The last person to go back-to-back in Buggy, 2014, 2015. As we see, Rivkin just gaining a little bit on Fenn, but not as much as we see Mayfield and Tebo just pacing each other. These two have done this over and over and over the last 23 years, raced each other. How cool would it be to see these guys race to the end and Jared go out on a very good high in his last Truggy National. As we see Tebo coming by through the Chico chicane, keeping it smooth. They're not letting Rivkin get out of their sights, and we see Camden. No, that is actually, looks like Ryan Lutz has got up into that 5th position. Followed by Camden Line, Ty Tessman, Seth Van Dalen, unfortunately dropping back down to the 8th. Ryan Cavallari in 9th. Joe Bornos in 10th. Fenn makes a mistake, and that is going to allow Spencer Rivkin to get by. Rivkin has been very fast. We're going to see this epic AE versus TLR rivalry. Are we going to see it? Flare its head. These two companies have been battling each other for 35, 40 years in the racing scene. As we now see Spencer Rivkin, who's been feeling very confident with his equipment, said his cars are working good, his tires are good, he's confident, says he doesn't have to TQ anything. He did TQ around, but he is looking very racy right now as it's Rivkin, Fenn, Mayfield, Tebo just losing some pace there. I think we see Ryan Lutz just behind there. Don't know what happened to Tebo. Must have made a mistake as we see Ty Tessman get caught up in a mistake with Camden Line back there as we see Fenn come by. Fenn just threw down a 36.3. Spencer Rivkin throwing on a 36.4. Mayfield a 36.7. Tebo on a 37 flat. Ryan Lutz 37.6. So there we are. Dakota Fenn, now the hunter, chasing down Spencer Rivkin. Spencer Rivkin now in that unfamiliar position that he doesn't want to be in. What do you guys prefer to be? Do you prefer to be the hunter or the hunted? But Spencer now going to have to drive defensive. But that bodes well for Tebo and Mayfield as these two guys try to defend each other. And Mayfield just waiting for them to make a mistake so he can capitalize. We've seen Mayfield start from 4th and 5th and win, but looks like he had a mistake as he drops down. Mayfield having a long lap of 38.6. Pretty long as him and Tebo are back together. Tebo and Mayfield fighting for that 3rd position as we see the battle for first here. Spencer Rivkin out front, going up that wall ride. Defensive driving all the way, keeping it tight around those lines, not making any mistake. Timing is key here. Ooh, that was a tight line by Rivkin as he goes up the techno step up. Gets it done perfectly there, keeping it tight around there, carrying that momentum. Fenn looking, poking, hoping that he could get in there. Spencer going a little bit wide, keeping it tight as they come through the Chico chicane. That was a 36.7 to a 36.6 for Dakota Fenn. And Ryan Mayfield flying for 36.3. Tebo for 36.4. Those guys just hanging back, waiting for these guys to make a mistake as we see Mayfield and Tebo right there behind them, battling it out for 3rd. We have a poll going on in our chat. Check it out. Fill in that poll. Let us know what you think as we are on board with front runner Spencer Rivkin and that team associated running Reds engines with J Concepts tires against the Phenom and that TLR truck, Ultimate Engine and J Concepts tires. AE versus TLR. This rivalry has been going on for many, many years, probably longer than Rivkin's been alive, or for Dakota Fenn for that matter. As we see Ryan Lutz back there, getting a little bit wide there. Ty Tessman there as well. Seth Van Dalen making that climb up to 7. Camden Line dropping on. Oh! And we see Dakota Fenn just casing that jump, just losing momentum, allowing Spencer to just pull out a few feet ahead of him. That's what you got to take advantage of. We see Ryan Mayfield slowly but surely gathering up some speed, coming up behind him. Don't ever, ever, ever count out the Mayfield. As we see, oh, and he gets a little kick up. That jump's probably going to cause some problems later on today, as we see it just bucking Rivkin up in the air as they go down the Talladega backstretch. Rivkin keeping it tight on that pipe, not giving any space for Fenn to make any pass. Fenn just hanging back as well. These guys probably also going into tire conservation mode because they aren't getting down to those low 36s that we saw. We'll probably see those later on. Tebo just losing a little bit of time. And there we have it. Rivkin goes wide, and that allows Fenn through. Fenn just waiting for that opportunity to come in, as we see Rivkin coming in for fuel. There we go. Great fuel stop. Tebo also coming in for fuel. Boom, there we go. Tebo having a little bit of a slower pit, but Rivkin getting out, no problem, coming out right in front of Tyrone Tessman in that X-ray. And there we see Mayfield chasing down TLR. Will we see Fenn go a little bit longer? We have 36 minutes and 48 seconds left to go. 8 minutes and 15 seconds down. There we see Ty Tessman in that X-ray, followed by Seth Van Dalen. There's Spencer Rivkin. By the time the pit cycles around, he will be back in second. As Seth Van Dalen, who started in second, was looking very good. Dakota Fenn got Mayfield behind him, but Dakota Fenn got some cleaner in front of him. Nobody really pressuring him. He could go out and click off some fast laps. Got to come in for fuel at some point here soon, I would say. We see Seth Van Dalen coming on. Sean Van Dalen doing the pit duties. These guys got to make sure they clear out their engines before they get down. We've seen this pit lane cause many problems today and yesterday. There is Ty Tessman in that X-ray. One of these drivers running the low-profile heads, got that clear Lexan wing. He's all about center of gravity, as we see Dakota Fenn, we see Mike Sontag doing a great pit. Let's see what that pit outlap is. We saw Fenn and Mayfield come in. There's Tessman coming in now for fuel. That's going to allow. There's Tebo. There's Tessman coming out. There's Fenn. Let's see how it all shakes out when they come across the line. Tessman there, looking very good, looking calm and collective. He did take a TQ round of Buggy. Round 3 of Buggy. His X-ray was looking very solid out there. One of the few drivers running that Lexan wing. That X-ray has been running for quite some time. People may not think it worked, but it's all about weight savings. It's 30 plus grams lighter than a regular wing. As we see Dakota Fenn still out in front. What a great pit lap, 44.7. Oh man, these guys are in trouble if Fenn's going to be doing stuff like this. He's already pulling out to a nice little lead. He's got a, I don't know what's going to happen here. We see Ty Tessman marking down in 6. We got Fenn from Mayfield, from Rivkin, from Tebo, from Lutz, from Tessman. That's your top 6. Seth Van Dalen running out 7. Ryan Cavallari just out there in 7th, 8th position. Just waiting for a mistake as well. We are on board with Ty Tessman as he's looking to chase down these leaders, as we see Dakota Fenn coming by and clipping off a 36.5. Ryan Mayfield having a slightly slower pit lap. He just clicked out of 36.8. Spencer Rivkin the 36.9. Maybe they're going into some sort of tire conservation mode at 10 minutes and 38 seconds down. Mason Fuller looks to be out, as well as B. Rose didn't start. Not sure what's happened to Mason. He did win the B-main, but now not showing that he's clicking off any lap. So unfortunate for Mason Fuller. All that hard work to make it up from the B-main. He drove a great B-main, and now his race looks to be done right now. But you know whose race isn't done? Dakota Fenn. As we are on board with Dakota Fenn, that is Ryan Mayfield and Spencer Rivkin behind him. They have to push. There we see Mason just pulling over. Ryan Lutz going by. Good job, Mason. He knows he's out of this race. He's not going to get in the way of others. There's Mayfield. There's Rivkin. And there is Tebo, not letting these guys get out of his sight. Tebo looking very racy in that Truggy. We see Mayfield starting to put in some laps. Rivkin starting to push the issue. They're not letting Fenn get out of the way. They cannot let Fenn get too much of a lead. We've seen this happen before where Fenn gets a lead. He gets one on Mayfield and they just walk away with it. Not sure what happened to Mason. We cannot follow him. We are following the leaders. So Mason might have had a flame out or something, but he's being scored down in 12th where he started. But right now we are on board with Ryan Mayfield and Spencer Rivkin. You can see that iconic paint job of Jared Tebo in his 23rd and final Roar Nationals. What a glorious career that man has had. Still a young man at 35 years old. looking to spend some time with his family, looking to capitalize on any mistake that these guys make because he has found some pace. We have JC. So right now we have JC Hot Race. Tebo making that switch over to the Hot Race tires. Nicola Moroni here from Italy supporting his drivers as we see this battle for second place. And that's just allowing Dakota Fenn to have some clear track and click off some good laps. As we see Fenn just making a mistake there as well, going off the track. That's going to cost him some time. And we see Mayfield capitalizing on that. Mayfield looking to get Techno a 1/8 scale Truggy national win, but also looking to get that big enchilada of the Nitro Buggy win. Fenn just making uncharacteristic mistakes out there by himself. He needs to just calm down and don't worry about it. He's thrown down a 37-1. Mayfield that time a 36-6. Spencer Rifkin a 36-8. Jared Tebo a 37-3. Ryan Lutz as well out there in 5th. Ty Tessman in 6th. And Fenn makes a mistake, and that allows Ryan Mayfield to get up there as we see Jared Tebo and Spencer Rifkin having a battle for 3rd. And now we see Ryan Mayfield. He smells the blood. Great White chasing down his prey. As we see Dakota Fenn making these uncharacteristic mistakes, and that is allowing Spencer Rifkin and Tebo to catch up as well. We are going to have a full-way battle for first here. Fenn just having some issues right here. Had another issue going over. Ryan Mayfield looking unflappable. Now he's got Spencer Rifkin right behind him. It's TLR, Techno, AE, and HB/Mayako, JC, Hot Race. As Fenn goes by for 36-8. Mayfield a slower lap of 36-1. Spencer for 36-5. Jared Tebo a 37-3. These guys are looking to catch up. You see Fenn just driving defensively, shutting that door, shutting that inside line down from Mayfield. These two, how many times have we seen these two race each other this year? The last 2.5 years, it's either been Mayfield or Fenn who has won. The only person to really disrupt that victory has been Tessman and Buggy. But these two have been battling each other out in Buggy for 2.5 years. And Fenn just gets it a little squirrely, gets it a little wrong. There's hard tires and probably a little bit skatey. Thinking about the future racer when they get down to that 15-minute left, having some tread tire left. But right now, we still have a race for first as we see Rifkin gaining up, Tebo just a little bit behind. And Mayfield is hounding his JC teammate Dakota Fenn. Here we have Dakota Fenn, 26 years old, also a veteran of this circuit, been racing since he was 8 years old. Ryan Mayfield coming into his own and later on in his career. We will see how long a RC driver can be competitive with Ryan Mayfield. He's 36 years old, and he is looking extra racy here, not forcing the issue with Fenn, just waiting for him to make a little bit of a mistake and capitalize on that. That is the sign of a true racecraft champion. He doesn't have to get past him yet. He has 30 minutes to go. As we are on board with Dakota Fenn out there in front with that TLR with yellow wheels, and Ryan Mayfield just there lurking, stalking, waiting for him to make a mistake. And right behind them there looks to be Cole Ogden, who is marked on in 9. So a non-factor is that they come up with some lap traffic. That is Mason Fuller. Not sure what's going on with Mason Fuller. Had something go wrong. But it looks like Dakota Fenn and Mayfield have pulled away from Rifkin and Tebo. I believe they probably might have come in for fuel. I didn't see it off camera. So here we have our poll result to take this national win in Truggy. We have 51% with Dakota Fenn, 19% say Spencer Rifkin, 17% with Ryan Mayfield, and only 10% with Jared Tebo. There we see Joe Bornos just getting on the way. Good job, Big Joe, letting these guys race ahead. They're going to have to come in for fuel here soon, as we believe that Tebo and Rifkin are on a shorter pit stop strategy. Mayfield and Fenn matching each other for pit. Mayfield just hanging on to the back of Fenn, waiting, applying that pressure. His years of experience in racecraft. He's got Mike Truey former 2008, almost won the Worlds in 2008 in Charlotte as his pit. We've also seen Ryan Mayfield be able to adjust his pit strategy to match others. We saw this 2021 at the LCRC race for the 2021 Raw Nationals. He adjusted his pit strategy to win that race and win his second Raw title. He would love to get another Raw title under his belt. That was in Buggy. As we see Mayfield just not letting the Fen get away from him. Got a little bit wide, a little bit squirrely there, but no harm, no foul. As we expect these guys to come in for fuel shortly. And here they come. Here they come in for fuel. Fend and Mayfield, we see battle. Oh, Mike Sontag is on fire. Great pit stop by Mike Truggy as well. Ooh, that's a lot of pressure. I don't want to be that guy filling those guys up. But Fend just getting out there, getting out in that dust. There we see Jared Tebo right behind. Jared Tebo now in third. Spencer Rifkin having a long lap. And the big mover is Ty Tessman back up to fourth. As you see him come in for fuel with Gord and Leanne doing that fuel stop. How many times have they done that for Tessman? As we see Ryan Mayfield and Dakota Fenn still battling it out. Tebo not too far behind. He's just creeping up behind, probably on the harder compound as well. As we see Rifkin and Ty battling it out for fourth and fifth behind them. Ooh, we see there Dakota Fenn just getting a little wing high, getting a little whip action. We see Jared Tebo just doing what he's got to do, getting up there, racing his lines, picking his lines great as they go down through the Talladega Bowl. Dakota Fenn just putting out an edge on Mayfield, looking a little bit faster through that bowl section. Get in this section. This is where we've seen Dakota make some mistakes. We see that Ryan Mayfield is just a tad bit faster than him right there. And in this section, we saw Fenn make mistakes earlier. They have 25 minutes left to go, 19 minutes and 6 seconds left in this race. In our chat, we have people cheering on Lutz. We have people cheering on Fenn, Mayfield. There we see Rivkin just out of sight there. Fenn seems to be a lot faster than Mayfield right on this section of her, and this is where Mayfield seems to make up some time on Fenn. These guys still have a long time to go. Tire consumption, tire wear is the big thing for them. They don't want to wear out their tires prior to with too much time left on the clock, because once you get out of that line, it is like a holiday on ice. Ryan Lutz is in fifth. He's taking the challenge to Spencer Rifkin. He's involved in a battle with Rifkin right now. Tebo kind of just out there on his own, looking to clock down some laps and catch up. Ryan Mayfield doesn't want Mayfield to get too far in front of him. There we see Ryan Lutz just coming around. He's embroiled in a battle with Spencer Rifkin. Rifkin was in second right now. Now he's caught up in that battle with Ryan Lutz, as we see Dakota Fenn, who's got Joe Bornhorst in between him and Mayfield, as he goes up over the Dragon's back and coming up again on Cole Ogden. Cole Ogden is actually a lap or two down, so we'll be looking to let him by. There's Mayfield coming into the picture. Cole Ogden making that error. Tebo not too far behind Mayfield. There we see Tebo right there. Joe Bornhorst, Mayfield right there in front of him. Cole Ogden getting back. Good job, Joe, letting Tebo by, as Tebo's trying to chase down Mayfield. Mayfield's trying to chase down Fenn. Right now, it looks like Fenn's got a little comfortable lead. He's got the flow. Maybe his tires are coming in with 20 minutes and 50 seconds down. 24 minutes left in this 45-minute Nitro Truggy final. Who will be a 2023 Roar Offroad 1/8 scale Truggy champion here at the beautiful Silver Dollar RC Raceway in Chico, California. Thank you to MAINS Hobbies for all their support. Absolute Hobbies, Techno RC, Beach RC, Tekin RC, and Team Associated for bringing you this great stream, as we see Lutz and Rifkin battling it out for fourth and fifth. Lutz will be looking to get up there and get up to a top 3 position in that Kyosho car, doing it for the Red Army. And Kyosho's #1 fan, Mike Sorchi, as we are on board with Ryan Mayfield in that blue, pink, and purple, white Techno truck. Truck's looking solid. We have seen Mayfield do this over and over again. Now he's edging up and getting closer to Fenn. Maybe Fenn had a little bit of an error somewhere along the way. We didn't see it, but Mayfield looking solid. There's Tebo right behind him. Tebo looking solid as well. That's Cole Ogden behind him, but that's not for position. Tebo saying, all right, UJ Concepts guys, I'm going to catch you up and show you what Hot Race can do. Tebo in his 23rd and final Nationals would love to get a win. A top 3 here would be great for him as well. But Tebo still got that competitive nature, looking to do well. How many times have we seen Tebo and Ryan Mayfield battle over the years, as we see Fenn just getting a little bit of time in front of, stretching out his lead in front of Mayfield, and we see Tebo just coming in the picture there. This is going to bode well for Fenn if Tebo and Mayfield start racing each other, because then Fenn can pull away, as Mayfield will be defending off the charge from Tebo. Tebo not having a great Silver State in the B-mains of both truck and buggy. Very bummed out about it. Wasn't coming into the Nationals, but he's been having fun all weekend, enjoying his 23rd and farewell tour here, as we see Dakota Fenn just bouncing it off there. Mayfield clearing it. Tebo right behind him. We got a race on our way here. If Tebo is clocking off some, oh my gosh, Tebo just did a 36 flat compared to a 36.1 by Dakota Fenn, and 36.3. Tebo is getting faster lap by lap. He has the flow in that baby blue, white, and black paint job. How cool would it be to see Tebo do well here? Maybe he got a win, maybe he got a top 3. We will find out in 21 minutes and 38 seconds. Tebo looking really good out there, looking really solid, rocking that white antenna tube. Let's see when he comes by. 36.8. So he's kind of matching on. We see Dakota Fenn just throwing on a 36.2. Also, Dakota Fenn throwing down a 35.9. Also, Tebo, another driver, dropping down with the fastest lap of a 35.8. So Tebo has got the flow. He is moving on up like the Jeffersons. Tebo starting to get excited here. He can see the rear end of Mayfield. Once he gets back past Mayfield, he will set his sights on Dakota Fenn. He's not making any mistakes, hitting his lines, but Fenn has stretched out quite a serious lead on Mayfield now. As we see Mayfield coming around that 180, Fenn going down the Talladega stretch, and it looks like Tebo coming in for fuel just now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fuel stop for Tebo. Mayfield and Fenn going a little bit longer than Tebo. Spencer Rivkin still in 4th, embroiled in a vicious battle with Ryan Lutz in that Kyosho, dropping down to 5th as he's got to come in for fuel as well. Seth Van Dalen moving up to 6th, Ty Tessman to 5th, and Ryan Lutz in 4th, as we see Tebo out there good on fuel. He's going to clock some fast laps so he doesn't let Dakota Fenn or Mayfield get too far in front of him, but Dakota Fenn looking good right now too, not making any mistakes as we saw earlier on. Mayfield just letting him get out of touch of him right there as he's coming up to lap his Techno teammate in Seth Van Dalen. There we are looking at Mayfield just coming down. He's going to have to come in for fuel soon. He's going long as well as Dakota Fenn. Up and over Dakota Fenn, still stretching on a lead, gets by Seth Van Dalen. That is not for position. Seth Van Dalen being marked down in 7th.
Across the line. Tebo with a 36.6, 10 seconds behind your leader. That is within striking distance when the next pit stops happen.
Oh, I just got word from our producers that Rivkin has walked off the stand. Rivkin is out. Unfortunate for Rivkin. He has been fast all weekend. Spencer Rivkin's Truggy Nationals is done. Unfortunate for him. I know he was looking very racy. So no more Spencer Rivkin. It's all Dakota Fenn, Ryan Mayfield, Ryan Lutz, and Ty Tessman, your top 5. And the big mover, WRC driver Ryan Cavallari.
About 10 seconds behind Tebo. Then you got 3 seconds back to Ty Tessman. 6 seconds back to Ryan Cavallari. Seth Van Dalen 10, 2 seconds behind Cal. Then you got Cole Ogden and Bill Bornhart battling out for 8th and 9th.
I do not know what happened. I just know that he's walked off the driver stand. I don't have anybody out there to give me the information. So sorry about that. But there we have Cavallari, Dakota Fenn getting by, lapping. That is now lapping 6th position. I don't know, man. Dakota Fenn has got. Why is Seth Van Dalen going up there? Oh no, it's going for bad for us to Seth Van Dalen.
7 minutes down and
There we are. Dakota Fan, Ryan Mayfield, Jared Tebo, Ryan Lutz. Ryan Lutz looks like he's coming in for, nope, not for fuel. Ty Tessman in 5th. Ryan Cavallari in 6th. Receive Fenn coming in. That's a great shot. That's a great shot. There's Ryan Mayfield. Great pit by Sontag. Sontag has been doing great pits all year for Fenn. Super fast. Another great pit for Truggy and Mayfield as well. But now we're going to see with 17 minutes, 38 seconds left to go. We're going to have to see these guys start pushing. Do they have the tires left? We see Tebo right behind Mayfield right there. Tebo looking pretty good out there, pretty solid, not making any mistakes. He just clicked off a 37 flat. He has the fastest lap so far of the day of this race of a 35.8. You are correct, Garrett. Cavallari is driving the AE truck. Here we see Tebo drifting around that 180. He sees Mayfield in his sights. He knows he has to catch him up and get by him if he has any chance of chasing down Fenn. Those guys are going longer in the pits than Tebo, not taking any chances. What's up, Savage Joe? How you doing, good buddy? Saw you racing some 5th scale this past weekend. Those cars look humongous next to you. There we have Dakota Fan clipping off some fast laps of a 36.5. He's just out there cruising right now. There you see Mayfield not too far behind, but any mistake by Fenn, and Mayfield will be there to capitalize. But Fenn seems to have got his mistakes over and done with earlier on in the race. Mayfield trying to get by that that purple and pink car of Camden Lime. There we see Tebo. This is the battle we have right now for 3rd. Who was that? That was Lime. Nope, that was Seth Van Dalen. Seth Van Dalen just having he was very solid at the beginning, started in 2nd, but then just not having the best races here as he's in between Mayfield and Tebo. There we have Tebo just whipping it around there. Got to get around Seth Van Dalen's. Are both on the same pit strategy, and right now Dakota Fan just out there. He is out there getting through this traffic, having cleaner. There we see Dakota Fan. He comes by. That was a 36 flat. Let's see what the lead is when they come by. So he has a 5.5 second lead over Mayfield. Tebo and Mayfield are now up just under 2 seconds apart. So that's while Mayfield and Tebo battling out her. Fenn is just walking away with it. He has cleaner. Not out of sight. Not that we can't say that they can't catch him up. They have 14 minutes, 55 seconds left. Any mistake by Fenn, and Mayfield will be able to capitalize on it. We got guys cheering on Tebo. I think Tebo will be happy with a top 3 or top 2. But here we are on board with Ryan Mayfield. There's Dakota Fan. They get through Seth Van Dalen. Now Tebo is going to put the hammer down and try to chase down his longtime adversary in Ryan Mayfield. These guys have been racing each other for 20 years, 23 years, as we see Tebo putting the afterburners on as he's going to apply the pressure to Mayfield. Mayfield still just not going as fast as Dakota Fan. Now he's going to have to drive defensively to ward off the challenge from Jared Tebo as they come across the line there, and it's a 37.2 for Mayfield, a 36.1. And Mayfield makes a mistake. Mayfield makes a mistake. That's going to allow Jared Tebo by. Jared Tebo is actually one of the fastest trucks on the track, looking very good out there. Now he's going to set his sights on Dakota Fan, who we will see just now going over the Techno tabletop. As he now has clear air, he can put. Oh, and just as I say that, Tebo hits a nail there. Luckily, he doesn't break anything. That could have been very hard and very unfortunate for Tebo. One of those Truggy tires snapping on that, Truggy arms snapping on that nail. But Tebo just needs to shake that off and try to chase down Dakota Fan. But Dakota Fan, as you see him just gumming out of the Talladega Bowl and going up that wall ride, he has a big mountain to climb.
into the big double. Jared Tebo in second. Mayfield right behind him in third. Coming over that table and into the big triple. Tebo still leading that second spot. Mayfield trying to reel them back in. Tebo coming in for a pit.
Tebo in for fuel. There we see Scotty Brewer helping out his dad, Bruce. Good fuel stop for them, clearing out the engine. We've seen this pit lane cause people to flame out because it's very slow. Tebo coming in for fuel. He's on a shorter pit stop strategy than Mayfield and Fenn. They are on the exact same pit stop strategy. Now he's going to put the hammer down and try to make up some time and catch up Mayfield and catch up to Fenn. What he needs is Fenn to make some mistakes, and then he can close that gap. But Fenn is looking like he's in the groove. He's not making any mistakes. He got those out of the way earlier as he comes up on the backside of 4th place, which is Ryan Lutz. That's pretty impressive. He's on the way to lap 4th. Dakota Fenn, the Phenom, just in the groove, looking to go. I believe he won Truggy last year back-to-back as well. So maybe the all-thinking brain on the interwebs can let me know. They're in the chat. But yes, there we are on board with Ryan Mayfield as he goes up and around, down and around the 180, up over the Techno step up. Looking pretty solid out there. Not clacking off these super fast laps. Mayfield, his fast lap is a 36 flat. So not getting on to that 35-second lap as he gets it up on 2 wheels like Jared Tebo and Dakota Fenn.
Everybody getting spread out right now. Closest battles for 5th and 6th with Cavallari and Van Dellen battling it out. 5th and 6th coming over the big double right now. Van Dellen all over that back wing of Cavallari.
There we are on board with Dakota Fenn with that red #1 plate. I really like that idea of the different colored number plates here that was initiated so you can make it easier to find these cars on the track. Ryan Mayfield just clocked off a 37.8. He's not able to get those fast laps that he needs in order to catch up to Fenn. Jared Tebo turned on a 36.5, still steady. He's waiting for Mayfield and Fenn to get into the pits so they could come out, and we will see this battle to the end. Yes, some great racing here, Buggy Brent. We saw some great racing in the lower mains there as we see Mayfield going through that Chico chicane. But there we are with Dakota Fenn, just out there cruising, not making those mistakes, not pushing it. He had a 38.4 that last time around, so he must have made a mistake somewhere. Well, even those little mistakes are going to add up with 10 minutes left. 34 minutes and 58 seconds down of this 45-minute final. Yeah, Joe Zaire is my boy. He's talking about the RD. Getting Seth Van Dalen's name wrong. Where we are on board, Mayfield coming across just now. That was a 36.7. Tebo just matched that with a 36.6 earlier on. So Tebo's still on the push. He knows that these guys have to come in and get some fuel, and he's going to look to capitalize on that. Ryan Lutz now in 4th. Seth Van Dalen making it up to 5th. Ryan Cavallari in 6th, Ty Tessman 7th, Big Joe Bornhorst in 8th, Cole Ogden 9th, Camden Line 10th, Rivkin, Fuller, and Rose. Rose not starting, unfortunately.
Less than 9 minutes to go. Your leader, Dakota Fenn, out in front.
There we are on board with Ryan Mayfield.
Coming in for a stop.
He should be coming in for fuel shortly,
Double-doubles right now.
I would assume.
Got about 8:30 left to go. Here comes your leader in for what's probably going to be...
There we go. We heard Dakota Fenn is coming in for fuel. We'll see Mayfield come in at the same time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh no! Dakota Fenn flamed in pit lane. Now the race is on because Mayfield comes in as well. This is going to make it a race. And Jared Tebo gets out in front of him. Just like that, everything can change. We saw Dakota Fenn flame out right there. And Jared Tebo is now to the lead. They have 8 minutes left to go. Jared does not have to pit again. I do not believe that Jared has to pit again. Dakota Fenn flaming in pit lane. Tebo out front. Tebo has been the fastest truck so far, not making any mistakes. They got Van Dalen in front of him. There is Ryan Mayfield right there. Van Dalen needs to just move out of the way so Tebo can get by. There is Dakota Fenn. How the fortunes can change as quick as a flame out. Just an ordinary entry to pit stop. Doing an ordinary pit stop causing Dakota Fenn to flame out as we see Jared Tebo going down Talladega, keeping it up tight on those pipes. Going around, up over the double, up over the wall ride. Thank you, Seth, for letting him by. Now Tebo can put the hammer down. Just when we thought that Dakota Fenn was going to run away with this, he flames out in pit lane, and that allows Jared Tebo to take over the lead. We are saying that Jared has to pit again. I agree with you. It's unfortunate, but he needs to push this envelope. Unfortunate for Dakota Fenn that he flamed out in pit lane, but with Jared Tebo having to go in again and pit, it's no harm, no foul. Him and Ryan Mayfield both on the same pit strategy. They are allowed to restart. They just, I don't know what happened with that restart. It took pretty long. But unfortunately, we know that Tebo probably has to come in and pit again unless he wants to stretch it. I don't think he could do that 12 minutes on the tank. We will see. But he has to come in again, but has to push the envelope and get in front of Fenn. But unfortunately, Fenn clicking off some fast laps. Now with that flame out, he'll put the hammer down. But they receive Fenn just behind. Got Seth Van Dalen in between him as Tebo needs to put his head down and just click off fast laps and try to get out and get some space between him and Dakota to come out in pits. He just will need a splash and go, I think. We should see him coming into pit sometime soon here. They receive Big Joe Bornhorst. Get under the way for Dakota Fenn. Dakota Fenn going to put that hammer down. He doesn't have to pit again. Tebo does. Neither does Mayfield. So Tebo got to come in for his pit. There we go. There we go. Fast pit. But still just not going to be enough. He's got 5 minutes and 45 seconds to catch up Mayfield. But it's going to be very hard as he's got a bunch of traffic in front of him. But what a great performance by Tebo so far in his 23rd and final Raw Nationals. But got a lot of traffic behind him. We see Mayfield starting to click off some fast laps there. He has Dakota Fenn in his sights. Mayfield now chasing down Fenn. After that flame out Fenn had in pits, Mayfield getting that extra boost. Probably the adrenaline's going. He says, now we have a race. In between them is Lutz. Lutz is currently scored in 4th. They have 5 minutes left to go in this race. There we see Dakota Fenn. He has got a 3.5 second lead over Mayfield, but they have a gaggle of cars in between them. But Fenn not making any mistakes. His only mistake so far has been that flame out in pits. Do they have the tires left to go 44 more minutes and go fast? This track is not rewarding bald tires. We've seen some of these high traction tracks reward the bald tires, but with this amount of dust on the track, once you get off that line, it's going to make it super hard. That's Ryan Lutz behind him. We see Ryan Mayfield right there. So Tebo trying to chase down. He's got about 3 or 4 cars in between him and Mayfield trying to chase down Fenn. Fenn with 4 minutes and 24 seconds left just has to keep pushing. And he has probably a good chance, or probably the best chance to win this. As we see Fenn, there's Lutz behind him. We just see Mayfield coming into the picture. We see Cole and Seth Van Dalen getting into each other. There's Tebo getting by them. Here comes Fenn. Let's see what he does when he comes by. He's on a 36.6. Mayfield is on a 36.3 fast lap from Mayfield. Tebo at 36.4. So both of those guys faster than Tebo. Than Fenn. Do they have enough time to catch them up? We shall see. Fenn looking solid out there. You can see that that left rear exhaust tire full of muck and gunk as they run 45 minutes. That tire is probably hot from all the exhaust fumes that it's getting on there. As we see Fenn just casing that jump as he goes over, catches himself and goes over the Dragon's Back, coming down across the line through the chicane with 36.7. Mayfield and Tebo having about, there's Mayfield right now. He's starting to click off some fast laps. He had a 36.8. Tebo a 36.5. Right now, he's still the fastest truck on the track, but does he have enough time to catch up Mayfield? Mayfield not making any mistakes here. Fenn not trying to make any mistakes as he goes up through that rhythm section. We did see him make some mistakes there earlier, but Fenn right now just in cruise control as we see Tebo getting by Seth Van Dalen. They're in the background, going up over and coming down the straightaway here through the Chico chicane. Great shot, number 1 plate, Dakota Fenn looking real solid out there. There you see Mayfield coming around the 180. There's Tebo right there. Tebo probably going to have to settle for third here with 2 minutes and 33 seconds left. I don't think he'll be oh, man, that is going to hurt Tebo right there. He's going to lose some time to Mayfield. But he does have a clear track in front of him now to chase down Mayfield. He has been very fast as we see Mayfield there and there as well. We do have, looks like Camden line in between Mayfield and Tebo. But Dakota Fenn just out there cruising, going through the Chico chicane, barring any mistakes or barring any DNFs. But we see Mayfield coming 36.6, 36.6 to Dakota Fenn's 36.7. But only 1 minute and 58 seconds left to go. As we see Mayfield putting the pedal to the metal, trying to catch up Dakota Fenn. Maybe he left it a little too long, little too late. Not able to capitalize on that flame out by Fenn in the pits. He has Fenn in his sights, but they have one car between them. 1 minute and 38 seconds left to go. Let's see when they come across the line what type of lap times Mayfield's on. 36.5 to Dakota Fenn's 37.1. So maybe Dakota Fenn losing his tires, just skating out there, a holiday on ice. Jared Tebow still throwing on that fast lap of a 36.4. He's trying to catch up Mayfield, but maybe just a little bit too late for that as we have 1 minute 15 seconds left to go. Dakota Fenn slowing right down. Oh no. Oh no. Dakota Fenn is having some issues. He is slowing right down. He's losing a lot of drive off these jumps. Oh no. Here we are. Mayfield is going to capitalize on this. Dakota Fenn having some issues, losing all drive. There Jared Tebow there as well. Ryan Mayfield right behind him. Oh no. Unfortunate for Fenn. Unfortunate for Fenn. But he looks like he has no drive as we see Ryan Mayfield go by. He's going to try to get him on the outside. And unfortunate for Dakota Fenn, he makes a mistake. 32 seconds left to go. There we see Tebow. Will he be able to get by Fenn as well? Fenn losing all drive. Unfortunate for Fenn. Not sure what's happened here. We'll find out when we get out our interviews. But Fenn, no, it's not about tires. He's losing power or drive or something. And there we have Ryan Mayfield capitalizing on that mistake by Fenn. It's really weird. It looks like he has some drive but doesn't have drive. There is Jared Tebow trying to get by him. What a great race this will be for Jared Tebow to come second. But right now it's all Mayfield's to lose. Oh, as we see, there we go. Jared Tebow trying to get past Dakota Fenn. Dakota Fenn trying to defend it, but just not possible. He's lost all complete drive. And it looks like Ryan Mayfield will be a 2023 Raw Truggy champion. What a great drive, patient drive by Ryan Mayfield as he goes around. Congratulations to Ryan Mayfield, your 2023 Raw Truggy champion. Jared Tebow in second, Dakota Fenn third, Ryan Lutz fourth, Seth Van Dalen fifth, Ty Tessman sixth, Ryan Cavallari seventh, Cole Ogden eighth, Joe Bornhorst ninth, Camden Lyde 10th, Spencer Rifkin, Mason Fuller, and Brandon Rose not finishing. Great run for Ryan Mayfield. Unfortunate for Dakota Fenn, just losing all drive in his truck in the last few laps of that race and gifting Jared Tebow, gifting Ryan Mayfield a win because Jared was super fast. But a great win for Ryan Mayfield. Congratulations to Ryan Mayfield, Techno RC, and J Concepts for that win. Great run for Jared Tebow as well. I'm sure he'll be super happy with that. I'm going to go find our cameraman and go out and get an interview with these guys. We'll be right back shortly.
Don't forget Potter's Pitch Stop. Open up over there. Forgot to mention it earlier, but those guys have been supporting us all weekend. Make sure you guys go take care of them. If you're looking for something to eat for lunch, make sure you guys go check out Potter's back there behind the driver's stand on the fence line. All kinds of goodies going on. Once again, we got 5 minutes till we do the first practice for the semis. Once again, semi-even. You guys in race number 24. You got a 10-minute practice coming up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll do Dakota first, then you, then Mayfield. Let me know when you're ready, Lucas.
Top 3 team managers to the tech area while we do some testing in there. Once again, top 3 team managers. Make your way, guys, way into tech.
Dakota fan, he TQ'd Truggy. He was leading all the way up until the last couple of laps there, man. Unfortunate for you. Had a flame out in pits. Overcame that. Man, you get 3rd place, but I know you're not happy with that.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I didn't flame out in pits. I actually had him trying to see what was wrong with it. Last like 10 minutes or so, something, I think it was probably the clutch. Something was grinding and just didn't have any power motor. So pretty unfortunate for it to go in with 2 laps left to go, but I don't really know what to say. There's not really much I can do about it, and I guess it is what it is. So everything was working good, and truck was awesome.
Yeah, you still have the 60-minute final to go. How do you mentally overcome something like this to go on and challenge for the you're going to start on pole there as well?
Yep. Yeah, we have a little bit of time. Go ahead and car's ready to go and do some practice and stuff and figure out tires. Like I said, there's nothing I can do about Truggy, so go ahead and definitely pisses me off. So I'm ready to go for Buggy and see what we can make happen.
All right, so we got to see an angry Dakota up here in the 60-minute final. Well, good luck to you. Sorry about that, bad luck for you, and good luck in the Buggy main.
Cool, thank you.
All right, so we need to get Jared Tebo. Can we get Jared Tebo over here? Please, let me get a second. Jared Tebo over there, pumped. Good to see him smiling. Oh man, I got excited for a minute there. I thought when they had that issue with Fend in the pits, I forgot that you had another pit to go, but great drive, man.
Yeah, thanks. That was such an awesome race. You know, the racer wants me to be a little bit bummed because I was so close to winning. You know, I haven't been that close to win a national in a while. But I had a really good main. You know, I had a couple bobbles. One that, you know, maybe took the win away. I was hoping when Dakota, whatever his motor, I was hoping those two would crash into each other, and maybe I would sneak up there. But even if I finished third, I mean that sucks for Dakota that happened at the very end. But that's racing, that stuff happens, and I was really close to be able to go 9, but with the temperature and everything, my goal was to do top 3, and I knew I could do top 3 pitting at 7:30 regardless. I didn't want to have a flame out or something like that, and if I could have gone 9, it would have been a little different, but I'm so happy. That was such a fun main. I drove really well, had good pace, and I enjoyed that. The truck was phenomenal. It was so good, and my tires were so good the whole race. The oils, I went up my diffs today, and I mean, the diffs felt so good from lap 1 till the very end, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, man. We can see you beaming with confidence. Good to see you happy. Your last nationals here, so not a win, but I think it's close enough on the second right there.
Yeah, I don't need to win one. I got 17, so I just want to have a good race, and I drove really well, which is what I wanted to do. I haven't been driving that good this year. I'm not practicing. I drove one time since Silver State, and it shows. It's tough. The top guys are incredible right now, and they're driving a lot, and I'm stoked on that.
All right, well, congratulations and good luck in your semi.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so we're here at the man of the hour. Oh, man, congratulations. Great win. Kind of fell into your lap there. You were steady in second all race. What happened when you saw Dakota fan having that issue?
Yeah, I was just driving my own race. I was about as fast as I could go. I was doing the 9-minute stop, and I knew it was close. So that was I was quarter throttle the whole run. Never hit full throttle once, I don't think. Just making sure I was not not heat saturating my engine. It's hot here, you know what I mean? The track's hot. So I was just trying to take care of my equipment. I wanted to get to the finish line, and wherever I finished, I finished. So that's what I was doing. I was just going at my own pace, and the last pit stop, Dakota came in, and I could hear the motor in the pit. I was like, oh, man. They richen it up, and it sounded better, so I'm like, all right, I just got to battle. Tebo was going super fast. Luckily, he pitted one more time, so I was just focused on maintaining my position. And then, yeah, I heard Dakota's motor coming down the straightaway the last couple laps, and I was like, uh-oh. So my next task was get around him. I knew he was going to try to block, which anybody would, and so I just took my time, picked my way by him, and then just finished the last couple laps. So, yeah, bummer for Dakota. Hate to win that way, but, hey, I'll take it. I was there. I was close enough to capitalize on something going bad for somebody else. So, but testament to all the equipment, Techno, Protec servos. My RM engine was running on point out there. J-Concepts tires. I mean, it's a tough event to finish, and everything performed flawlessly. Can't thank them enough. And, yeah, now we got the semi-practice. We can only enjoy this win for about 5 minutes, and it's time to go back to work. So,
well, congratulations and good luck in your semi. We look forward to seeing what you do in the semi and the final.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Ms. Ryan Mayfield is your 2023 Truggy champion. These guys are going off for practice. We'll let you go out and watch that a little bit. With that said, we'll be back in the studio shortly.
All right, everybody. We just had some interviews with the top 3 there. Congratulations to Ryan Mayfield on that victory. Too bad for Dakota Fenn, but that's how racing goes. In order to finish first, you must first finish, correct? So he's a little bit bummed. I'm sure that's going to be some motivation for him going into the final. He does not have to race in. Remember that Tebo, Everybody else, Mayfield, everybody has to race in the semis. Right now we are in open practice for semis. Excuse me, guys, just clearing my throat. Give me a second. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I did. You know, I got a little bit excited when I thought that Tebo, you know, my brain doesn't work like that. So I'm like, oh, he doesn't have to come back in, but he does. So thank you to Tyler Hooks for letting me know that. I appreciate that. Sometimes I get excited out here, you know, guys. You know how it goes. I bumble everything. But great race. Unfortunate for Dakota. I'm sure that's going to motivate him a little bit more. I heard Spencer Rifkin said that something went in his truck, in his car early as well. So unfortunate for him. He wasn't able to compete in the final like he wanted to because he was extremely fast. I think Tebo goes home with a smile. Yeah, he said 23 years ago in his first Nationals he finished second. And now 23 years later he finishes second in Truggy. So thank you, Tyler. Thank you for everything. Congratulations to your sister. I saw the pictures yesterday. Great race, great victory for J Concepts. And unfortunate for Dakota, but that's just how racing goes. You know, it's not over till it's over. And we saw a perfect example of that. So thank you to all in chat. I hope you enjoyed that. We still have a lot more racing to go today. Right now doing semi-practice. Then I think we have the quarterfinals coming up, which should be exciting. I don't know how long they are. 20 minutes, I want to say. Then we have the the semi-finals to come as well. We have a junior final. And then, of course, the big enchilada, the 60-minute Nitro Buggy final, which is scheduled to go off at 3:45 today. So don't go anywhere. Be watching that 60-minute final. We saw just now an exciting final. We thought Dakota Fenn had it in the bag. And, yeah, unfortunately, losing it. That's right, Bob Thomas. Techno, man. Techno getting that truck win. I know they want that buggy win, but I'm sure Dakota Fenn has something to say about it. And remember, these guys have to race in as well. So they're taking the top 5 from each semi and then the 2 fastest after that to make it 13. And TQ goes right in. So unfortunate. Tebo is definitely the fastest truck out there. So good stuff. All right, so we got a few interviews for you guys while they're out there on practice. We'll start with Kendall Bennett, the owner of MAINS Hobbies, who will probably be joining me sometime in studio at some point. Thank you to him for building this beautiful facility and hosting the Nationals here. Over to Kendall.
I'm here with Kendall Bennett, the owner and proprietor of MAINS Hobbies in this beautiful facility that you built. Awesome facility, first time here, I love it.
Oh, thanks, man.
It's been a long time. We've known each other for about 20 years.
Yeah.
It's amazing what MAINS become. I went out, I did a little tour of the Charlotte facility a few months ago. Impressed. I know you're moving into a new facility. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we're actually moving across town. It's only about maybe 2 miles away here in Chico. Where we're going to have an indoor racetrack, indoor carpet, and we've got an indoor carpet on-road and off-road. But there's also an outdoor overhang section. We'll have an oval track on there, but I think Kevin's actually planning to do some off-road on there as well. Because we've also got this track here, which during times when we're not doing like a national event, we usually have an A-scale track and an oval track here. So they'll still have a great oval track they can run outside as well. So our store is actually moving across town as well. The store is going to end up in that same facility. So we'll have the store, the track, and the whole distribution center all in one.
Yeah, when I'm talking to you, I remember back in the day, 20 years ago, Buggy Creek days when you was racing that. I remember when I first met you, I think it was Silver State 05. You was dremeling out that Thunder Tiger chassis. So many old memories. I remember when you first started, and now MAINS to like the #1 hobby shop in the world. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a wild ride. I mean, I feel so blessed that I've been able to actually have a business that I really enjoy doing. I love the racing side of things and being able to do the software side of things, which I also do. So it was never in my intention to create this thing like this. We actually started this business as an incubator for my software company, but this thing just took off, and I'm like, we just did a really good job with it. So
it's amazing. It's amazing. You're now over in Charlotte. I think you're residing over there. How you like it on the East Coast?
I like it over there. It's different weather. It's a little bit, it rains a lot more, which is part of the reason we moved there. But I like it. It's different. I'm actually got into motorcycle riding now, so I do a lot of track riding on my motorcycle. I'm riding up in the hills. I miss Chico for the better bicycle riding in the hills and stuff, because I can just go right up the hills right here. So I miss that. Charlotte's more rolling hills. So
Have you done the Tail of the Dragon yet?
I have actually done the Tail of the Dragon. I did that. We actually did like 300 miles that day on our bike, so it was pretty rad.
Right, and I see you're racing more RC. I see your guys, Frank. I met Frank and Drew, and those guys are racing over on the East Coast as well. So it's good to see you guys out there racing and getting around the local crowds.
Yeah, I'm actually going to build a track over there at some point, because we don't have any good tracks really in the Charlotte area anymore. So it's like a long way for us to go to race. So I got Frank, who's our helicopter team pilot, and we were going to a race in January. I think it was the Triple Crown. I forget exactly where it was, but anyway, we went to that race. And Shane said, hey, you got to come along. And then Frank's like, hey, I should come along and try a car. I'm like, all right. So he tried one, and the next thing you know, he's got a Nitro car, and he's got a buggy, and he's got a truck.
He's hooked, line and sinker. But it's awesome to see, man, your progression. You know, as I got to, we knew each other from many years ago. That's just amazing. This facility, man, is beautiful. We don't get to see all this stuff on the camera. The track is great, and I think people are really enjoying themselves this weekend.
Yeah, this is a really good, fun track to be at. The traction is actually kind of really good right now. It's not too crazy high. The high tire wear is not too bad at the moment. A little dusty. You get off on the groove, and it's a little slippery, but the fast guys aren't over there. That's where I am. So.
So let me ask you this: you've watched a lot of racing. Tell us a little bit of what you think of how the racing's developed over the years and where we're at now.
I haven't actually participated a whole lot in recent years. So I used to be a part of Roar, so I just kind of haven't really kept up with that side of things. But things are different. There's Buggy bodies now. I didn't even see that before. I mean, what the heck is this? Yeah. So I realized I had to put some lights on the front of my car so I could qualify as a truck. But it's it's like kind of similar, but then different. And now we've got like little bands we've got to put around our tires, and it's like actually gluing tires is more work now, but it actually works pretty good. So, it's just changed over the years.
What about seeing these drivers, what they're able to do with these cars now? I mean, back in the day, it was like if you wiggled your wheels, it was fun. But now they're whipping, they're scrubbing, and they're going to the next level. What do you think about that?
Yeah, because my skills are a little rusty right now. So in the old days, maybe I could kind of hang B-main, C-main, and now I'm like, dude, these guys are just like passing me like I'm standing still.
Well, we appreciate you having the Nationals here. It's been a great facility, and all that MAINS does for the RC industry. And man, it's really amazing to see what you've accomplished over the years.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming out. We appreciate everybody's coming out, and I hope you have a really good time.
All right. Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
All right, thank you to Kendall Bennett for all his hospitality. He's actually right down in the corner there. We're actually operating out of his pit area. Some people were asking about what happened to Rivkin. I heard him say that something went in the front end of his car, so maybe ring and pinion, not sure. Not exactly sure what happened, but unfortunate for Rivkin. Also, we are out and got an interview with Brent Denson of Beach RC. He's also one of the sponsors of this broadcast, so thank you to him and Beach RC for their support. Let's take it over and hear what Brent has to say.
I am here with Brent Denson, the owner of Beach RC, importer of S-Works. He's here. He's having a good time. How are you enjoying Chico?
I'm loving it. The facility is world class. The track is awesome. A lot of fun. Just everybody here has been real, welcoming, and the weather's perfect. So it's like the perfect storm. Everything's going really good.
All right. So we're here in the S-Works camp. We saw Spencer was looking really good, and Truggy just now. We got Joe over there. We got Camden, who's been on fire as well. S-Works is growing here in America. It's really good. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, the team right now is very strong. B-Rose is right up top as well. Unfortunately, Tanner Denny couldn't be with us this weekend. But, yeah, everyone you mentioned, they're doing real good. They're picking up their pace. As far as S-Works right now in the U.S., it's really strong. The cars are really good. The product holds up. Very, pretty easy to get right now. And everyone's enjoying them. So far, it's been a really good venture for us to bring in the brand.
Yeah, for sure. I'm seeing lots of regional drivers. This brand's been in America for quite some time, but I haven't really seen it grow as it's growing now. It's great to see. I know Tim Lime's working his butt off as well. Yeah. I know you are. You got a great community here. Just had a big win over in Europe with Canas, who was flying. And like I told you, his car looks super good. I know you guys are constantly working. Max over in Europe is also really deep into this. How's that going and the communication with him and dealing with the guys over in Europe?
The whole company is really good. I mean, it's been a pleasure to work with them. The communication back and forth has been great. They listen. They're willing to make changes. The U.S. is way different than European racing. We all see that all the time. So they're very used to doing very well over there. I mean, S-Works has a lot of the market share in Europe. And so obviously that's what we're trying to do over here, but we have different kind of tracks. Although today and this weekend is going to be very European-ish. So it's hard for our guys who have kind of developed this American-style kit for the U.S. and the S-Works cars, now trying to make the car more European and work like that. But yeah, so far everything's really good.
And you're racing, so how's your racing going?
Way better than I expected, that's for sure. Haven't had the time to put in time to get good, but I'm having fun, and my goal is always top half. If I can get close to that, it's a win for me.
All right, well, let's plug Wheel and Trigger, your podcast. You're doing the good stuff. Watch your live the other day, putting out content. I love it. We got your big race coming up here later on next in August, RC Pro-Am. Just touch on this real quick.
Yeah, so we've got the RC Pro-Am, new race, A-scale race in a covered arena in August on the 25th through the 27th. That's going to be really cool. We've released a flyer. There's a Facebook page for it. Wheel and Trigger's been a lot of fun, as you know. You've been part of No Name for a long time, which you've done a fantastic job. So if you guys like listening to podcasts, check it out, wheelandtrigger.com or on YouTube at Wheel and Trigger. Just give us a like, subscribe, watch some videos. Hope you guys enjoy that. But yeah, and then Masters of Dirt in October is our big off-road race, and Dixie Nationals, and also in October for our big oval race every year.
Cool, man. Well, thank you for all the support. It's good to see you out there. It's good to see you having a good time. And I'll see you around.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
All right, good to hear from Brent Densford. Been a big supporter of mine for many, many years, as we are out there with open practice for the semis and these racers that are getting ready for their semi races later on today. We also went out and had a chat with Thomas Tran about TLR and what's going on with that. So let's go see what Thomas Tran has to say.
All right, we're here with Thomas Tran, TLR manager, Proline manager, AKA manager too?
Kind of, sort of, I guess. Yeah.
How's it going this weekend? I wanted to talk to Fenn. He's busy. Barry's giving me the evil eye, so I'm not going to go talk to him. What's going on with TL? How are you guys feeling this weekend?
We're good. Obviously, we didn't get to go to the Nationals warm-up race, but I'm pretty confident we'll kind of figure the cars out. And Dakota is just one of the most talented drivers in the world, so I think he'll be fine. This is kind of his playground, right? So this is where he shines, is under the pressure. So I think he'll be fine. We've just got to get a couple rounds of qualifying in, and then usually by qualifying he's pretty dicey. So we'll hopefully cross our fingers that he'll get there on the pace. And he's pretty close right now for being his third time on the track.
All right, so this is a very high bike, somewhat smooth track, lots of jumps. What is he looking to get out of his car?
Just one of the things that you got to have is obviously the tire wear is pretty high, so you got to pick the right compound that won't just go away during half your run. And then also, because it's hot out here, it'll be probably close to 90 to 100 degrees on Saturday, Sunday towards the mains. So you have to make sure your tires aren't going to fade, and the compound gets too soft, and the tread's going to get just messed up with the dust. So we just have to kind of stay on top of that and make sure, like, there's a lot of, obviously with Dakota being on JC, there's a lot of other guys to kind of bounce ideas and watch as well and learn. So I think we'll be okay there. On Proline, and we're gonna slide locks. S3 is probably what we're qualifying on. We have a harder compound that we might be trying later on, and then AK, we're there. I think Lutz is kind of heading that ship, and hopefully he had some great pace in some of the earlier seeding rounds, so I think he's going to find his groove too with the tires and compound. So right now, drivability, longevity of the tires, and just the amount of grip, how fast they are. So right now the track is getting faster, so we have to kind of keep up and get the cars adjusted to the track and to the tires, and obviously to the heat and temperature. So a lot of things to kind of remember and try to incorporate and try to adjust for. So yeah, on the fly it's pretty hard, and as you learn and as you make mistakes, you kind of start to hopefully go down the right path.
Okay. Well, good luck to you guys. Dakota Fan comes in there as a favorite. We could make it 2 in a row, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's the goal, and thanks for everybody that's watching at home and paying attention to the Nationals. This is probably the biggest 8-scale race of the year in terms of its importance. Everybody wants to win a national title. Everybody wants to defend it. So right now we're on the defense, and hopefully we can do that at least one of the classes. So it's going to be hard because obviously everybody's. It just gets harder. It gets faster. Everybody's just putting in more time. So to win one of these races, you got to have everything go according to plan, and hopefully we have it this weekend. If not, dude, it's just we're definitely going to give it our best.
Well, good luck to you guys, and we look forward to see what you do.
See you guys. Thank you.
All righty. Good to hear from Brent, Kendall, as well as Thomas Tran. So we have some people asking about Rivkin. So I think what happened to Rivkin, I heard him say something about his front end vent or front end diff vent. I'm not sure. I just overheard it as I was interviewing some of those guys out there. So not quite sure what happened to him. But unfortunate for him now, as we are now in open practice for the semis. We've got about 5 minutes left to go, and we get into these quarterfinal races, which should be exciting. There we go. Rockin' Coop would know. He was out there in the pits. He says his diff exploded. Not surprised. That's kind of similar. I'm not sure what happened to Fenn. That's what they think what happened to him, or his clutch vent or something. But yeah, I mean, these Truggies, man, a lot of weight on the tires and his long arms, and puts a lot of stress on those differential parts. So. So, a lot of you guys might be out there are not familiar of how tech works. This race is a qualifier for the World Championships, so they do have tech here as well. We took a little talk with Garland about how tech works, and here's a great interview to explain to all you guys out there in the interwebs how tech is going here at the 2023 Raw Nationals.
All right, Garland Smith here with the RMT crew here. We're here for the Fuel Nationals 2023. Silver Dollar Raceway, Chico, California. We got Chris and Cal here and tech inspection. We're getting ready to do a little bit of post-tech inspection going on here. Everybody will come in and bring their vehicle to our RMT team. We'll verify that all members of the race have come and brought their vehicle in for final inspection. Once we get all vehicles here, they're accounted for, we will go through the process of determining that all vehicles are in compliance with our rules and regulations. So right now they're just making the cars line up here. The people that haven't had their fuel tanks checked yet, they'll leave their fuel bottle, and we'll go through that process with you. The Truggies, which is you'll see here, which is a combination of buggy and truck. That's how they form that name. They have a 150cc fuel tank. The buggies, which are a little bit smaller than this, but they're still 1/8 scale, they have 125cc fuel tank. And it looks like we just about have everyone. Here comes one more. So what we're going to do first is we'll have Chris demonstrate the actual measurements with the different gauges that we have here.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to check the wing width, make sure it's within tolerance, tire width, and also the height of the tire. It's got a, these are minimums here for the tire. Once we do that, we take it over and we're going to check the weight. Minimum weight on a Truggy is 3,900 grams. This one here is 43.56 or 55, and so that would be good. A lot of these vehicles have already had, throughout the days, had their fuel tanks pre-checked, and some of them haven't yet. So once they get them pre-checked, they go out the door.
We can see what's going on. Cal's going to go ahead. I'll set this outside for you, Cal. Thank you, sir. Careful, that's hot.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Cal's going to grab this, and he's going to take and rip off that body. You can see they're held on. Some of them have 3 body clips, some 4. Pretty in-depth process. This process has been used for probably the past 15-plus years. They unhook the fuel tank and hook it up to this 2 PSI fish tank, which is actuated by the pedal on the bottom down here. That forces the fuel to flow through the tank. We clip it off. Once it's been primed into the line is also carrying a little bit of the fuel that will be considered part of the 150cc capacity, maximum capacity for this class of vehicle. He will top it off to an ellipsis and then give a snap down of the lid to make sure that it gets the most fuel in there that it could possibly get without being over. He'll hook it up, and these flasks have been pre-measured, made in Australia, very expensive and very accurate. Imagine that's why they're so expensive. You're looking to see that they are not above the 150cc line. If they are, after a run, we give them a 10-minute grace cool-down period, and then we retest. If that still doesn't warrant the actual levels that we're looking for, we can go ahead and give them another 10 minutes. That at that time, it's up to the discretion of the RMT member to either disqualify or create another level of testing. Upon that completion, we will pass it off to the person waiting in post-tech. They'll take it back to their pits and get to working on the vehicle. This fuel can be very volatile. If you get it on your skin, it can cause irritation, folks. So if you're just getting into nitro, please be very careful when you're using this substance. All right, so we see that it's well within the line. So they are pretty good to go. All within compliance. And we can move forward from there. Back to racing. Thank you, Live RC and the No Name Podcast.
Alrighty, so there a great explanation about tech from Mr. Garland, tracking himself up there, G's up in the Northeast, avid RC fan. Shout out to the Raw crew. They have been working tirelessly here at the Nationals. You see the president, he is everywhere. He's out turn marching, his starting races, he's making sure things are going great. It's great to see this new way and that Raw is headed. Remember, everybody, they are looking for people to become regional reps. They're definitely looking for more off-road guys out there. So if you're interested in doing something productive and helping advance Raw, join up, get in there. We need more off-road guys in Raw so we can make it better. But thank you to them for all their hard work. A lot of their stuff goes on unnoticed and tired and a thankless job, I would say. They have to put up with all the complaints and crying and everybody telling them how bad they are, but they still do it and come here, and they are putting on a great show. It's been not that I've heard, nobody's been DQ'd so far. So shout out to Roar and the direction that they're going. Also, shout out to the sponsors of this live feed. They are MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Tekin RC, Techno RC, and Team Associated. And everybody give a big shout out to the Live RC crew. This is the hottest day out here, so they are tirelessly working to bring you this coverage. And we see a big debate going on in the chat there. What's up, Mike Kaz? How you doing, good buddy? So big debate between Derek and Anthony. That is hilarious. But thank you all for being here in the chat. We greatly appreciate it. The 60-minute final slated to go off at 3:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, if that's how you say it. Next up is the 1/4 even final. It's 20 minutes long. Jackson Brunson, Joey Burdon, Kyle Turner, Mason Epley, Philip Otondo, Cade Burnett, Carlos Arredondo, Jaden Tew, Cody Turner, Carson Phipps, Tyler Fenster, Dylan Nelson, and Tavian Cross are your 13 competitors as these RC gladiators get ready to do battle in the Coliseum that is the Silver Dollar RC Raceway here in Chico, California. Thank you to MAINS Hobbies for all their support. Looking at Kendall Bennett down there is looking at a starter box. Really great to see him racing again. I'm not sure what happened to Fend. I'm actually not out there, so I don't know. I can't hear anything that's going on. But Rockin' Coop is actually here, so he's out there in the HB pit, so he would know. But thank you, Cooper. He says that his engine got a little lean. I did hear that they came in and richened it up some. But I think the quote of the race was Tebo. He goes, I said, yeah, not a win, but second would be great. And he goes, I got 17 of them. I don't need another one. Great time. I'm super pumped for Tebo. Great to see him enjoying RC. He's done so much here over his 23 years, and he's having a great 23rd Nationals. And now we look forward to seeing what he does in the semis and see what he can do. Because remember, everybody besides Dakota Fan has to race in. So Dakota Fan already secured his spot into the finals, but everybody else has to race in. So the top 5 from each semi will go through, and then followed by the 2 fastest racers after that. But right now, we have to get through this quarterfinal. We have this quarterfinal plus the odd quarterfinal. Then we have 2 semifinals, junior final, and then, of course, the main final, which will be 60 minutes. Joshua Cole says, Georgia, USA checking in. Hello down there in Georgia, down in the southeast. Shout out to all of our southeast RC racing family. Okay. As we see these drivers getting their warm-up ready for the 1/4 odd race. Many might be asking, what's this 1/4 stuff? What's this 1 odd even stuff? So this is how they actually race in IFMAR. This is how the World Championships are raced, and a lot of races in Europe are raced. So it's a ladder style. Basically, they start wherever entries is. So I think when it started on the 1/24th odd and even, then it gets split in half each radon. So obviously we're on the quarterfinal. Next will be the semifinal, a 1/2 final, and the 1/1 final. It makes for some great racing. We see a lot of racing throughout the day. I think the semis will be 30 minutes long. So lots of racing left to go here. These quarterfinals are looking to be really good. They're taking 3 bump ups from the quarterfinal to the semifinal. And then, as I said, in the semis, they will take the top 5 from each semi. And then the next 2 fastest racers. TQ, Dakota Fenn, has already cemented his position as the pole starter in the 1/1 final. So he does not have to worry about driving the semi. Some may say that's a disadvantage. I am one of them that thinks it's a disadvantage because he doesn't get that 30 minutes of track time. But we've seen before where people can TQ every single round of qualifying and have something happen, a DNF in the semi, and not make it to the final. So maybe we have to adjust the rules where we see them, maybe that TQ getting into the semifinal, racing, he has to race it no matter where he finishes. He DNFs or whatever. If he DNFs, he starts last. Obviously, he TQs it. So he gets that 30 minutes. I do believe it is an advantage to the people out there. But that is something to revise next year. Right now, we have this to focus on as we are coming up on our 1/4 final. And we are looking at a 20-minute race. We got some fast racers in here. Like I said, Jackson Brunson, Joey Bordon, Kyle Turner, Mason Epley, Philip Otondo, Cade Burnett, Carlos Arredondo, Jaden 2, Cody Turner, Carson Phipps, Tyler Francis, Dylan Nelson, Tavian Cross are your bump ups. Congratulations. What's up, Curtis? How you doing? LaPorte, Texas in the house. How you doing? Hello, Joshua Herbert. How are you? So we get ready for the start. We see BT throwing Jackson Brunson out there in front. And let's see how it goes as these guys, so the top 3 will be wanting to bump up and continue their race in the semis. I think a lot of these guys making the semis will be a great goal. Some of them making the quarters is a great goal, as we see it. A little bit of rough racing there. That's like Jackson Brunson, I believe. He lost his position. He's now down in second. And that looks like, let's see when they come across here. That's Cade Burnett, Jackson Brunson. They're second and third. And Joey Bordon. Not surprised about this. Joey Bordon has been very fast over the last 2 years. Young techno driver from Ohio, I believe he is from. Looking to bump up in the semis, I believe. There is Action Jackson Brunson, and don't know who that is behind her. We will see her shortly. But Joey Bourdon getting out to a nice little lead out there. That might be Carlos Arredondo, I believe. Let's see when they come across. There's Brunson. That's Arredondo in the techno ride, making the ride up from SoCal, California. There we see a close-up Joey Bourdon. Definitely one of the up-and-coming racers, young racers out there. We saw him make his first big Nitro final last year at the Southern Nationals down in Louisiana. Jackson Brunson is now a part-time racer, coming off his best year last year of the HB, going back to Team Associated Team. But he is not a full-time racer anymore. He's got a real-world job. So that's taking up a lot of his time, and he's just a part-time racer at the moment. See Ryan Lutz running across the track. The nicest man in RC. We're looking on board with Jackson Brunson, Carlos Arredondo, Mason Epley. Mason Epley, I got to meet him here. Used to be a fast NorCal guy. Now is a police officer here, serving the USA as a police officer in NorCal. Oh, and we see Carlos Arredondo get by Jackson Brunson, but give it right back. Remember, these guys do not have to fight each other. If they fight each other, that just benefits Mason Epley, who's behind them, as Joey Bourdon just is out there on a 37.8. Just threw down a 37.8 to Jackson Brunson's 37.8. He's got an 8-second lead on, sorry, not an 8-second. He's got a 4.5 second lead on Jackson Brunson. Oh no. Not good, Joshua. Having some issues with your TV. Got a new TV. We got a 60-minute final to watch. Yes, Tavian Cross getting a great bump up there. Now actually moved up to the 9th position. Remember, the top 3 will continue on to the semi. They will be racing in the one half semi-final even. As we see Joey Bourdon quickly coming up on some traffic there. No, actually Jackson Brunson got by him. I missed that. So Jackson Brunson now will be in first. No, sorry, that is Arredondo. Bourdon is way ahead. Got their colors confused, I think. Oh, maybe not. There we go. There's Bourdon. I thought so. I didn't think he made that much of an accident. Carlos Arredondo driving that techno car. I'm sure his father's tuning in. Always see him and his father at the races. Joey Bourdon throwing on a 37.6. Jackson Brunson 37.9. He's now about 4.4 seconds ahead of Action Jackson Brunson. Kyle Turner, NorCal fast guy, looking to bump up into that semi. I had him as my dark horse going into the final this year, so probably he's definitely wanting to get into that semi. Going to be very hard to bump out of that. This is his home track, so I was expecting big things from him. I'm sure he was expecting big things from himself. He still has a chance with 15 minutes and 44 seconds left to go. As they see them racing on. Hello to all of our people out there in the chat in the YouTube world and Facebook. Not too much action going on in the Facebook. Eric Everett says, I see some headlights. Some of those Truggies don't have headlights. Okay. That's probably an archaic rule that's got to go because they aren't Truggies anymore. They're Bruggies. Happy birthday to iconic voice actor Keith David. He would agree with me that they are now Bruggies. That goes out to the original Trugginer, Charlie Mack, who might be tuned in. But we are on tap with Action Johnson as he comes across. He's now in second. Carlos Arredondo in third. Kyle Turner just behind him. Looks like he's about 2.5 seconds back. And Turner looking to turn up the heat and get in front of Arredondo. We see the white and red, and oh, there he goes. Arredondo makes a fake, jumps that too long and crashes, and now it's going to go from bad to worse for Arredondo as he flips there. That's not the place you want to flip. Good job, Cooper. Get him out there. Throwing him on the right side of the track because that's where he flipped. But now Arredondo is all that hard work and good work he done is all negated. And Kyle Turner in that bump spot, transition spot, as we see Joey Bourdon coming out of the Talladega Bowl out there for quite a comfortable lead over Jackson Brunson. Be great for Joey Bourdon to make the semis here. Hello, Mike is tuning in from Louisiana. How you doing, good buddy? Good to see you in there. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage brought to you by Live RC. These guys are working hard to bring you the best possible coverage. Kyle Turner looks way faster than Jackson. Jackson might just want to let him by. I know, well, he's going to have to let him by now because he messed up. But Jackson just needs to stay calm and be in that third position because Kyle Turner just has a little bit more pace than him as he goes down for 37.7. And now we have a race for second and third. But nobody really there to challenge Brunson as this pack is pulling away from the rest of the racers. Behind them is Dylan Nelson, Carlos Arredondo, your top 5. So they are quite far back, 10 seconds or so. There you go. Jackson Brunson's in third place. Nobody coming into the shot. There we go. Somebody coming into the shot now. There's Dylan Nelson, Carlos Arredondo. And Jackson coming in 6:55, 7 minutes for some fuel. We got BT and Richard Saxon doing the fuel duties as he goes out. They want to rev that engine as much as possible because that pit exit is very slow. And there we have Dylan Nelson coming. I believe that's Dylan Nelson. Yep, Dylan Nelson coming in. Looks like Nick Cahoon doing the pit duties for him. Kyle Turner in as well. Cade Burnett. Sorry, let me see Kyle. Jaden Tew in. Jaden, up and coming racer in the NorCal, getting faster by the year as well. We are on board with Jackson Brunson, who's now in third. Kyle Turner hasn't come in for fuel yet. Joey Bourdon has. Jackson Brunson has. Dylan Nelson. So Kyle Turner going just a little bit longer. He's out in front right now. So something with Dakota's truck, I don't know if it's a clutch. Some say the engine got lean. I know they richened it up. Not too sure what happened. So don't know what happened to Dakota Fan in that, but we do know that unfortunate for him that he lost it in the last 2 laps. Lost a lot of drive, so who knows what happened to his truck. So unfortunate for him. But right now, Joey Bourdon is out front. He's looking to take this win and bump up to the semis with 11 minutes and 33 seconds left to go. Kyle Turner in third. Got a nice lead over his nearest competition, Dylan Nelson. So he's got a 5 second, 6 second, 5.8 second lead over. No, sorry, 4.8 second lead over Dylan Nelson. Kyle just looking. What? Jackson Brunson just making mistakes out there. Not sure what happened there. Just jumping too wide. There's Cody Turner, or Ralphie as they call him. That was funny when I found out. And as soon as they said Ralphie, I could see the resemblance. So not much really going on in this race. Joey Bourdon's pulled out to a big lead. We see Jackson is in front of third by far. And Kyle Turner is in third, and he's quite a bit away, about 5 seconds behind Action. And don't know what's going on with Cody Turner. Looks like he's having some issues during that blue car, but he's scored on in 11th. Scored on with a 37 flat.
Brunson comes by the stripe, 15 seconds back in that second spot. Kyle Turner about 3 seconds back in third and final transfer position. Top 3 cars bumping up into the semi-final.
Yeah, on board. We're watching Cody Turner, who's scoring down at 11. Behind him is Jackson Brunson. Like I said, these top 3 guys have got some space between them. There's Kyle Turner, though. He's making some moves. Behind him is Mason Epley. I believe that's Mason. Cade Burnett making the bump up to the 5th place. But remember, they need to get into that 3rd position. They have 9 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Maybe Joshua, maybe we can cut that up and put it. I'll ask Cam to cut that up and put the entire tech process on video on Live RC at some point. I'll let him know that you've been asking for it. Cam's busy out there on the technical 1 and 2s. It's actually more than 1s and 2s. It's more like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's monitoring many, many things. Our producer. But definitely we'll ask him to do that. Joey Bernard out to a very good lead over Jackson Brunson. He's got a 14.6 second lead over him. Kyle Turner not too far behind Brunson, just under 4 seconds in front of him. Mason Epley is about 11 seconds back of Kyle Turner. Cade Burnett 5 seconds behind him, 5.4 seconds. So Brunson right there. There is Kyle Turner right there between. He has Cody Turner in between him. So this race not really as active as the other races we saw. We see Joey Bardon just pulling out to a commanding lead. Brunson's out there by himself. I mean, I'm sure he's happy to be out there by himself. We want to see a good race. We see Matt Walter out there turn marshalling for one of his drivers. Probably turn marshalling for Mayfield. You see Gord out there turn marshalling for Ty Tessman. Getting hot here. I can feel the temperatures rising here at the beautiful Chico, California. Today is the hottest day of the weekend. Sunday always seems to be MAINS Day that it's our hottest day, as Jackson Brunson's just out there on a Sunday afternoon drive. Remember, everybody, that the 60-minute final is slated to go off at 3:45 p.m. PST. So on board with Jackson Brunson as Kyle Turner's actually starting to make up some time on Brunson. He's now just under 3 seconds back. These guys will have to come in one more time for fuel. Jackson is coming up a tiny bit short. Looks like Kyle came in for fuel while having a long lap. I would assume it's fuel. There's 6 minutes and 58 seconds left to go. Hello, George Papamico Mikali. And is the I think Tom is he might be up in the 1/4 even, or I think he's done for the day. But no, I think he made the 1/4. He'll probably be up next, to be honest. Jackson Brunson, I hear announcer saying that is in for a stop right now. We're on with our leader, Joey Burdon, and that yellow, blue, and white Techno. Burdon, 16 years old, from Ohio. Him and his father have been hitting the race scene very hard as of late. Definitely had a very good 2022. As he comes in for fuel, let's see how his pit stop looks. We got Jeremy Caston and his father doing the pit duties. They definitely want to make sure they get that engine cleared out as much as possible, because that pit lane is extremely, extremely slow. And we've seen cars load up and flame out there. Maybe that will be a factor going into some of these mains later on. Hello, Mike Anderson. How are you, my friend? Long time no speak. Hope all is well down there in South Carolina. No worries, Victor. I understand. We all joke with our friends. Jared Bardin, RD from up in the Northeast. Does a lot of on-road racing. Tuning in. Techno driver cheering on Joey Bordon. Hello, Jared. What is the oldest car out there competing? I have no idea. I mean, all these cars are pretty new. The Associated have a new car out there. HB have their new car. Techno has their car. I think it's been a while since they released it. TLR has the same car, maybe a few adjustments, but no really ancient cars out here. We ain't seen any MBX5s or anything out there. Nitro definitely is the glory. Mike Driscoll, congratulations on getting your David Runnerfolk replica build Mayako that you won with the Invisible Speed. I think how you won that in the Invisible Speed drawing. Finally getting it after getting lost in the mail. Probably went all over the world before it got to you. Hello, we got Alex Sturgeon tuning in from the Hobbyplex. What's up, Alex? Yeah, it was close. It was close. Me too, man. And I forgot that he had an extra pit. But like he said, I said, you just missed out on that win, getting seconds already. He goes, yeah, I got 17 of them. I don't need another one. That was a great cook. Great cook. Okay, so your Nitro days ended with the 8.2.0. That was quite some time ago. So not sure. I don't think we'll see any cars like that. Most people at this level racing this race have the latest and greatest cars. So no 8.2.0s out there, I would assume. I didn't even know what iteration that TLR is on now. But it's definitely, I know they had a 4.0. So that was a few years ago. That was back in 2018, I believe. They went to the Elite, or the X, it's called now, back in 2018. Because I remember I was at the 2018 Nationals in Southside in Florida, my first national event. I remember they had all the branding with the 8X and all that stuff there. So, yeah, it was savage. It was fun. But, hey, he's having a good time. It's good to see him smiling. He's enjoying it. And that's what it's about. Oh, we got some friends in from Brazil, Sao Paulo, Pregos Pro Hobbies. Bom dia. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? Oh, wow. My Nitro ended at the AEGT 10, 1999. Sergio Suarez, ¿cómo está, Sergio? Tuning in from Lima, Peru. Hello to all my friends down there in Lima. Had the pleasure of visiting Lima, Peru at the end of the year, last year. Beautiful city. Really enjoyed myself there. Great food, great people. As we did the Invisible Speed Tour with JQ and Robert Battier and myself. Yeah, Justin, HB probably is the oldest, but I think they have a lot of guys are running the new parts as well. So I guess that makes it new. Hello, Lenny Lafata. Thank you for joining in. Jay Smoker, the ridiculous one. Woo! He's in the house. Nitro is definitely the glory. No E-Buggy or E-Truggy at this race. That's coming up next month in CRC in Rome, New York. The E-Nets. Get signed up. Let's get that E-Nets banging. Let's get E-Nets going. We're going to have a Worlds in 2025. International Buggy Challenge. And sorry, not at the International Buggy Challenge. I was just at the International Buggy Challenge. But at the B-Buggy Arena in Barcelos, Portugal. Looking forward to going back to that race next year. Absolutely amazing facility out there in Portugal. Beautiful country as well, Portugal is. People treated us really good. Bradley Hefner. Checking in from Missouri at Chicken Dinner RC Race, or Chicken Dinner Raceway. That's actually a pretty good name. Do they sell chicken there? Prego says, Boa tarde. That's what it is. It's afternoon over there in Sao Paulo. Boa tarde. Looking forward to coming back to Sao Paulo next year for the 2024 Worlds. Talking to my friends down there. That's where the Worlds are going to be. Had the pleasure of visiting Jundiaí and Sao Paulo and that tour as well. Shout out to Mike's Gulf Raceway down there in Gulf Coast Raceway in Porter, Texas. That's the home of Brandon Rose. I'm sure you guys are rooting on Brandon Rose as he's coming up in his semi here. Unfortunate in the Truggy B-main, he didn't make it, so didn't start. Not sure what happened to him. With 39 seconds left to go, this has been probably the most uneventful race we've had today. Joey Burdon still looking very good out there, followed by Jackson Brunson, Kyle Turner. That's your top three, and theirs will bump up. Just Me checking in from Holland. Hi. That's where Scotty is. He's out in the Netherlands at the ETS. Yeah, Jundiaí is a great track. We went there for a race. It's good, beautiful. So there's green Amazon parrots flying, thousands and thousands of them flying around. And what's those animals called? The caporeiras? Caporeiras? Yes. Hola, Nelson. ¿Cómo está? I like that Brazil, where they don't race to come second, third, or fifth. They race to win. Some taxi driver from Sao Paulo said that. Congratulations, Joey Bordon, bumping up to the semifinals. I know he'll be well pumped about that. Jackson Brunson coming out of semi-retirement to make the semis as well. Kyle Turner doing it for NorCal, making that bump in. Super, he'll be happy about that. Yes. So the 60-minute final is scheduled to go off at 3:45. Yes, Turner is a TZO driver, coach.
Joey, Jackson, and Kyle bumping up into the semifinal.
I'll be back, right back, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Kyle, you begin race 24. Race 24. I need all drivers from that last race, bump or not. Need you guys out here, turn marshaling. Race 23 on the track. Race 23. Bring it down. Got about 1 minute left in this warm-up, guys. 1 minute left. Tavian cross to the back left corner, please. Tavian to the back left corner. All right, guys, let's bring them in. All cars in. All cars in. Start heading over to the oval. Tom on the 1, Phylon on the 2, Caden on the 3, Jonah on the 4, Ethan on the 5, Walker on the 6, Cole on the 7, Austin on the 8, Davey on the 9, Evan on the 10, Doug on the 11, David on the 12, and Cole on the 13.
Alrighty, everybody. I am back. Hello, Geeson. Boa tarde. Thank you. We got Brazil tuning in. Looking forward to seeing all you guys next year. All right. Somebody was asking about Tom Renanek. Here he is, Tom Renanek. Starting on pole, 5 long wing, sticks, little bump. Caden Fuller, Jonah Wilson, Ethan Mechanic, Walker Spinrad, Cole Caston, Austin Blur, Davey Bada, Evan Vale, Doug Leverrier, David Olsen, and Cole Chura. And they're off. There is Tom out there with a great lead coming over from the 10 scale world to do a little bit of racing here in the dirt with the big boys in the 1/8 scale racing. Looking pretty solid out there in that X-ray car. Little bump right behind it. Remember, 3 of these guys will bump up to the next heat. You see some people cheering on Jonah. I get it. That young man is fast. Very fast. Very impressed with him. There we come through, and that's Evan Vale. Oh, look at Evan Vale. Little bump, and I want to say that's Wilson getting to each other right there. They just want to be calm and let each other go. Right now, Tom Renderneck out to a great lead. So it looks like it's Renderneck, Little Bump, Wilson, Fuller, Mechanic, Spinrad. There we have Little Bump putting on the afterburners, looking to get up in that semi, having radio problems all weekend. Finally got it sorted. And here we are with Sticks coming across. Let's see what it looks like when he comes by. He's on a 38 flat to Tom Rinneneck's 37. Ethan Mechanic bumping up to that third. Jonah Wilson in fourth. Caden Fuller fifth. Remember, only 5 will bump through. There we have Little Bump getting up to the rear end of Tom Rinneneck. He's about to apply that pressure. And will Tom fall under the pressure of Little Bump, the 12-year-old phenom from Louisiana, representing Vietnam? The only stick radio driver here probably in the USA. I'm sure there are others, but the fast one. Gets a little 50-50 grind on that pipe. No harm, no foul. That allows Renton Connect to just pull off a little bit. There's Jonah Wilson. I told you that this young man is fast. Watching at the North Georgia Shootout, impressively fast there. Coming out to this national event. First time out here in the West Coast. Just started racing a few years ago. And here he is in third. Ethan Mechanic right behind him. And Caden Fuller just behind them. But right now, Jonah Wilson applying pressure to Little Bump. These guys, and the big winner here is Tom Rinneneck, just out there with that X-ray. Started on pole, still in first, as we watch these 2 young drivers from the Southeast come across the loop. Jonah Wilson getting by Little Bump as Little Bump gets a little sideways. Now he's got a rear view mirror full of X-rays. Ethan Mechanic from the Northeast. As we see Jonah Wilson setting his sights on Tom Rinneneck. Wilson been fast all weekend. Can he bring it home? He has 17 minutes, 12 seconds left to go out there in that. Oh, and just as I say that, he flips it over. Oh, no. Come on, Wilson. You got it. You got time, good buddy. You have time. Starting in that 4th position, just losing out some positions there. That was somebody. I don't know who that was just now. So, Little Bump back up in the 2nd. Ethan Mechanic 3rd. Caden Fuller 4th. Jonah Wilson 5th. He's got time. Jonah's very fast, as it is Little Bump. Mechanic. And there is Caden Fuller. So we have HB, X-ray, HB. Let's see if we see Jonah Wilson. There's Jonah Wilson. He's on the move. There's Little Bump. And the big winner in this is Tom Rinneneck, who's just pulling out an impressive lead out front as he comes by. There's on a 37-2. He now will have a 4-second lead over Little Bump. So Fuller making that move up into 3rd. He's in that transfer spot. We see Jonah Wilson silently hunting down Ethan Mechanic. Jonah Wilson making that mistake. I told you that this young man was very fast. Very impressed with him at the North Georgia Shootout a few months ago in Georgia. He took the challenge to Aiden Horn and Cole Ogden. Little Bump was there, but had some gremlins as well. Definitely want to see this young man get out to more races as we see Caden Fuller and Ethan Mechanic battling out for that transfer position. This bodes well for Little Bump, who can just click off some fast laps. As we see Caden come by, and he just clicked off a 38.8 to 38.7 for Mechanic. Jonah Wilson for 38.5. Tom Rinneneck throwing on one of his fast laps of a 37.5. Rinder Connect. First I thought it was Rinder Connect. Uh-oh. Is that Little Bump? That was Little Bump. Oh, no. Oh, no. Caden Fuller. Okay. I thought that was Bump. Let's see. It looked like Bump's car, but he says Caden Fuller. No, it was Caden Fuller. Unfortunate for Caden. Looks like he flamed out, had an issue. Big mover up is Evan Vale making the trip from the Southeast ever as well. Rinder Connect. Yesterday somebody said it was Rinderneck. So I'm not sure. There we are, Jonah Wilson. He's got Mechanic in his sights. Jonah throwing on a 38 flat. He's looking to, unfortunate for Caden. Unfortunate. Not going to make it up and race that semi with his brother. Yes, the Truggy lap times were faster, but Truggy is done for the day. Uh-oh, Mechanic good off. Oh, man, that was a big mistake for Mechanic. He's going to drop down to that 5th position, allow Evan Vale to get by. Jonah Wilson's got some clean track. He's now in that transfer position. He's going to be looking to, oh no, it's going from bad to worse for Mechanic. He's done. Unfortunate for Mechanic. He somehow ended up in pit lane, and too bad for Mechanic. Unfortunate. showing great pace from the Northeast. Right now, there's Jonah Wilson. Oh, sorry, that is... We're on board with Cole Caston, who's now in 6th. Going to move up to 5th after Render Connect falling out. And he has Evan Vale in his sights, that's for 4th position. Jonah Wilson in that blue and white car, purple and white car. Putting some space between him and Evan Vale. Cole Caston looking very racy right there. As we see Jonah Wilson coming up over the Techno step up. And there we are with Tom Rinderknecht in that red and white X-Ray, looking to bump up and be the 2nd X-Ray driver in the semi, along with Ty Tessman. Jonah Wilson coming in for some fuel. Little Bump out there with his stick radio. Be great to see Little Bump make to that semi. And then anything can happen from there. Remember, the top 3 will go through to the semi. And Bryce Riley says Tom looks Rinder connected. No, it's pronounced mechanic, I believe. That's what everybody says. Ethan Mechanic. Tom in for fuel. Who is fueling up Tom? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tom in for a great pit stop. Getting out in time. Oop. Wheeling it around that 180. Getting on the throttle. There we go. I can't even say that one. Rinderknecht. I always get his name messed up. Little Bump out to the front. Jonah Wilson in 2nd. Tom Rinderknecht in 3rd. Davey Bada moving on up in that 4th place. So Davey Bada making the transition from 10 scale out here to 8 scale. Always good to see. Maybe his fellow Mexican 10 scale, top 10 scale driver, Matthew Gonzalez, will join him. If he's listening to this or watching this, he knows what I'm talking about. Come on, Matty G, time to step up and race some big boy racing. Team Tom. Everybody cheering for Rinderknecht here in the chat. Oh man, it's Rinderknecht. Oh man, see, no, you guys gotta tell me how do you really say his name? Is it Rinderknecht? You guys keep changing it on me, but we are on board with Little Bump there, and that HB has got a little more pink in his body now, making it a little bit recognizable. I do get him and Caden mixed up quite easily, but Little Bump looking dialed in right there. He is flying. That HB cars are looking great. His car looked exceptionally well at Silver State. He's coming up on Cole Casson, who's actually in 4th. So Little Bump about to lap 4th. That's pretty impressive. Is that 4th? No, that wasn't Cole Casson. That was somebody else. Sorry. Oh, Walker Spinrat. That is Walker Spinrat right in front of him. Rinderknecht. Okay, thank you. I don't know what we're doing because this is just the quarterfinals. We did interview Little Bump earlier within the week. We kind of just interviewing, probably will interview the semifinals. Not sure what the producers want to do. It's not much time in between races right now, so it makes it a little bit difficult. There we go. Kakalappen would know. He's German, so is he German? He would know. It pronounces Hinderneck. Okay, Hinderneck. There we go. I'll say that from now on. Little Bump out in front. He's clocking off some fast. He's clocking off some steady laps out there. 12-year-old Little Bump finishing 2nd at Silver State, just behind Marco Barufalo. Techno getting their 2nd big win of the year. 3rd big win of the year. They won DNC with Ryan Mayfield winning Silver State with Marco Barufalo, and now winning Truggy at the Royal Nationals. If Matty G is at SDRC, tell him it's time to race 8 scale. Davey Bada's out here. So Tom Rinderknecht and Jonah Wilson. Jonah Wilson just right there in that steady. Jonah Wilson getting up. Uh-oh. Did Rinderneck come in for fuel? Must have, because no. Okay, whew, I got worried for a second. Just a long lap for Rinderneck. Phi Long is out front, followed by Jono Wilson. Both of these young racers coming from the southeast. And that is Walker Spinrad chasing down Little Bump, but that is not for position. Little Bump is now in front. He is lapped up to 7th place. Your order right now is Phi Long Ling, Jonah Wilson, Tom Rinderneck, Cole Casson, Evan Vale, David Olson, Spinrad, Austin Blair, Davey Butter, Cole Chura, Doug Lavidier, Caden Fuller, and Ethan Mechanic out early. Unfortunate for Ethan. So everybody's telling me how to pronounce his name. Thank you guys, Rinderneck. I'll just say it like that from now on. As we are about 2 hours and 45 minutes away from the 60-minute final, going off at 3:45. So don't go anywhere, guys. Lots of racing left to go. We got the semis coming up after this, which should be pretty epic. I think they might. I'm not sure if they're going to have a junior final before this. I think they might. So we shall see. Little Bump out there on rails, going a little bit wide, but he's got a decent lead over Jonah Wilson. Jonah Wilson looking to make it into the semis. That'd be a great result for the young man from Tennessee, I believe he's from. Got the pleasure of meeting him and his father recently here. Great father-son team. And as soon as I saw him running, I was like, this guy is impressive. What's up, Nuclear Crypto? Hello, Neo. Ciao. Tuning in from Italy. You guys have the Italian race coming up soon. They're at Gusago. Was trying to get there, but unfortunately cannot make it. Damon says, this man is my team manager, and I didn't even know how to say it properly. Yeah, even if I knew how to say it properly, I'm sure I would butcher it. They can't put Phi in the junior finals because he will make the semifinals. I believe that's the rule. So if you make the semifinals or you're in the final, you cannot run the junior final because it will be considered an unfair advantage. You'll get too much track time. We see Cooper and Big Bump doing the pit duties for Little Bump. He's good to go for the rest of the race, 6 minutes, 25 seconds. Unfortunately, these quarterfinals not needing to be as exciting as some of the lower mains. You see Little Bump just running away with it kind of here, followed by Jonah Wilson, Tom in third, Cole Caston in fourth. So there's top three will advance to the semifinals at the end of this 6 minutes that we have remaining.
We've got 6 minutes left to go, guys. 6 minutes left. Once again, race 24, the first semifinal coming up next.
I have to agree with you there, Ken. Matty G is just scared of getting dirty. That's what it is. All this nasty dust and dirt out here. He's not going to like that. Wilbur Kukemeyer, greetings, Earthlings. And what planet are you from, Wilbur? Nice of you to join us here on planet Earth. Or planet RC, as you like to say. Little Bump is running, I want to say some OS-based engine, maybe? Maybe Performer, maybe? I'm not sure. Somebody will fill me in the chat. Somebody will go on Facebook and look at his. There we go, OS Drake. Thank you, Mike Alt. There isn't much variety in engines anymore. It's either you're running an OS-based, a Reds, or a Serial or Pico-based engine. As we are on board with Sticks, Little Bump. 4 minutes and 34 seconds left to go for 12-year-old knocking on the door of his first semi-final performance at a Nationals. Yeah, Greg Degani messaged me and he goes, dude, you're talking too fast and talking too much. Take a breath. But hey, man, when you see good racing like that, I get excited. Renaud Savoya, how are you, my friend? Tuning in from France. Bonjour. How are you? Brandon Sisk. There you are. Tuned in. Little bump. Doing pretty good. Man, Jonah Wilson's good, Brandon. Very good. Evan Vale, one with a top 5 run. Race Tech Engines. Tuning in. Tony Newland. What's up, Tony? Is anybody out here in Race Tech Engines, Tony? Course Attack as well. But I haven't seen many Course Attack engines here, to be honest. Mostly OS and Reds. Ultimates.
Everybody getting spread out right now. No close battles on the track.
Thank you, Renault. 4-time European champion, or 3, Renault. Can't remember, sorry. But Renault, the Shark Savoya, one of the fast guys from Europe, from France. Lived in America for some time. Lived in Texas for some time, I believe, and he went with X-Ray. What's up, Brian Kofferman? We are on board with 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Little bump out in cruise control. His nearest competition is Tom Rinderneck in second. Jonah Wilson third. If it stands, those 3 will bump up to the semifinals. It is getting a bit closer. Uh-oh. Tom just made a mistake. Tom has lost that 3rd position. Let's find that. There we are. We are on board. That's Walker Spinrad, or is that Little Bump? That's Little Bump. The battle for 3rd and 4th is on as Cole Caston in the Techno car just passed Tom Rinderneck. Tom was out first, started on pole. Unfortunately, don't know what happened there with him. There is Jonah Wilson coming by right there. He is currently in second. Cole Caston is right there. Oh no, what happened to Rinderneck? What happened to Rinderneck? He is it. There he is. He's too far behind. He's got 1 minute, 38 seconds left to go. There we are. There's the battle. There is Cole Caston right there in front. Rinderneck. This is the battle for the final transfer spot. Finally, we get some action in this race as we see the Techno car versus X-Rays. It goes up over that double, keeping it tight around there, just avoiding that little bit of dust. Going up over the Techno, step up, keeping it smooth, up and over, keeping that line tight. Oh, Tom, you're not going to get him like that, going too wide. Come on, Tom. All of the internet is cheering you on, as well as X-Ray Nation, as Rinderneck is losing some time to Cole Caston, making it back. Oh, no. Oh, I think that's it. Unless Caston makes a mistake, we are not going to see Tom Rinderneck make that bump up. Unfortunate for Tom. He was so fast, and then don't know what happened while we was watching Little Bump. So unfortunate for Rinderneck. We have only 42 seconds left. He would need a miracle, i.e. Cole Caston having a flame out or braking, or just having a really long off-track excursion to win this. Not win this, but bump up to that semi-final. As we go around there, we see him getting a little bit wild around there. Unfortunate for Tom. Great for Cole Caston. I know his father will be very happy. They had some bad luck in the Nitro Truggy B-main, I believe. But Cole Caston, a very fast racer from Georgia. I believe he lives in Georgia. So there we see Tom. Unfortunately, there we see Caston just going through there. Only 4 seconds left. Unfortunate for Tom. Started on pole, led this race for quite some time, lost the lead. And unfortunately, this will end Tom's bid at the Nationals, as he will have to settle for second. Little bump bumping up to his first semifinals. Jonah Wilson at his first Nationals bumping into that semi. Very well done. Cole Caston probably making his first semi. Tom's going to have to settle for fourth. Evan Vale fifth. David Olsen sixth. Austin Blur seventh. Davey Bada eighth. Cole Chura ninth. Doug Laverrier 10th. Caden Fuller 11th. Walker Spinrad 12th. And Ethan Mechanic, who's very fast in the beginning, will have to settle for 13th. Onshore Trevor, I have not been out there and looked at everybody's engine, so I cannot tell you what's going on. Maybe it would be great one day to have like graphs so we can see. I remember Neo Buggy used to do that. Maybe House of RC has it. Maybe House of RC has everybody's details, and he can let us know.
Cars back out to turn marshal. All drivers back out to turn marshal. Race 24. First semi warm-up. Go ahead, set them down.
All right, so we are going right into the semifinals here. Now we can't forget Alpha engines. Obviously, Ryan Lutz is running Alpha engines. Renault Savoia congratulating Little Bump. Yeah, from Tennessee. I thought he was from Tennessee. Well done to Jonah Wilson, man. That was, I am one of the most impressive young guys I've seen this year so far is Jonah Wilson. And I've been to quite a lot of races, so very impressed with him. First time at the Nationals, first time out west, I would say, and doing quite well here. So well done.
Table right here. Thank you. Got about 1 minute left in the warm-up, guys. 1 minute left. Still waiting on a couple turn marshals, guys. Doug into the center.
All righty then. We are on the semifinal even now. Remember, everybody, the top 5 from this semi will go through to the final. The top 5 from the next semi will go through to the final, and then they will take the 2 next fastest racers out there that come in. So it could be from either semi. It could be from, they could both come from one semi. One come from one come from the other. We generally see, for some reason, one of these semis being slower than the other. Then we see B. Rose started in second. He's looking to make his first Nationals final, I believe. So he's super excited. It'd be great to see B. Rose. And I think we'll make it a national holiday in Texas if that happens. Lee Setzer as well. Here's your starter order. Spencer Rifkin, Brandon Rose, Adam Drake, the Fuel Mileage Master, Jared the Wizard Wiggins, Ryan the Goat Cavallari, Seth freaking Van Dalen, Camden Cool Lime, Lee Setzer, or Bruce Lee Setzer, Tater Sontag, Raging Aiden Horn, Joey Burdon, Action Jackson Brunson, and Kyle Turner representing NorCal. Thank you guys for tuning into the chat. Please share this. We got some great racing ahead of us. This is the 2023 1/8 scale off-road fuel raw fuel nets. We would like to say thank you to our sponsors: MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for bringing you this coverage. Thank you to Live RC for all their hard work bringing you this coverage as well. We're almost finished for the day. We got about 2 hours and 37 minutes to the start of our A final, or one final. We see Mike Truey. Who is he going to go? He must be going to go turn marshal for Mayfield, I would assume. Mike Truey, also a very well-accomplished racer, almost winning the 2008 World Championships in Charlotte, North Carolina. Was extremely fast all weekend and just missed it. Just missed bumping. A Tuesday Horror got him on fuel mileage, actually. So, always great to see. Hello, Scotty. Checking in from Amsterdam. I hope everything went well over there in the ETS. Who won that, by the way? Scotty, I thought we was gonna be working together. And when I got her, they're like, "Oh no, Scotty's not here." And then Charlie was supposed to be here, and then he broke his clavicle. I know all about that. So we got our chat going. So we got a great race ahead of us, a 30-minute semi-final, and we are in for a treat. Remember, the top 5 will advance to the final out of each semi, and then we will see the top 2 fastest after that. No LCQ here at the Raw Nationals. I've already lobbied for that to happen. Oh wow, Orlowski won. Not surprised at that. Man, he's amazing. He is amazing. All right, so we're there. We see Mr. President out there getting these guys fueled up, getting them ready. And they're off. Spencer Rifkin starting out on pole, followed by B. Rose, Adam Drake, Jared Wiggins, and Ryan Cavallari. Oh, no. That's Camden Lime getting it wrong. Oh, no. No, poor Camden Lime. Remember, there's a lot of people getting it wrong out there. No, not good. Not good at all. But on tap with Camden Lime, who's been fast all weekend, looking to get in that top 5 and bump it up. So he has 30 minutes to put his head down and get ready. It's Rifkin from Rose, from Drake, from Wiggins, from Cavallari. That's your top 5. Right now, this will be your transfer spots. Seth Van Dalen in 6, Sets in 7, Tater Sontag in 8, Jackson Brunson in 9, making the move up from 12. There we see Adam Drake. He's got Wiggins right behind him. There's Cavallari. That's your top 5, and they have a gaggle of cars behind them. Rifkin up and over to Techno. Step up. There we see Wiggins just on the rear end of Adam Drake. Will Adam Drake try to stretch his fuel mileage this week at this race as well? That's what got him into this semifinal. Going long, he says, I can go more than 10 minutes. I have plenty of fuel. Maybe we'll see him do this. And wouldn't it be awesome to see Drake getting into a final? As we are on board, there is the wizard, Jared Wiggins. He has Adam Drake right behind him. He got him. Wiggins has been impressively fast all weekend. Silently fast. And there is the WRC driver of Ryan Cavallari, stoically been over there in the pits. You're used to seeing Ryan Cavallari with a big team around him, but it's just been Lou Dog. And my buddy RC Horton came down to help him out. The WRC guys will be happy to see their car in the final. 5 bump up from this. 5 from each semi, and then the next 2. Just so you guys know, we are on board with Spencer Rifkin, who has been fast all weekend, looking to take that challenge to Dakota Fenn as he goes up and over that double, that triple, keeping it tight around that line. B-Rose not pushing the issue. But remember, this is also for track position. So, we see Fenn getting it a little bit wrong. We saw Aiden Horn break his truck there earlier, so he doesn't want to make that mistake anymore as he comes around. And that is a 36.9 for Rifkin. We now have Rifkin from Rose, from Wiggins, Drake, Cavallari. That's your top 5. Seth Van Dalen and Ryan Cavallari embroiled in a battle for that final bump-up position. But remember, Seth still has to click off they still have to click off fast laps if they want to proceed forward to the final. Absolutely stacked field here. Ryan Cavallari, been in this position many, many times. Brandon Rose looking to bump up to his first Nationals final, I believe. No, actually, sorry, he made it in 2021. He won the LCQ there in 2021. But looking to do well here. Had a very good B-main in truck, but was not able to start. And there we see Spencer Rifkin, who also had issues in truck. His associate has been looking very good all weekend. Brandon Rose has been solid, and those two have pulled out quite a lead on Wiggins. Wiggins has a lead on Drake, and there we see Cavallari battling it out with Seth Van Dalen. Remember, not all is lost for that sixth place finisher. If they have a fast, that has caught so many people right there. I am surprised no car has broken there. That nail has caught so many drivers out. Wiggins stopping short. That stop right there would break many, many cars. You're a Visions Race defender. With the Visions Race coming up in 2 weeks' time. There's Brandon Rose. They've got 26 minutes, 11 seconds left to go in this race. As we see Adam Drake from Wiggins, from Cavallari, from Seth Van Dalen. Nope, Tater Sontag now moving up. So he got by Seth Van Dalen at some point. Tater Sontag been looking fast all weekend. There we see Adam Drake not out there trying to push the issue, trying to go that fuel mileage route. That's what got him in her. Wiggins was flying till he hit that nail. Cavallari just silently doing what Cavallari does. I wouldn't be shocked if Cavallari won this myself. He just does things like that. There we see Seth Van Dalen right there. So this is all 4 positions right here. Drake is in 3rd, Wiggins in 4th, Cav in 5th, Seth Van Dalen in 6th. Remember, the top 5 will automatically bump up to the final. Adam Drake trying to go long on fuel. We see Brandon Rose just out there in front. Looks like Spencer Rifkin's just checking out. He's been super fast. He's been one of the guys that's matched Dakota Fenn in qualifying in practice. Unable to get a TQ, but doing very well. We saw Ty Tessman taking a TQ from Fenn and Fenn flamed out. We've seen Jared Tebo be fast. You'll see those guys racing next as we are on board with Adam Drake, who's looking smooth. He's having a great nationals. Made the A-main in truck. Made the semis after 2 qualifiers through fuel mileage. So very excellent to see this. Wouldn't it be great? Drake is about, what, 43, 44? I think it's about my age. So 44, 45 years old. Drake making the 2023 Raw National, 3-time national champion as well. Won that with Losi back in the day. Wonder how many national races he's attended in his career. Tebo has attended 23. Seth Van Dalen looking to push the issue a little bit. He's looking to push the issue. You see Wiggins just behind Adam Drake. This is allowing Brandon Rose to just pull away in that second position. We have 23 minutes, 54 seconds left in this race. We haven't had no fuel stops yet. They'll be coming up soon with 6 minutes gone. There's Brandon Rose. We can see Rivkin. He's just flying. He just threw down a 37.5 to Brandon Rose 37.1. I think we have some pit stops happening. I can hear our race director giving some instructions. There we go. Who's that? Oh, no, that's Camden Lime. Oh, no. Feel bad for Camden Lime. He had high hopes to make the semis, and not going to happen for Camden. I mean, high hopes to make the final. He's been very good all weekend, but not his weekend as his race weekend comes to an end. But all hopes on Brandon. Oh, Brandon Rose getting a little bit wrong just now. So Brandon Rose must have come in for some fuel. Looks like it, or had a very long lap, 43.2. But now the fuel mileage master, Adam Drake, out there in that Mugen Siki, the Seoul Mugen Siki representative, looking to get into that A final, or that 1 final there, through fuel mileage, through racecraft. This is how Adam Drake is winning races. He may not be the fastest, doing well in races. He may not be the fastest, but he knows how his racecraft, he knows how to save fuel. He has his car set up to use as little fuel as possible. I asked him earlier, I said, dude, are you ever going to run out of fuel? And he goes, I can go 12 minutes, no problem. Rhonda confirmed that in the chat yesterday as he is now looking, he's going on fuel mileage. So Spencer Rivkin must have come in for fuel as well, or made a mistake, because that's him right in front of Drake, and Drake is just going along. So right now it's Rivkin from Drake, from Cavallari. Wow, Cavallari making some moves. Seth Van Dalen and Brandon Rose. Wiggins now in 6th. We are on board with Adam Drake in that Mugen car, the only Mugen in these semis, I believe. Mugen not having Ryan Mayfield anymore. He made the move to Techno. Adam Drake flying the flag for Mugen Solo. Frankie Contreras Jr. unable to make it to the Nationals this year. Then we have the Click brothers over in Europe. Looking to represent Mugen here in the E-Buggy Euros and Euros coming up later on. What's up, Derek Poe? How you doing? Oh, I heard Cavallari rolling over somewhere, our RD tells us, and that's going to allow Brandon Rose to go on by. Now Seth Van Dalen up to that 4th spot. Brandon Rose having his lap in pit lap. So he had a bad lap of 43 seconds and then had a very slow pit out lap of 49 flat. But Adam Drake's now in 2nd. If Spencer Rivkin just in front of him, followed by Jared Wiggins. There we see Wiggins coming around. The Wizard, his car's been looking solid all weekend. Your 2022 Visions Race winner, looking to defend that title here shortly in 2 weeks' time at the Mid-Atlantic Outdoor in Jay, Oklahoma. Mid-America Outdoor in Jay, Oklahoma. Visions Race was an excellent race put on last week. We had 3 15-minute finals, I believe. Wiggins taking home that big check, getting it on MAV TV. Looking forward to seeing the coverage of that in 2 weeks' time. But right now, Spencer Rivkin's out there clocking off some laps. Adam Drake right behind him. Still waiting for Adam to come in for some fuel. Probably coming in soon, I would say. Jared Wiggins in 3rd, Seth Van Dalen 4th, and Brandon Rose bumping up to that 5th position. Remember, the top 5 will go straight through to the final, and then they will take the 2 fastest racers after that. 2 fastest times. Dakota Fenn already secured his position in there by taking TQ. Yes, top 5 from each semi. Then the 2 next fastest races. They could come from one semi. They could come 1 and 1. We don't know. And Dennis says, what's up, Dennis? Tuning in from Florida, Dennis and Stacy. How are you guys? Thank you for tuning in to the 2023 Raw 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals at Silver Dollar RC Raceway in Chico, California. Thank you to A-Main Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for bringing you this live coverage. We are on board with Seth Mandela now being seen in that 4th spot. And there's Adam Drake coming in for fuel. See Josh Hollyfield and Shane Simmons, a fellow Bermudian, doing that. So Drake is going long. He just came in at 10:55, 10-minute mark. So Drake looking to be in great position. So Scott Walker Alice is asking me, who do I want to win? I don't know. Maybe I have to be biased on this. But I wouldn't be mad if Tebo won, or Mason Fuller, or Mayfield for that fact, and giving Techno that first national title. So we shall see. And I wouldn't be. Look, I'm being vanilla on this. I like Fenn too. So there we go. Everybody. I want everybody to win. That way I don't lose. Anyway, we are on tap with Seth Van Dalen out there in that blue and orange Techno, making this Minnesota his home. There we see Brandon Rose now in 5th. Brandon Rose having a few horrible laps. He was in a solid position in 2nd, and then lost that with some bad laps and a long pit, but still getting his composure. He has 18 minutes, 14 seconds left to go. Mike Alt, I'm not sure, but the finals are going off at 3:45. So 3:45, the final goes off. They probably have to wait to these. I'll probably have to wait to after the other semi, to be honest, because then that gives everybody fair time to work on it. So after the other semi, and after they've passed Tech, they'll get a chance to work on their cars. Oh yeah, Road Reg. He's been doing that all weekend. He's been doing 11-minute runs all weekend and says he can go longer. So Adam Drake, the fuel mileage master. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. That's not good. That's going to allow Brandon Rose to be back in front of him. Adam Drake's going to drop down to that 5th position. Ryan Cavallari in the WRC, not too far behind. Here we see Wiggins and Rose going at it. Techno versus S-Wax, both residing in Texas now. But B-Rose from down, I think, in the Houston area, and Wiggins maybe residing, maybe I'm not sure Wiggins is living in Texas. It's so big, but I know he's in Texas, but, you know, it could be far away. But right now we have Riffin, Wiggins, Van Dalen, Rose, Drake, Cavallari. Cavallari looking to clock off some laps too, get in front of Drake. There's Seth Van Dalen. Wiggins trying to catch up to Seth Van Dalen. That is 2nd right there in front of him. And Spencer Rifkin just out there getting practice right now. Just out there getting practice. Exactly, Chris. Yeah, they'll hold both cars to after the semi and after Tech. And then everybody has the same equal amount of time to work on their cars. So no LCQ this year, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure there'll be one next year. It's going to be one of my main goals, to bring the LCQ back to the Raw Nationals. As we now see Wiggins chasing down his teammate of Seth Van Dalen. There's Brandon Rose there in 4th. Adam Drake just a bit back. There you see Cavallari going around that corner. As we see Jared Wiggins, and that's Kyle Turner. He's scoring down in 12th. Unfortunate for him. Unfortunate for Camden Lime out too. Was really looking forward to Camden Lime doing well at this race, but his nationals will end here. Lutz is in the next race, Vivos, next semi. So there we go. Wiggins coming by, just throwing on a 36.9. Seth Van Dalen for 37.1. Spencer just out there throwing down a 36.6. So, and it is hot. I just took a walk out there, and there it was. Pretty hot out there. No, the LCQ is great. I love the LCQ. It was great at the Worlds last year. It was great at the Nationals in 2021. It's the most exciting 15 minutes of racing you can get. As we see Brandon Rose and Wiggins putting on a show for us of some excellent driving skill here. And we see Rose coming in, his father doing the pit duties, getting him out in time, zooming down. That's actually probably the better option there, being pitting all the way down there. He can clear that engine out somewhat and not have to worry about it loading up in that slow pit exit. Spencer Rifkin in for fuel as well. Seth Van Dalen probably coming in soon if that what he didn't already. Jared Wiggins, Brandon Rose, Adam Drake ain't coming in for fuel. He can go 11 minutes. He will be coming in for fuel for quite some time. Now on tap, looking at the green and white car, the S-Works of Brandon Rose running those hot race tires representing the great state of Texas. Mike's Gulf Coast Hobbies, all probably watching the race there in the hobby shop. One of those great indoor tracks that they have there in Texas. There's Seth Van Dalen. He's just behind Adam Drake. Adam Drake going long, going 11, 10, almost 11 minutes on the tank. He's not coming into pit for quite some time. And when he does come into pit, he won't have to pit anymore. Van Dalen just trying to get by Drake. He's obviously faster. Drake probably in fuel conserving mode. Oh, man, Drake making those mistakes right there. Drake making those mistakes, and that's going to allow Seth Van Dalen by and Brandon Rose, but they are faster than Drake. Drake's got that fuel mileage advantage. He just needs to keep it calm, keep it on all four wheels, and finish. Yeah, no LCQ, good buddy. They are taking the top 5 from each semi and the next fastest races after that. Dakota Fenn already in the final. Me personally, I think that's a disadvantage. But maybe we see that change in the future as well. We got somebody down in Mike's hobby shop saying we are watching from the hobby shop, I'm sure. If B Rose makes this final, he's not the first national final he's made, but I think we should call it a national holiday in Texas. B Rose Day. Spencer Rifkin just out there on a Sunday afternoon drive. This is going to bode very well for Spencer Rifkin, in my opinion. He's out there. He's got no challenge. He's just getting practice. He's going to have 30 minutes more track time than his biggest competitor, which is Dakota Fenn. I think this is going to help Rifkin out quite a lot in the coming final. So we shall see as we see Seth Van Dalen getting a little bit squirrely there as he jumps into the Dega Bowl. And back around, keeping it tight around the pipe. Seth just has to finish 4th, but maybe he wants to get a little better finishing position. Adam Drake in 5th, Ryan Cavalier showing in 6th. Adam Drake not having to pit till another minute and 45 seconds, and then he's good to go for the rest of the race, where these guys all have to pit one more time. Well, I think 2 more times, sorry. Somebody in there will figure it out. I'm bad with math. We see Aiden Horn not having the nationals that he wants. He's scoring down in 10th. Brandon Rose having the nationals that he wants. He's now in 3rd. Jared Wiggins has got some breathing room between him and Rose. Where's Wiggins? There's Wiggins going up over the Techno bump. Techno step up. That orange, white, and blue Techno with those nice looking Kashima shocks. Car's looking really good. Very good. First Nitro Buggy National Championship, I should say. Seth freaking Van Dalen battling it out with Brandon Rose. Right now, you see Brandon Rose just coming up on the back of Jackson Brunson. Jackson Brunson letting him by. Good show. That's how you let faster guys back, especially when you're being lapped. Take note of that, other racers. That's how you let somebody by. He knows that he's getting lapped. Let him go on through. B Rose looking real smooth out there. That's Aiden Horn in front of him. That, again, is not for position. Unfortunately, that's lap traffic. That's Rage and Aiden Horn is scoring down in 10th. Rivkin out there in front, just clocking off laps, getting that practice, getting that track time that's needed. All this is going to help him going into that 60-minute final coming up at 3:45 p.m. What's up, Walday? How you doing? Old school friend tuning in from Bermuda. Hope all is well. B-Rose looking like he's just in the zone. Nothing faltering him. There is Wiggins. So Wiggins must have come in for fuel. Or made a mistake, but Wiggins is now behind B-Rose. So Wiggins probably coming in for fuel. We missed that. But Wiggins, B-Rose has to come in one more time. Adam. I heard from our RD that Adam dropping down to 6. We see Spencer Rifkin coming around to lap some more guys there. Spencer Rifkin just flying. There we see Seth Van Dalen going through. B-Rose right there, followed by Wiggins. So it's Rifkin from Rose, from Wiggins, Van Dalen, Drake. Cavallari, sorry, taking over. So Drake must have come in for fuel. We see Cavallari inheriting that 5th spot, but he's going to have to come in for fuel himself. All these guys. Wiggins had his last fuel stop, I believe. Good morning, Raheem. Hope all is well. As it's starting to get warm here in the booth. So that means it's getting hot, hot, hot out there on the track. We haven't seen any tempers flaring so far as the temperature has risen and racing is getting more seriously. But right now we're looking at Techno teammates Seth Van Dalen and Jared Wiggins battling. Having to go to the lap times, but Rifkin just out there, just clicked off his fastest lap of the race at 36.4 with 7 minutes 46 seconds left to go. Maybe going to pick up the pace a little bit to see what he can do. Also, he wants to probably get a really good starting position. He probably want to get up in that 2nd or 3rd position. Remember, you start according to times because we have another semi to come.
For a stop, your 2nd place car. Here comes Van Dalen. Wiggins goes by.
All right, we have 1,205 people watching. This is the most we've had all weekend. Great. Thank you guys for joining us. You guys are just in time for the end of this semi. I guess you guys have been watching all this time. Don't go anywhere. You have another semi-final coming up. And then the 60-minute final that's coming up shortly here at 3:45. Yes, they've already run the Truggy B-main, and Ryan Mayfield won it. Jared Tebo 2nd and Dakota Fenn 3rd. Spencer Rifkin out there getting that extra track time in. B-Rose now clocking in 3rd. Wiggins got by, but B-Rose came in for fuel. Adam Drake taking over that 5th spot as it looks like Ryan Cavallari has come in for some fuel. So now Ryan's going to want to put his head down and clock off some fast laps and hope that Drake makes some mistakes so he can get up into that 5th spot. If not, Cavallari is going to have to wait and see if he can get in on time. Let's see how this next... Ooh. Whoever that was close. That was Kyle Turner. That was very close. That almost ended in imminent disaster. As we are on board with the green and white car of Brandon Rose representing Mike's Golf Hobbies down in Houston, Texas. I believe he works there. Not sure. Silver Dollar likes their wonky. Yeah, it's a bit wonky, but it's been fun. Hey, a win is a win, man. In order to finish first, you must first finish. Joe Scramble tuning in from Lakeside in Minnesota. Quincy Aberdeen. Hey, you sent me a friend request on Facebook. Was that you? Or was that some sort of spam? I thought we was friends already on Facebook. Yeah, Rifton clicked off a 36.4 a few seconds ago, good buddy. His fastest lap came about 2-3 minutes ago. Kashima coated shocks on the Techno Buggy. They have some new Kashima coated shocks. Basically like a different type of coating to help the with the friction between the the piston and whatnot inside. But Spencer Rifkin out there just getting that practice. He's got 4 minutes and 33 seconds left in this race. Brandon Rose in second. Jared Wiggins having a long lap, probably coming in for some fuel. Yep, looks like he is. Seth Van Dalen inheriting that third position. What a long fuel out for Jared Wiggins, 49 seconds. Adam Drake still doing well on fuel mileage. Good to go to the end of the race. Ryan Cavallari is about 6 seconds back. Ryan Cavallari is about 6 seconds back. And he's going to want to push the issue because he wants to get up and not have to worry about getting in on time. B-Row is looking quite solid out there in second. Doesn't have to finish first. Rifkin out there trying to push it and go faster. Come on, B-Row, get off that pipe. That's no. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Just keep calm, B-Row. Don't worry. You be all right. There he goes, up and over, making that timing right. That's going to be key coming up in these finals, getting that timing right. We're seeing a lot of people make mistakes there throughout the day. Spencer Rifkin just out there getting that practice, looking to probably start second. That would be good for him. So, Juan Pablo Sainz, 5 from each semi pass directly to the final, and then they take the 2 fastest lap timed semi after that. So that can come from either semi, come from one semi or 1 and 1. There is Jared Wiggins in that Techno. There's Seth and Dana right behind him. Is that Adam Drake right behind them? Nope, that's Kyle Turner. Adam Drake out there. There is... It looks like Spencer Rifkin out there getting ready to come up behind Seth and Jared. Cavallari got 2 minutes and 28 seconds to make up 4 seconds as we see Wiggins making a mistake there. No harm, no foul. He just wants to finish. Tom Rennick having some heartbreak there, not making it up to that semifinal, unfortunately for Tom. Race 25 next. That's our semifinal odd. Jared Wiggins looking quite racy out there as he is just wanted to come home in third. Had a long lap there. 41.8 with that mistake. And there we have. There's Spencer Rifkin just about to lap Jared Wiggins, who's in fourth. Spencer Rifkin is on rails. He is just out there getting that practice. He's probably going to be anxious to get his car back and just refresh it. His car is good. He is driving with the full confidence needed to take the challenge to Dakota Fan, who's already in the main. But we have 1 minute and 24 seconds left to go. Nothing is secure to the end. We saw in the Truggy B-main where Dakota Fan was in the lead for most of the race. And near the end, he had some sort of failure with his engine or his clutch. And with 2 laps left to go, he went from first to third. 2 bump ups are time dependent. The 2 fastest ones, it doesn't matter if they come from both semis or 1 and 1 or such and such. As thank you to Christy Wilson for bringing me a popsicle. That's how hot it's getting here. The heat is rising. It should be very hot around 3:45 when that 60-minute main starts. There's Spencer, man. I don't know, man. It's going to be hard not to bet against Spencer in this race. He is looking great. 33 seconds left to go. He's just on about to lap 4th there. That's pretty impressive. Adam Drake still looking good in that 5th spot, looking to secure his finals berth. If Ryan Cavallari can make up a 2-4-2-3, just under 3 seconds, he will have to go in on time. So Cavallari's fate will be left to the 2 Master of Fate. And that's all right. I don't know. Hey, anyway, Spencer Rivkin takes the win. Brandon Rose second. Seth Van Dalen third. Jared Wiggins fourth. Adam Drake fifth. Ryan Cavallari on the bubble in sixth. Joey Berdon, great run from Joey Berdon. Take that seventh. Tater Sontag in eighth. Aiden Horn ninth. Lee Setzer 10th. So Ryan Cavallari, Joey Berdon still on the bubble. Either one of those guys can go in if the lap times from the next final are slower. Congratulations to B Rose. He'll be happy with that. And I don't know why you guys are complaining about Mayfield winning. That's racing. In order to finish first, you must first finish.
All cars into tech. Taking the win that run, Spencer Rivkin. Finishing in second, Brandon Rose. Seth Van Dellen finishing in third. Jared Wiggins in fourth. Adam Drake finishing in fifth.
What's up, Sexy Leg? Good to see you in the chat, ma'am. Hope all is well. ETA for the start of the 60-minute final is 3:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
26 cars will be released at one time. All semifinal cars will be released at one time. Race 25, set them down, guys. 25, set them down.
All right, as the semifinal odd gets out in their warm-up, we have an interview with the youngest competitor in the semifinal, Little Bump Phi Long Ning.
We're here with Little Bump, whose new nickname is Sticks, obviously because of his radio. First of all, congratulations on the second place at Silver State last month.
Thank you.
Great race by you. How did you feel winning that? I mean, coming second and having a great race like that.
I could have won it, but
We
it's
don't,
good enough.
okay, yeah, we don't want you to win it right. Well, we'll wait a little bit so you know you can win it. But awesome drive. Your car looked great. But we want to talk about this radio that you're using. Tell us a little bit why you're using a stick radio, because you're like the only person here using a stick radio.
Well, I'm only using this because the regular controller, I couldn't reach the brakes.
Okay.
So that way I could reach it.
Okay, so you know it's another really fast racer that uses sticks too. Have you ever watched him race with his, David Angara race with his radio? What do you think?
Cool.
Yeah. So show us a little bit when you're driving. Let's see your fingers when you're driving there. So now you gotta hit brakes. What are you doing? Are you pumping the brakes like that?
Yeah.
There you go. So you take your finger off and put it back like that. You don't keep your finger on there? You don't keep your finger on there. You take it off.
Well, I did this. Okay. That's it.
So have you tried the pistol radio? What did you like it?
It's fun once in a while, but I cannot stick with it. It's hard.
How long have you been racing now?
Like about 4 years.
I first met you when you was about 7, I think, at Southern Nationals.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So how do you feel a little bit intimidated by some of these older guys here?
Kind of. Well, Caden over there. Caden. I want to beat him, so yeah.
Why do you want to beat Caden?
Because
Okay, just cause.
he's my friend and I want to just beat him.
Okay, that's good enough. He's your friend. He wants to beat you. How about school? What do people in school think about what you do?
They don't know.
They don't know?
Some of them.
What do you tell them? You race RC cars, and what do they say?
Like supplies. They're like faux supplies. Some of them found my dad's Facebook, so yeah.
But they don't understand that you're racing against some of the best in the world, and you're traveling around the world. So how do you like that? You're going to Vietnam this summer, I think, as well?
Yeah. It's going to be fun. It should be fun.
Go back home, go to a couple of races back there. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, very much.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I wish you good luck this weekend, and have fun in Vietnam as well when you go.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
All righty, so we hear from Little Bump 12 years old, looking to make it to his first Nationals final. We have a 1-minute call here, so they're going to let these guys go out here and drive around. Not much spectators, EKJ. Nowhere really for spectators to sit, just RC racers. What's up, Bobby Smith? How you doing? Truggy in Dakota's fan, not sure if his clutch went or his engine went or something happened with about 2 laps to go. He lost a lot of power and he had to, Mayfield was able to get by. Tebo was able to get by. I don't care what anybody says. A win is a win. It ain't over till it's over. All right. Now, I have not heard anything about America limiting fuel like Europe. So don't worry. I agree, Miles Land. He's coming out of his show. He's talking more. Little bump definitely makes me laugh. And we just need to not put the pressure on him. He's going to be good no matter what. So let's get ready as we see BT right there. Pitt and Jonah Wilson. Be great to see Jonah Wilson make it up there. It's going to be hard to do. As the dawn and quiet. And we see Tyrone Tessman out there to the lead. With Ryan Mayfield behind him. Cole Ogden and Jared Tebo. What's up, Dustin Smallone? Good evening, Mr. Runnerfolk. How are you? Hope all is well in Sweden. Say hello to David for me. As we are looking at Joe Bornhorst and Mason Fuller, Spencer Heckert, and Ryan Lutz right there. So that is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. It is Ty Tessman from Ryan Mayfield, Cole Ogden, Jared Tebo, Ryan Lutz. Remember, everybody, your top 5 will go through, and the next 5 will go through on time. As we see Tebo going through the wall there. That is a lot of speed right there. Ryan Lutz, Heckert, Bornhorst, Fuller, Pavidis, all fast. Jonah Wilson making a move up to 10th. Well, good to see Jermaine Robinson also qualifying directly into the semi. Had a very good run. There we see Bornhorst. Oh, Bornhorst just getting up on 2 wheels as Mason goes by. Mason looking to get up there. He's now moved up to 7th. He looked very rapid in practice and just having bad qualifying. There we see Tessman, Mayfield, Ogden. Ogden looking good too. Ogden always shows up at these races. There's Tebo and Lutz, followed by Heckert, Mason, Bornhorst, and not sure. Ryan Pavidis? Yeah, that's Pavidis, sorry. Tessman out there with the low profile head, one of the only drivers out there running it. Got that clear Lexan wing that's about 30 grams lighter than the traditional wings out there. Yeah, this is all the heavy hitters. This is a hard semi right here. Probably going to be faster than the last one. But there we see Ogden make a little mistake as he lawn darts into that pipe, but just sketches it. He's got Ryan Lutz right behind him. Tebo dropping down to that 5th position. Tebo's got a rear view mirror full of Spencer Heckert right there and Mason Fuller. Tebo probably on some harder tires, waiting for his tires to come in later on. Oh no, who was that? Lutz making a mistake. Oh man. Lutz got to go do all that work all over again to get up to 4th. And we see Cole Ogden making a mistake there. That's going to allow Tebo to get by. He's now in 3rd. Ryan Mayfield in 2nd. And Ty Tessman and Mayfield just edging their way out. We saw these two racing to each other at Divisions race last year. That was epic. Lots of drama behind that. But now they're friends. They've talked it over. No beef between Tessman and Mayfield. Obviously, they want to beat each other on the track. But definitely no drama off the track.
Right behind him, and Spencer Eckert in the 5th spot. 3 minutes down and 27 minutes still left to go.
Alrighty, we are on board with the X-ray of Ty Tessman representing Canada, the great province of Alberta. Rocking that red #1 plate. I really like that. Ryan Mayfield just hanging there. Notice he doesn't have to really be on pole. We've seen Mayfield start from 4th and 5th and just decimate his competition. There's Tebo just chilling, probably on a harder compound. Ogden and Heckert right there. Heckert would be happy to make it up to the final right away without having to go down to time. This semi right now is starting to look like it's going to be faster than the last one. No, Bob. I think they kind of made up. They were cool at the Worlds when I saw them. So I think off the track they're fine. Obviously, if something happens, they'll be a little bit upset. But we shall see. 5 bump out of this. 5 from each semi, then the 2 fastest lap times. As you see, Tebo just tiptoeing around. Probably got some harder tires on to make it through this semi. Probably testing out tires too, hoping to make it up to that final. Just chilling. He knows he doesn't have to really be on a TQ pace. Came second in truck. Having a great weekend here on his... Oh, Tessman makes a mistake. That's going to allow Mayfield by. Tessman looping out on his own, and Mayfield just takes over that lead. We know what happens when Mayfield takes over the lead. He rarely looks back and usually just runs away with it. But Tessman cannot allow Mayfield to run away with it. He wants to get up. Mayfield gets it up on 2 wheels just now. He saved it. But Tessman right behind him. Tebo right there. And it looks like Cole Ogden making up some speed. Cole's been looking fast and buggy all week. We know that Cole Ogden and the Nationals and the world just seem to be something special for him. The beast from the East, the people's champion at an HB car and those TZO tires. He just knows how to show up at these races. I don't know if it's a ladder style racing or whatever, but Cole Ogden always puts on a show for us. What's up, Kyle Paquette? Hope you're doing well. Glad you're loving the coverage. Shout out to MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for the support, bringing you this live RC coverage. Thank you to Live RC for all their hard work. The guys are out there on the cameras and the producers doing their job to bring you the best coverage possible. Shout out to all of the Raw officials here doing their jobs to diligently, working hard amongst all the complaints and abuse that they're getting, pushing Raw forward. And there we see Mayfield, Tessman, Tebo, Ogden, all of these guys running very fast. Let's see where Heckert is. Heckert's just a little bit behind. He's got a rear view mirror of Mason Fuller. Mason Fuller looking to get by him. There we see Heckert. Where's Fuller? There's Fuller a bit behind him. He's going to have to pick up the pace because he's got Ryan Pavitas and Joe Bornos behind him. As we see Ty Tessman. We see Cole Ogden all on the rear end of Tebo. Tebo probably running a little harder tire here. Waiting for those tires to come in. We see Cole Ogden super fast in that HB. Something about these national races where Cole Ogden just shows up. 2021, he was clearly one of the fastest racers and ended up getting DQ'd after his semi for extra large tank. Said his tank is 100cc this weekend, so no chance of that. Ty Tessman also falling victim to that DQ. And now he has a rearview mirror of Tebo. Tebo has been on excellent form this weekend. He's having a great time. He's smiling. This is his 23rd and last national event. He's already got a second in truck. Looking to get a top 3 or better or whatever he can get in his last nationals. There we see Tessman going through up over that double. Tebo not letting him get too far behind. Tebo's tires probably coming in. He's probably got some confidence now, not making any mistakes out there in that iconic light blue, white, and black paint job. Black wing, white wheels. Tebo last. This is his farewell tour, retiring after 23 years of RC racing. As we see Tessman coming in. Tessman coming in first, coming in for some fuel. Ryan Mayfield still out front. That's allowing Jared Tebo to get some clear air and get out there and catch Mayfield. He's probably going to be coming in for fuel now with 7 minutes 36 seconds left in this down in this race with 22 minutes 20 seconds left. Trent Walker. What's up, Trent? Is cheering on Jonah Wilson. Where's Jonah Wilson? Jonah Wilson's out, man. He's way down in 13th, but still a great performance for Wilson, showing that he has impressive pace. As I expect, Tebo is coming in for fuel. Let's see how this fuel goes. We see Scotty Brewer doing the catching. Bruce's dad doing it. Gets that engine cleared out. Woo, that was close. Whoever that was, that was very close. Looks like Little Bump, unfortunately. Look like Little Bump's car. As Tebo goes out, great pit stop for him. Let's see what it looks like when he comes around. For the loop, as we see Tessman right behind Mayfield. Tebo right there as well. He's not letting these guys get him away from him. Tessman makes a great pass over Mayfield. Jumps over him. We got Canada versus Arizona. Canada versus America here as we see Ty Tessman out there. Low profile head. Lexion wing. Going all science mode with low CG. Woo! There we see Jared Tebo just behind. Not too far behind. Tessman with a 36.9. Ryan Mayfield 37.9. Jared with a 46 out. pit out lap. Not the fastest, but good enough. Got him out in that position. Remember, these guys will be looking to push the envelope, push the issue, because they want to have great starting positions. Spencer Rifkin had an easy semi. He was able to get out to a lead and lead from lights to flags. No challenge whatsoever. Doesn't look like Tessman or Mayfield will have that luxury. They're going to have to push at a race pace, which means that this is going to probably be a faster main. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the two top fastest guys coming out of this main. As remember, the top 5 will go through. Uh-oh. Who's that? Okay. That's not for position. I think that's Little Bump. Little Bump not having a great weekend. Not having a great semifinal here. Probably the end of his nats. But I think he'll be happy with a semi place. As you see, Tessman coming by. 37.5. Mayfield on 37.5 is all. Tebo 36.7. Tebo right now the faster car on her. We saw this in Truggy. Tebo started out just a little bit slow, but then started clocking off some fast laps. As those hot race tires started to warm up and get in the right stuff. Also, Tessman on that hot race tires as well. We can see that he's getting faster as well. J Concepts and Techno right there. Ryan Mayfield already run Truggy after Dakota Fan having an issue. And Mayfield just being in the right position to take advantage of that and winning his second Truggy championship. Maybe not second. Maybe he's won it before. Somebody in the I think he's won it 4 times, if I'm correct. But there we go. That is first, second, third. We are not going to have a snooze fest here. We are going to have a great race here between these veterans. Ty Tessman, the last person to go back-to-back Buggy championships, national championships in 2014, 2015. Nobody has repeated as back-to-back yet. Can Dakota Fenn do that? We don't see Dakota Fenn in either of these races because he's already in the final. Let's see if this is an advantage for these guys who get an extra 30 minutes on the track compared to him. Let's see if this helps them in going into the finals, because Dakota Fenn sitting off and watching his peers race while he gets to sit from the sides because he's already in. Tebo not letting these guys get too far ahead of him. He's got a great lead on, he's got a pretty decent lead on Cole Ogden at the minute, just under 5 seconds. Just over 5 seconds, as he's just out there having a great time at his last Roar Nationals. Okay, Levi Jackson says, Mayfield has won truck 7 times. Okay, thank you. What's up, Blake? How you doing, man? Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, he's looking comfortable, Trent. He's just got to keep it on all fours, don't make any mistakes, and bring it home, I'd say. Yeah, Tebo's looking good, man, in our chat. Thank you guys for all joining us. We got 1,212 people in the chat. Hopefully we get more than that for the finals. I know that it will be late for our race fans over in Europe, but hopefully you guys stay up. I know it's Monday tomorrow. You don't want to miss this 60-minute final that we're about to see. If it can be half as good, if it can be like this semi we see, we're in store for some great racing. We saw some great racing in truck as Tebo goes nose high over there, getting a little bit out of sorts. Let's see what it looks like when he comes by. Alrighty. Cole Ogden about 5 seconds back from Tebo. He's just chilling. He knows he just needs to make it into that final, be in that top 5 position. Spencer Heckert in 6th. Mason Fuller up to 5th now. The Iceman looking to... did he make the 2021? I can't remember. But Iceman, Mason Fuller looking to put that, show what he can do. I personally picked him in the podcast to win this. I don't know. We'll see. But Tebo looking very comfortable out there. We see Cole Ogden and Mason Fuller right there. They're just there. Cole Ogden gets past him, but Mason Fuller gets by. Spencer Heckert on the bubble. Ryan Lutz in 7th. Those are your 2 fastest after these guys so far. Remember, top 5 from each go through. And then we already have our top 5 from semifinal even. Now we're going to find out who our top 5 are from semifinal. We see Cole Ogden with his teammate, HB driver, Mason Fuller. Cole Ogden, Ultimate TZO Tires. Mason Fuller, Reds, J Concepts. Mason Fuller winning many e-buggy races, coming 2nd, coming 3rd, came 3rd at Silver State. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. or groom, or however it says. So little bump, just not being able to capitalize on this. It's very hard to get out of these semis. These guys are super fast. Ty Tessman, Ryan Mayfield, Jared Tebo, Cole Ogden, Mason Fuller, your top 5. Spencer Heckett and Ryan Lutz in 6th. They're on board with the yellow and orange HB of Mason Fuller, the Iceman. There we see Spencer Heckert and Ryan Lutz right there. So it looks like, oh yeah, Mason came in for fuel. I forgot about that. Heckert will have to come in for fuel as well. Right now, Mason is behind Heckert, but Heckert will be coming in for fuel shortly, as well as Lutz. As right now, Mason being scored in 6th, but that is 5th right in front of him, and he has to come in for fuel. Cole Ogden down in 4th. Jared Tebo comfortable out there in 3rd. Ty Tessman out to the lead. Ryan Mayfield out right behind him. As those guys are looking, they're not too far behind. Mayfield's about a 2nd behind Tessman. And Tebo is about 2 seconds behind Mayfield. So the race is still close. You can see each other. There is Tessman. There is Tebo. So Mayfield came in for fuel. Tessman looking really good out there. Only person to TQ around in Truggy, other than the Buggy, other than Dakota Fenn. Tebo, TQ and Q2 of Truggy. Both of these guys have a TQ. The only other person to have a TQ is Dakota Fenn because he TQ'd everything else. He's already in this race. He doesn't have to race in. But there we are on board. Looks like Tebo came in for fuel as well. Yep, they received his father just watching him go out. So Tebo came in for fuel. Tessman probably got to come in for fuel. He probably went early, just missed it. But if not, he'll be coming in shortly. I don't know. I think that they held. I think they might hold his car in tech as well. Not sure. We are on board with Jonah Wilson right now. He's being scored down in 9th. And maybe want to find. There is Tebo right there. He's got Tessman right behind him. Tebo up and over. Going into Talladega Bowl. Ryan Mayfield moved up to that front position. We still have a close race here. Tebo has Mayfield in his sights as they come down through. Tebo on that new chassis, Mayako MX-8, not having probably the worst silver state of his life. Been the B-mains in both classes there. Not having a good run. Very bummed out. Wasn't even going to come to this national. Decided to come, and he's been smiling ever since. Very good to see him smiling as he comes up over. Looking very solid as he comes across the line, kicking off a 36.5 compared to Ryan Mayfield's 37.2 and Ty Tessman's 37 flat. We see Cole Ogden just there in 4th of a 37, followed by Mason Fuller. Tebo applying pressure to Mayfield. Mayfield not as fast as Tebo. This is how it was in truck, just that Tebo had to go one more pit stop. Tebo looking real comfortable out there. Ever since that TQ in truck, his confidence has been high. Just what he needed. Coming off that bad performance at Silver State as he's hounding the rear end of Mayfield. Mayfield not want to fall under pressure when he's under pressure, but you never know as he comes through the Chico chicane and coming up on some lap traffic there. Mayfield just hooking around there. Tebo having a look inside, jumping into the Talladega Bowl. He's looking fast. He's looking good. They have 12 minutes left to go. Can Tebo pull this off? If he does, he might be the faster time. He might be starting 2nd. We shall see as Mayfield is right there. Tebo, obviously the faster car right now. He's turned on 36-second laps compared to Mayfield's 37s. Tebo looking to get by. They're going to have some lap traffic coming up here soon. As we come by the clock there, Mayfield with 36.9. Tebo with a 36.9 as well. They are lapping each other. They are pacing each other. And Ty Tessman just behind there, not too worried about chasing them down. He's probably just saying, I'm going to stay here, wait for them to make a mistake, and worry about making it into that top 5 to go directly into the final here. As we see Mayfield just pulling a little bit away from Tebo. Oh, Tebo just getting the wrong up there, just hooking a little bit. That's all right. It's going to allow Tessman to get by. Tebo making the first mistake of the race, I would think. Luckily, not too bad as he comes by. He's going to drop down to 2nd. Cole Ogden is still in 4th. But Tebo Right there. We got Jonah Wilson right there in the middle of them. That is not for position. Mayfield benefiting from Tebow's mistake. Tessman now got Mayfield in his sights. He's become the hunter. Mayfield the hunted. Tebo hunting down. Got Tebo. Tebo got Tessman in his sights. Jonah Wilson right between them. Tebo, one of the fastest cars on the track right now. That's mistake costing him 39. He had a 39.9, almost a 40-second lap. But let's see him. He come by her. There's Tessman. Tessman, if a 37.5. Jared Tebo, 37.3. There we see Mayfield not too far away from Tebo, from Tessman. Ty Tessman looking to catch up his rival, Ryan Mayfield, wanting to get up and get that extra position on the grid. I think every position is a possible advantage as we go into this 60-minute final. You don't want to be getting started and getting caught up in a big crash in the back as we see Mayfield there looking smooth, unflappable, just out there clicking off laps. Maybe not getting down to those 36, maybe not having the fastest laps, but he's out there clicking off steady 37s. He's looking solid. That's what he's going to need. This is a 30-minute race. We have 20 minutes, 24 seconds down with 9 minutes and 34 seconds left to go. As we see Tessman right there. Now we have some clear air for Tebo. That's what he needed, clear air. Tebo has been the fastest of these guys. Quite impressive from a man that wasn't even coming to this race a couple of weeks ago. I bet you he's glad he came now. Jonah Wilson driving an AE from Tennessee, 16 years old. Very fast, first nationals, first time out here on the West Coast. Doing quite well as we see Tessman just inching up, closing that gap to Mayfield. Mayfield clicking off a 37.5. Tessman finding some pace, but Tebo still 36.7 right out of there. As you see Mayfield coming through the Chico chicane. Up and down through the dip around that 180. Tebo trying to catch Tessman. Tessman trying to catch Mayfield. Mayfield just saying, hey guys, let's just make it to the semi, okay? Cole Ogden, Mason Fuller, Spencer Heckert. Spencer Heckert going to be in the bubble right here. He needs to clock off fast laps if he wants to be one of those two drivers that make it in on time. Mayfield going through there. Tessman and Tebo look a lot faster than Mayfield going through there, in my opinion. As Mayfield goes up on the Dragon's back, up and down, keeping it smooth, not taking any chances, jumping short. Keeping all four tires on the ground through the Chico chicane. That was a 37.1 compared to Tessman with a 37.4. And once again, Tebo, 36.7. Tebo just chipping away at that lead that Tessman has on him. Tebo been very fast all weekend. Fabrizio Tagisie, what's up? How are you doing? Good to see you in. Ciao. Scotty isn't here, Ethan Martinez. He went to the ETS in Holland. We almost have 1,300 people tuned into this. As you see Mayfield coming in. Ooh, he just jumped over that. We see Tessman coming in at the same time. Mayfield out just in time. We see Cole Ogden. Cole Ogden in fourth. So we're going to... no, sorry, that is not Cole Ogden. But... was it in fourth? Well, it looked like Ogden. But anyway, Mayfield out there. Oh, no. Cole Caston flaming out. Cole Caston flaming out. He's down in 10th. Having that issue. We're seeing the hot temperatures causing some issues here. Even myself, I'm starting to have sweat on my brow. Even though we have AC in here. Don't know what's going on. Mayfield out there. Going up over the Techno step up. Up to the Dragon's back. Calm and collective. Not pushing the issue. Not doing nothing crazy. 6 minutes and 44 seconds left to go. As we see Tebo coming in for his last stop. Now he can push, try to get up and get some positions. There he is, right behind Tessman. Not too far behind. We have a race to the end here, people. A good race to the end. Tebo, fastest car out there. In my opinion, faster than Tessman, faster than Mayfield. Just trying to catch them up. He has Cole Ogden right behind him, it looks like. Ty Tessman looking pretty solid out there. All about lower center of gravity. Low CG head. Lightweight wing. gaining some time there on Mayfield as they come across the line. Let's see what it's going to be. Mayfield with 37.6. Test with a 37.1. Jared Tebo for 46 pit outlap. As we see Tessman finding some pace here near the end. Maybe those hot race tires just coming in, saving them for later. As we see Mayfield case that jump, that's going to allow Tessman to catch him up as they come up over that triple in that very tight rhythm section. It's very important that those guys get that right. As we see Tebo just too far behind, we see Tessman going wide. That's going to cost us some speed. Negate that advantage that you got when when Mayfield cased the jump as he gets the rear end of that car sideways, and we'll see Tebo just coming in behind. We have a race to the end here, everybody. 5 minutes, 17 seconds left to go. Mayfield showing that he is unflappable, holding these guys off. There's Mason Fuller for his final pit stop. He's registered in 5th, right behind Cole Ogden. Joe Bornhorst up to the 6th position. There, oh no! Mason Fuller flaming out. Mason Fuller flaming out. Oh no! Come on, Mason, let's go. I really want to see Mason make the finals. Flaming out just after the pit lane. Unfortunate for Mason there. That's going to set him back with only 4 minutes and 43 seconds left to go. We see Tessman all up right behind Mayfield. Mayfield has a rear view mirror of Tessman, and coming right behind them is Tebo looking good, clocking off some fast laps, clocking off the fastest laps of these three guys, just throwing on a 37 flat. To get second or third here in this semi and improve his starting position as he comes through the chicane, loses a little time out there. 36.9. Mayfield throwing on a 36.7, so Mayfield turning on the afterburners that lap. Tessman 37 flat, but we see Tessman just a little bit faster coming out of that Talladega Bill. I would have to say that that's all about that lightweight wing and that low head, center of gravity head, allowing him to carry much more speed through those corners as they're coming up on Mason Fuller, who's now scored down in 8th. Unfortunate for Mason Fuller having that flame out in pit lane. This might just end his Nationals bid. The lefty jinx hits again as I picked him to win this, and he might not even make it to the finals. I will never pick him again. I'll never jinx him again. I jinxed Dakota Fenn for many years. I gotta stop picking guys that I like. There we see Tebo Tessman getting up some speed, finding some pace. He seems to be just faster in that section, like I said, coming through that Talladega section, that low CG. Tebo just there in the back, throwing off one of his slower laps of 37.6. As Mayfield, conscious that Tessman is breathing down his neck there as they come through the Chico chicane with 2 minutes 56 seconds left in this race. Tebo just kind of cruising on, probably going to accept third. We'll see where that puts him in the starting grid as we are now looking at 5th place, Joe Bornhorst. Joe Bornhorst getting that gift from Mason Fuller, who flamed out, allowing him to be in 5th. Joe been having a very quiet Nationals. Been putting in a lot of work in 10 scale and racing a lot here of the S-Works team. Seems to be super happy. He'll be happy to get up here and get into this final as well, as he has his teammate Spencer Heckert right behind him. Heckert looking to throw on some fast laps. He wants to be one of those two top fastest lap times to get into the finals. Mason Fuller pushing the envelope. He's trying to catch up Spencer. He's now put himself in position. He's 1 and 2. Anything can happen here. We see Cole Ogden just out there having a great run. As we have 1 minute 48 seconds left to go, we have a great race between Ryan Mayfield and Tessman. There we see them coming both across the line. That is Ryan Lutz in between them. That is not for position. Tebo, oh, wow, that could have got ugly for Tebo. Ryan Lutz letting him by. Tebo finding some pace there, just throwing on a 36.9. Mayfield throwing on some 36s as well, showing that he can get down in that 36 range when he needs to. Tebo trying to catch up, improve his starting position in this final. Looking good out there. Tebo looking solid all weekend. There we go, see Tebo going up over the Dragon's back. He has Tessman in his sights, trying to catch up the Canadian. There we have 2 European brands going at it. X-Ray from Slovakia and, well, designed European brands. The Mayako designed by JQ. But Tebo looking very fast near the end of this race. He just threw down a 37.2. Mayfield throwing off some fast laps. There we go. Mayfield just put on the afterburners a little bit with 45 seconds left to go. He is your truck champion. Here they go up around. Mayfield looking quite comfortable out there. Tebo and Tessman having a great battle behind him. They're going to go one more lap. A mistake by Ryan will put Tessman in position. We see Tebo just there underneath him. Go in there. Mason Fuller still in that 7th spot. Joe Bornhorst in 5th, guaranteeing his position up there into that final. There we have Ryan Mayfield. Going to win this semi, bearing with 6 seconds left to go. He will not get another lap. This will be the final lap for Ryan Mayfield. There we see a great battle between Tessman and Tebo. They're going to fight to the end. Tebo looking to get that extra spot. Let's see when they come across. Tebo, is he going to get by? Is he going to get by? No. He tries. What a close finish to the end. Well done to Ty Tessman and Jared Tebo. That was an exciting race to the end. Really hope we get to see something like that in the 60-minute final. What a great race. As we followed Ty Tessman, your top 5 bumping straight into the next final will be Ryan Mayfield, Ty Tessman, Jared Tebo, Cole Ogden, Joe Bornhorst. On the bubble will be Spencer Heckett and Mason Fuller. Mason Fuller having that flame out in pit lane. So we will have to wait until all the algorithms and they do all the math to see who the next 2 who will bump up. Remember, the top 5 go through, followed by the next 2 fastest lap times. So we'll have to wait a little bit until that happens. We've got a junior final coming up shortly. And then, no, I don't know, Dakota, if he gets his earned 30-minute practice. Hello, Kevin Brunson, tuning in from the UK. No idea what happened to Lutz. He finished the lap down in 10th. Great racing right there. Oh, so we have everything set here, it looks like. Let's see. Nope, sorry, that's just our... Nope, nothing set in stone here yet. I was looking at some scoring. We're going to wait for... we're going to wait to get some information done and see what's going on. As now we have to go into tech and see what happens in tech. What's up, Marty? How you doing, man? They have to go through tech first, JQ. Now they get teched, and now they will see what happens. Fastest buggy time? I'm not sure, to be honest. I know the fastest Truggy time was a 35.7 set by Dakota Fenn. Great weekend for Jonah Wilson. Really impressed with this young man. First Nationals, first time coming out to the West Coast. Hello, Eduardo Espinosa, tuning in from Thailand. Marty, my good friend from Bermuda. Great to see you. All right, so we had a little chat with Cole Ogden early on in the event. We're going to go to that interview so we can hear from the Beast from the East, the People's Champ, Cole Ogden.
I'm here with HB Racing and representing the Southeast, Cole Ogden. Hey, man, I see you're gluing up some tires. What's going on here with your tire game?
Yeah, just trying some compounds here. I think I've tried a little bit of a harder compound than the first one. It took a while for it to come in, so I'm thinking I'm going to go down one and just see what happens.
Okay. How are you liking the track? What are some of the more difficult parts? Talk about the surface, the grip level.
Track is amazing, man. I mean, it's a bummer. It's literally identical from the warm-up. That kind of sucks, but no, track's super fun. Shit ton of grip. There's a lot of little technical spots where you kind of got to just hit your marks real good, real tight, can't overdrive it. But it's super fun, nice flowing. Like I said, just a couple technical spots you got to get right, and because you can lose a lot of time in those technical spots. So yeah, you just got to be a little critical of your driving and just don't overdrive.
You got the new parts on the HB car. How's that going for you? I see you guys got those nice new hubs and all that type of stuff. Is that specifically for this race? You know, the HB cars look really good at Silver State as well. I mean, they're just a generally good car. Also, this is a race that you generally really do well at. Like, I'm seeing some of your best performances at the Nationals. You go back to 2017 when you had to come from a lap down. You go to 21 when you was fast but got DQ'd. Make sure the tank's under this week.
Yo, the tank's got a 20cc block in it. That bitch is 100 cc's right now. I don't care, but we get good mileage anyway. So, yeah, no, the cars are great. We've been running the parts for a while. I think we got some prototype stuff like a year ago with the world spec parts for the car. But yeah, everything's going great. You know, I've done a lot of testing on the high grip stuff, and like you said, Nationals I'm normally okay at Nationals. So we'll just see how it goes. Everything's working pretty good, and we're just trying to learn a little more of the track and trying to brush up on my driving a little bit, and we're going to send it.
All right, well, good luck to you, man, and we look forward to the show you put on.
Thanks, bro.
All right. Thank you.
All righty. You know what, JQ? You're number one, and not in the number sense. You know what I'm doing to you right now. But JQ on it, he's finding out that Fuller and Heckert are the next fastest. So now we have to wait for Tech. We're going to have a junior final here soon as well. So JQ being forever JQ. Okay, so we got about 10 minutes before the junior final coming up. We are going to play an interview from the track builder, Kevin Jelic. A lot of people have been asking about the track. Well, here's the man himself.
All right, we're here with Kevin Jelic, the man who designed this beautiful piece of dirt art. Beautiful track, man.
Thank you, thank you.
Very jumpy, super crossy. When you build a track like this, what do you, as you're building it, do you make any plans, or what do you try to do?
I try to envision building a layout that's going to race real well, create good passing, be fun for the drivers to drive and feel like they're really getting around the track and hustling the car. So I really try to make it as fun as possible, as racy as possible, and as good in conditions as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the surface is holding up nice. It's super grippy. It's not breaking up. I know you have your secrets. A lot of people have been asking if you're sealing it or whatnot, but I'm telling everybody it's just compaction and water.
No, it's a good old-fashioned sweat labor. We've been working hard. We do a lot of water press. We have the best track crew here in Chico. All the guys on the track crew, they understand the process. We got a good team. We all work well together, and we all kind of think for each other, and we all really make the track come together and really good and be as best as possible. And we use no sugar, no sealer, and basically get it as good as possible.
The aggregate seems pretty good too. It seems to be holding together. It has a wide line. It's dusty, but it's still got a wide line. There's been no watering, no blowing off today. It's been great.
Yeah, that's a sign of the good work, I think. When you got a track that you don't have to go out and maintenance it, it has a race crew. Now the good thing about it is you get the dust on the outside, so if you get off the line, it creates passing opportunities. So if I go out there and blow it every time, it's going to be just a super good track, and everyone's going to get around the track real good. But I like to let it race. I let it groove normally, be a normal racetrack, and create good passing opportunities and good racing opportunities for drivers.
Yeah, I love how you incorporated the oval. That looks great. It's a little bit of Daytona or Talladega. The pit lane has been a big discussion today, but it hasn't been too bad so far.
Yeah, it's working out. I'm not disappointed with it.
It slows people down. What was your decision to make the pit lane like that?
So guys that wanted to do fuel mileage, it's going to be, I believe, a 60-minute main event. So guys that are going 10 minutes have a possibility to take advantage of that fuel mileage and get that a reward for their hard work and tuning.
All right. Well, we look forward. Thank you for all your hard work. You guys have done an excellent job. And we look forward to seeing how it develops over the weekend.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All righty. All right, JQ, we know that you figured it all out. Good job. You're number one, buddy. Racing returns in 10 minutes, everybody. We're going to have a junior final. I'm waiting to hear if everybody's passed Tech. I'll know that shortly. And, of course, we should just tell JQ to go sleep right now. JQ, what you think about Tebo and the Mayako? It was a great weekend for him so far. Do you think he has the pace and speed to win this? Being as you are the designer, maybe some positive words towards him. He's looking really happy. But no idea where Tyler Jones is going. Tyler Jones did say on a comment on the post that I posted on him leaving Nemo that he will be privateer. So not sure what Jones is going to do. I know he has a full-time job, and he's doing that. He's doing that full-time as well. Thank you, Axel. So Axel, thank you. Your good buddy JQ's in the chat, causing a not. You know what JQ does. I know, we should just ban him from the chat. That's what I would do. Axel just bringing me in a very healthy energy drink. Only 10 calories. All right, to everybody out there in Facebook world, they are going to refresh the stream, so you're going to have to click back on and check it out. And of course, JQ coming in there to tell me how much of a good job I'm doing by telling me I suck, because that's JQ's way of motivating me.
Got about 5 minutes till we do the junior race, guys. Got about 5 minutes.
All right, guys, stop giving JQ all these compliments. He's going to get a big head. You'll never hear the end of it. Just, you know. Oh, my gosh, a professional announcer. Well, you send it to me then, JQ. If you guys think I've been working for JQ for 6 years, that his insults bother me, you guys are crazy. I'm used to it. I just can't hurl them back because I'm on air. All right, so I have the tentative final here, barring any DQs. We have Dakota Fenn obviously starting on pole, Spencer Rivkin second, Ryan Mayfield third, Ty Tessman fourth, Brandon Rose fifth, Jared Tebo sixth, Seth Van Dalen seventh, Cole Ogden eighth, Jared Wiggins ninth, Joe Bornos 10th, Adam Drake 11th, Spencer Heckett 12th, and Mason Fuller 13th. So well done to Mason Fuller after that. We saw Mason Fuller come from last at Silver State. Can we see this happen again? Dakota Fenn starting on pole. Will we see the lack of running a semi affect him? He did have some practice, but you know how that goes. We're getting ready for our junior final, which is going to be 15 minutes long. Thank you, Chet. Good to see you up here, too, in your hometown. As we're getting ready for this junior final here.
We're going to start warm up in about 1 minute. 1 minute till we start the junior warm up.
I know, JQ. Oh my gosh, we should call a race one day. I'll probably end up doing some physical harm to him. The main Rick, well, they were going to start at 3:45, so about 1 hour and 15 minutes from now. Hello, Mr. Chamberlain. Greetings from Wales. My grandfather's from Wales. Estimated time will be 3:45. Yeah, Drake made it to final, man. Fuel mileage. Fuel mileage wins it for the Drake. Gets him in there. All right, so up next is the junior final. We have Little Bump starting on pole, followed by Caden Fuller, Jonah Wilson. Jonah Wilson is really tall. He does not look 16, but he is. Cole Chura, Andrew Bucamp, Jackson Wilson, Colin Beaver, Cooper Phillips, Little Marcano Perry, Ezra Rotunda, Wyatt Wilson, Benny Comarion, Drake McElroy, and Will Whitworth.
We got 4 turn marshals out here, guys. Once again, juniors are supposed to have your own turn marshals out there.
Hope you guys have been enjoying the coverage. We want to thank these companies for bringing that coverage to their MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated. Also, big shout out to the Live RC crew. They've been tirelessly working here. Also to the MAINS crew. Been watching Troy doing a lot of social media. He also had some news crews in here. It's already been in the newspaper here locally, so that's always good to see. Been a great weekend of racing here at the Nats. I've had a great time. JQ says if Tebo wins, we'll make a Teebs edition. That would be fun. Alrighty, everybody. Lefty here. We're getting ready for the junior final. Some of the young racers here get a spotlight here. They get a 15-minute final for themselves. Little Bump not making the final, so he will have to race this. Him and Caden Fuller and Jonah Wilson should put on a very good show for us. Very fast young guys. We have Cole Chura making the trip down from BC. We hope you guys have been enjoying that coverage. Don't forget to share and hit that like button. We want to get this out into the algorithm, get as many people watching this as possible. Also, I want to say thank you to the sponsors. They're MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for bringing you this live coverage. Thank you guys for keeping me entertained in the chat for the last 3 days. It's been truly a pleasure. It seems like we get to this race and it's super excited and everybody's excited. And then come Sunday, notice then we kind of see the tent city peter out. Everybody's going home, and we all our RC families going home after this race. So we wish them safe travels as well. Don't go anywhere. We got this junior final. Then around 3:45 p.m. PST, the start of the 60-minute 2023 Raw 1/8 scale off-road fuel nationals will start. We want to say thank you to MAINS Hobbies for this beautiful facility. You can't really see the driver stand and where we're all situated. I'm actually under the driver stand, and it's a beautiful facility. Has very good lighting. The track has held up. We saw that interview of Kevin Jellick. That's right. So all good. We're looking good out there. Live RC's done an exceptional job. Lucas and the cameraman have done a good job. Cam's been our producer. So we also... yeah, been a great nationals here. It's been truly an honor for me to be here and bring all the action to you guys. And I've had a blast here as we get ready for this junior final that's coming up here very shortly. Thank you guys for all the support, and we look forward to watching this junior final with these guys.
Use one more marshal, guys. One more in the center on 7. Once again, one more marshal in spot number 7, and we would be good. Now you're good right where you're at, brother. Thank you. gonna need one more marshal in spot 7, and we can get this race going.
Oh gosh, of course, JQ is in the chat and he's got pure jokes. Drake, you can't beat Drake right now, JQ. You're retired. You can't beat Jessica Paulson. Oh my gosh, this guy's insane. It's so funny.
Still waiting on one more marshal, guys. If you get one guy into that 7.
Derek, we kind of did those interviews here early on in the week. So probably he's out there thrashing on his car when they get him back. So a lot of these interviews, we kind of already done them. So we'll see. What's up, Jake Lasco? How you doing?
Wait, the one. No, he's good right here. Back there, straight back. Yep. Yeah, just move over to.
All right. JQ making friends in the chat, as always.
We should be good.
Remember, if you are on Facebook, that we have a new stream up. We have to refresh that for you guys.
Junior Buggy final. On the 1, you got Phylon Win, Caden Fuller on 2, Jonah Wilson on 3, Cole Chura on 4, Andrew Beauchamp on 5.
What's going on, Anthony? Thank you for joining us. What's up, Pro Tister Mods? Thank you, man. Jonah Wilson, super impressed with that guy. Super impressed with him. No problem, Derek. Hope to see you at the track soon, good buddy.
Let's get them fueled up, guys. Fuel them up, fuel them up. 15-minute race.
Alrighty. Little bump. Starting on the pole, we see the president. He's got one more final to do like this. The president has worked extremely hard along with all the rest of the Raw crew here. There we see Little Bump, followed by Caden Fuller, Jonah Wilson. These 3 guys are very fast, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Ooh, oh, that didn't look too good. Travis Amesco says JQ couldn't even win this class. It's too bad he can't see you. I just let him know. All right, we are on board. What's up, Peanut? How you doing? We are on board with Little Bump, followed by Caden Fuller, Jonah Wilson, and then Cole Chura, the 4 fastest youth drivers we have here. The youth are the future. Very good to see this junior final for them. Gives them a showcase to show their prowess. We have to really support the youth and make sure we make them feel included in RC because they are the future. Little Bump, 12 years old. Look at, that would have been ugly right there. Little Bump says he wants to be Caden Fuller, so he's got a mission, and that's to beat his teammate. Caden Fuller is not going to happen like that as Little Bump gets it crooked and just gets sideways. Now he's going to have to put his head down, chase down Jonah Wilson and Caden. He was talking smack in the interview saying how he wants to beat Caden, and I said, why? Because he didn't have an answer, he just wants to beat him, because we have a different president, Vivos. And when you're over the tank limit, you're over the tank limit. It's as simple as that. It's a rule. All good, Peanut. We was actually talking about you the other day on the chat here. We was trying to think of the most successful Mexican-American RC racer. And your name came up. That we've seen. All right, so there's Little Bump in that pink, white, and green. We're running sticks now, we call him. Jonah Wilson right there in second. Little Bump making that mistake starting on pole. Trying to catch up to Jonah Wilson. Jonah Wilson making the trip from Tennessee. This is his first big race outside of the Southeast. His first Nationals, first time on the West Coast. If you saw him, you wouldn't think he's a junior. He's actually quite tall. But he is exceptionally fast. If he keeps this up, he has a very bright future. Coming out of Tennessee, racing at the Rock track up there in Knoxville, running that associated car, that purple and white car. Is all on the backside of Caden Fuller, the younger Fuller brother, as Jonah Wilson gets it up over through in the Tega Bowl. And no, there are no N1s at this race. Russ Goddard, none whatsoever, not that I've seen. As we see, Jonah Wilson getting, and Caden Fuller gets it wrong. That's going to give that lead to Jonah Wilson. And then Little Bump gets it wrong going off there. So Little Bump, I don't know. He doesn't really want to beat Caden like he says he does. So let's see what happened is. Too many jumps for you, JQ. Let's just be honest. Too many jumps for you. You're too slow. Anyway, up around her, Jonah Wilson getting out to a small lead as we see Little Bump losing traction with the leaders. We are on board with car number... Lost my numbers here. But that's car number 3 of Cole Chura making the trip down from Vancouver, British Columbia. A young 14-year-old racer. First met him at the RCGP back at Thunder Alley back in 2019. And here he is in that pink, blue, and white associated. Nice young man. Actually getting taller than his father now. Good one, Vivos. But there we are, along with Culture. He's being scored in 5th. Right now we have Wilson, Fuller, Little Bump, Bucamp, and Chura. Cooper Phillips, representing HB, very active in our NNRC Discord. Oh no, Cole, that's not good. That looks like Cooper Phillips right there, trying to get by him. With that red. Time for JQ to disappear, Joe. That's what's really got to happen. As we go up over that white, that white, orange, and blue car of Cooper Phillips, who's now in 6th. His dad, Chad Phillips, a very accomplished racer throughout the years, team manager of HB Racing here in America. As he goes up over and over on the makes a there we see my good buddy Axel, who bought me in this excellent, refreshing energy drink. As Cooper tries to keep it, trying to catch up Mr. Cole Chura. You see Colin Beaver right behind him, but Jonah Wilson just out there to a lead. Caden Fuller about 2 seconds behind him. There we are on tap with Jonah Wilson coming up to collapse some of those guys, and we see Little Bump and Caden having a great battle behind him as Jonah navigates his way through this lap traffic. We see somebody going really wide right there. Oh, well, that's a way. Cole Chura letting Jonah by. As we see Caden Fuller coming up to lap Cole Chura as well. Obviously, Little Bump and Caden and Jonah are the fastest young drivers here. So no surprise that this is happening. But I'm very interested to see how this works in the end, because it looks like Jonah came in for fuel. Jonah extremely fast at the North Georgia shootout, giving some fits to Cole Ogden and Aiden Horn when I was there. Jermaine Mitchell's. Oh man, Ethan Martinez, that's a hard pick, man. Hard pick. I don't know. I don't want to be wrong, but I did pick Mason Fuller on the podcast, so I'm gonna stick with that, even though it started last. Okay, so I just heard our RD announce that final will start at 3:45, and that the drivers can pick up their cars from tech. So I haven't heard that anybody has failed, so that's always great. JQ couldn't be IFMAR president. I could be IFMAR president. JQ can't be IFMAR president. We wouldn't have a federation left after he takes charge of it. You would have to see me and JQ doing this together. And the camera would have to be on us at all times, because it would be probably a little bit of violence involved. But JQ, always a good time chatting with him on the No Name RC podcast. I agree, Thomas. Clayton is doing a great job. He's active. He's a racer. He's been here. He takes no nonsense. He's open to suggestions. And they are looking for, I've been shadow banned. All right, who's that out there? All right, let me get focused on this race, guys. Oh no, Caden Fuller is out. So Little Bump, barring any disaster, will beat Caden Fuller. Oh no, poor Caden. Gonna lose his teammate Little Bump. As we are on board, Caden Fuller actually got out to the lead, but Jonah Wilson's gonna inherit that lead. As we see Little Bump coming in, he's in 2nd. I would have to get unbanned to be president, Lefty. That's true.
About 2 seconds back, just coming out of pit, so he's going to be about 10 seconds back now.
We are on board with Little Bump out there in that new paint job. A lot more white and pink involved in it.
Here comes your second place car by the line. Fylong wins. Jonah Wilson now with a 14-second advantage on Fylong. In the second spot right now is Andrew Beauchamp. We got 9 minutes down and 6 minutes left to go. We got Jonah Wilson out in front. Fylong win in second. Andrew Beauchamp in third. Then you got about 30 seconds back to Cole Churro in the fourth spot. Colin Beaver running in fifth, about 15 seconds back. Ezra Tondo 6 seconds behind in the sixth spot. Cooper Phillips about 4 seconds behind him, running in the seventh spot.
Hello, Charlie Mack. No, I was just talking to somebody real quick. Charlie Mack, Keith. Happy birthday to Keith Henry. He says Buggy for life. Alrighty. So, we have 5 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. Jonah Wilson doing very well out here. Looking very impressive. Hope that he gets to go to the Worlds as well. He's going to have to make a few more trips out here to the West Coast and show how good he really is. I know how good he is. So, 16 years old, doing very well. Hasn't been racing long, I've been told. So, let him take the wheel, Charlie Mack. Let him take the wheel. Hello, Randy Scanoops. He's tuning in from the Netherlands. Alrighty then. Jonah Wilson looking really good out there. Oh, but he's got a little bump right behind. Is that little bump right behind him? So these young racers out there trying to show that they can be the junior Raw National Champion here. Jonah Wilson out there on his pit out lap, it looks like, with a 46 flat. Andrew Bukamp in second. Little Bump third, and Culture fourth. Colin Beaver in fifth. Cooper Phillips sixth.
Jonah Wilson out in front, 30-second advantage on Andrew Beauchamp. Then you got Fylong win in the third spot, about 17 seconds back.
Pierre, the mains are happening at 3:45, so about an hour from now. Andrew's from the Pacific Northwest. Okay, I thought so. We got Pierre Runnefauk in the house, the father of David Runnefauk, the Viking. Over there in Sweden, it's gotta be kind of late over there in Sweden. You can stay up, Pierre. You can do it. Great turn marshal by Big Bump. Looks like Andrew Bukamp and Little Bump are having a fight. No, Cole Chora and Little Bump having a fight there. And Jonah Wilson just cruising out to a victory there. He's going to be your... Yeah, it's 11:48. Yeah, it's getting late over there.
Your leader, the purple and white car, into the Andrew Beauchamp just now crossing the line, so about 3/4 of a lap back. Final win about 11 seconds behind in that third.
Yeah, unfortunate Frankie. Would have liked to seen FCJ out here. GA says, I want to drink with JQ. No, you don't. The only thing worse than sober JQ is a drunk JQ.
With a 1:45 still left to go, the white MP
Ask me how I know.
on the left side coming into the keyhole now.
Let's talk about the World's Banquet. Actually, that was pretty fun. That was a lot of fun. Oh no, Jonah, don't get it wrong. But he's got quite a big lead. Just cruising. Jonah's been very impressive today. Very impressed with this young man. Probably the most impressive I've seen all weekend. Definitely my second time watching him race. And super, super impressed with this young man. And he has a bright future ahead of him if he sticks it out. Oh, Mr. Meaty Pants. All right, dude.
14 minutes down and
I think Junior would have done well here as well on this type of surface, this track. Would have been great.
on the backside doubles right now. That is Jonah Wilson, Andrew Beauchamp.
Well done to Jonah Wilson, man. He's looking really good out there at 48 seconds left. Really would have liked to make the final, but not bad for his first nationals, first trip out west.
Third and fourth, nose to tail through the berm right now into the center straightaway. 30 seconds to go. Phylon wins.
Thank you, GA. I appreciate it. It's been fun hanging out with you guys, talking to you. Thank you for keeping me entertained. I feel like I'm doing a 3-day long podcast with a little race calling inside of it. So,
Doubles, it's a battle for third and fourth. They come by the line one more time. Phylon win gets hung up on a pipe right here in front, and looks like he flames out.
and that's it for Little Bump. But he did achieve his goal of beating Caden Fuller.
That is time. Drivers finish the lap you're on. Your leader
As Jonah Wilson will come over in that first.
over the tables, the big triple.
That's a great question, BJ. What track would be a good track to bid for the 2024 Nationals? I have a track in mind, HRCR. It's up in Idaho. It's a little far away, but it's a great facility. Be good to see somebody up in the Pacific Northwest, that area, get it. It'll be well attended. There's a big racing crowd up there in the Pacific Northwest. But well done to Jonah Wilson, the Tennessee native from, I believe his home track is The Rock up there in Knoxville. Been super impressive all weekend. A very good racer. Great performance for him. First time out on the West Coast. First big race outside of the Southeast. And he gets to go home a junior champion. But also he gets to go home a semi-final. So Jonah Wilson, Andrew Beckham, Phylon, Little Bump, Culture, Colin Beaver, Cooper Phillips, Benny Camaron, Ezra Tondo, Little Marco Nopare, Caden Fuller, Wyatt Wilson, Jackson Wilson, and Will Whitworth.
Race number 27. Buggy. Final.
Oh, yeah, I agree, Chet. Jonah is fast. Cheese City Extreme up in Minnesota. Where's that to? Got to show me some pictures, Joe. What if I won the Worlds? I go in the Worlds of talking, not in RC cars. Yeah, Little Bump didn't make it to the final, so he was allowed to run the junior final. Had he made the final, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Okay, in Wisconsin. Okay, send me the Facebook page. I'd like to look at it. But yeah, who would you like to see get the 2024 Nationals? It'd be great. We'll interview them when they give out the podiums, when they give out the awards, I believe. All right, guys, we're going to be back. We're going to go wrangle up the top 3 of the junior final and give them an interview. Be right back.
Make sure you guys check your starter boxes. We've got somebody missing a starter box from that last race. Check your pit equipment. Make sure you grab the correct stuff. Once again, we've got somebody missing a starter box from that last race. Once again, the final will start at 3:45. Warm up for the final will start at 3:45. Check that. We'll do drivers' introductions at 3:45. Drivers' introductions, then we'll do warm-up and the race.
Right, so we just had our junior final, and you know, as I always say, the youth are the future. I'm happy to know this young man since 2019 when he came to the RCGP race, representing British Columbia, Vancouver, right?
Yes, Vancouver.
Right. You got to know, you're 14 years old now, you're growing up. This is your first nationals?
We did the one last year, so second.
Okay. You came fourth in the junior final, right?
That's correct.
That's right. How did you enjoy your this? So by the way, this is Cole Churro. Everybody, sorry, I forgot to say his name. How you enjoy your nationals?
I love this race. We did thicker diffs than we've ever done before. So much traction on this track and so much fun.
Oh, yeah? What do you like about this track the most?
It's all about you can set your car up for the track rather than the bumps. No bumps, lots of traction, tons of fun.
All right, so what's going to be next? Where do you race up there in BC?
We have one local track in Coquitlam, CamRC, but other than that, we have Burlington, just across the border. And our next race should be a carpet off-road at Northwest Hobbies.
All right. I know you go down to the NCTs as well, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Well, good luck. Good luck to you in your next race. Good to see you young guys out here racing with us. The future looks bright for RC, and continue on racing, man. We need you guys out there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's Cole Churi, came fourth in the junior final. Thank you, Cole. Up next is Andrew Bucamp. Thank you, Cole. Good stuff, man. Andrew, tell us where you're from, good buddy.
I am from Puyallup, Washington.
Okay, so you're another PNW, great RC community up there in the Pacific Northwest.
Yes, sir.
So how long you been racing?
I've been racing professionally for 7 years.
Okay. How do you like it? What got you started?
My grandparents got me started. We had the original Tamiya frog. My grandpa built it himself. Dad passed it down to me, and just been racing ever since.
All right. So what's going to be your next race for you?
Might be an NCT or a YOD event up at Idaho, but as of right now, we have no idea.
All right, yeah, Wild is putting on some great events. You got the new track HRCR up there. That looks beautiful, great facility. I love to get up there myself. By the way, you came second, right? Yep. That's right. Great finish for you, second. Was this your first nationals?
Yes, sir. First nationals.
How'd you like it? A little bit different racing for you over here with the buggy and whatnot.
Yeah, a little bit tougher. Definitely more competitive with the truck because I've never been competitive with it before. But definitely a change of pace in how fast these guys go, but always a great learning experience.
That's right. Well, keep up the good work, man. Keep racing. We need more young guys in this, and good luck at the next race you go to.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that's Andrew Bucamp. Thank you, Andrew. Coming up, you guys heard me talk about this young man quite a lot on the stream. I had the pleasure of meeting him at the North Georgia Shootout. And as soon as I saw him there, I was like, man, this young man is very talented. Congratulations. You made your semis at your first national. This is your first race out west?
Yeah, first race out west and first nationals.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. How long have you been racing for?
Since I was 6 years old and I'm 16, so 10 years.
I thought you had just started racing, but you've had quite some experience. You race up in Tennessee at The Rock, I believe?
Yep, The Rock in Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right. I know he doesn't look 16. He's pretty tall, but he is definitely 16. Even I was talking to BT, how good you are. Saw you at the North Georgia Shootout giving fits to Aiden and Cole that time. What's your next race for you?
The next big one should be Wicked Weekend.
Okay. I'll be there, I think. I think you qualified for the World, so does that mean you're going to go next year?
Yeah, should be there.
All right, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I want you guys to remember this guy because I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. If I vouch for him, he's going to be good. Because I'm watching 2 times now. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do at Wicked Weekend. Congratulations on winning junior final. Congratulations on making the semis. And good job, man.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, that's Jonah Wilson, your junior final champion. Thank you guys for everything. I'm going to go back in the studio and have a chat with you guys.
Shop at 3:30.
Hello, everybody. I hope you guys are getting ready for the 60-minute final coming to you in about 37 minutes. I just went outside to have a little interview and get ready, go to the men's room so I can be primed and ready for the 60-minute final. I bet you Tebo likes the Mayako now. What race is next? The next race is the 60-minute Nitro Buggy A-main. Oh, wow. So basically, I just heard the president say, if you don't go to Marshall, you will not be allowed to race next year's fuel nets. Oh, yeah. The president laying down the hammer. But as these guys go out and thrash on their cars, maybe we should get a poll up to see who they think is going to win this when you get a chance. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We obviously can't do this without you guys' support, tuning in and watching and cheering along with us and watching the race. We greatly appreciate it. It's been a great weekend of racing here. I've had fun chatting to you guys. And just been an absolutely exceptionally great race. There you can see the awesome facility that is A-main. I like that one, John Lacey. JQ Truggy and E-Buggy Specialist. Yeah, Live, they actually are working on that. I was talking to the president, so they are working on the finishing order. You are correct. So current temperature, it is 96, but it is a dry 96. It actually feels like Spain did at the Worlds last year. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We greatly appreciate it. We want to say thank you to our sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated. Also, a big shout out to the Live RC crew for all their hard work bringing you this coverage. If you guys haven't already, go hit up and use that, subscribe to that bonus lap. You know what you get. You get to see all these mains whenever you want. So that's good. Also, thank you to the A-Main track crew for all their hard work. They've been busy. They've had guys doing the trash duty, everything else here for the last whole days, the whole weekend. They have been extremely busy. So it's always good to see running a very nice, clean facility here. So we greatly appreciate that. No, it's not named Tyrone. We just started calling him that. I think it might be short for Tyler, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's just Ty. Not sure. But definitely a great weekend of racing. We want to thank the Silver Dollar RC Raceway crew for all their hard work. It's been a beautiful weekend here in Chico, California. Like I said, today is the hottest day. So It is definitely warm, but looks like everybody has made it through tech. We have no oversized tanks, no DQs for fuel. So all good. Good night, Randy, over there in the Netherlands. Thank you for tuning in. Not sure what Fen's using for servers nowadays, Joe. Not really sure. But thank you all for tuning in. We thank you all of that. Jeff Alessi, this is the Silver Dollar RC Raceway in Chico, California. Basically a MAINS facility. Very nice track. Very nice track. Very nice track. This surface has held up impeccably. I remember they have been fixing some holes here and there, but it has held up exceptionally well. Traction still very high. Okay. We had a little interview with the wizard, Jared Wiggins. He's going to explain to us exactly what the difference is between Truggy and Buggy. Over to the wizard.
So this weekend here at the Nationals, we have two different classes, Buggy and Truggy. The Nitro Buggy is usually the kind of crown jewel class. That's what is our kind of main focus here. Both cars are similar in the centers of the cars with the power plants and the electronics, but the main differences are the wheelbase and the stance, longer suspension arms on the truck, bigger tires, longer chassis. A lot of the parts, translate between the two, but just kind of a different overall footprint between the two cars. And Truggy usually a little bit faster on most tracks, especially when it's fast and high grip. With the two different cars and the different tire sizes, both of them have the same tread, J-Concepts Relapse, that I've been liking here. But the truck has much bigger tires as well as the footprint to kind of be more proportional. And the Truggies are usually a little bit easier to drive. You can push them a little bit harder than the Buggies. The Buggies drive a little more precise and more like a razor blade. So it's a little bit easier to go around with these, but that's why we go a little bit faster with them. For a beginner, Truggy would definitely be the easiest class to get into as far as just learning how to drive. Buggy, I think you develop a little bit better habits and skills, but it's more difficult to learn and pick up right away. So Truggy's a little bit easier for the average person to kind of pick up and get around the track with.
All right, so there's Jared Wiggins explaining the difference between Truggy and Buggy. My good friend Brent Densford from Beach RC and one of our sponsors for this live broadcast is in studio with us. What's up, Brent?
What is up, Keenan?
How you doing? Finally get you in here.
Yeah.
Come over a little bit so we can get you on camera
out
here.
of the shop.
And thank you for the support of the live stream here, for bringing it live to everybody out there. How's your Nationals been going, Brent?
Wow, that's a loaded question. It was going very, very good until we started qualifying. So, yeah, ended up just losing a lot of, not even finishing my first 4 qualifying heats.
I know.
And my 5th one, I laid one down and was all right. And then, yeah, went out really hard on Friday night and missed my Saturday qualifier.
I saw that.
But, yeah, everything went good, man. I had a good time. Made Sunday. First time I've made Sunday. And the S-Works and the Ultimate Team, both are really doing a great job. So excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, for sure. Little gutted for Camden Lime. He was looking really fast all weekend. Had that big mistake in the start of his semi, put him way back. Then he had to retire, I think. So
yeah,
he has been. He was in here with me a little bit, and I'm really impressed with him. He's been getting faster. He's doing really well. He made the main in truck. But, yeah, he's still young. Just graduated. He's going to be doing RC full-time, he told us. I'm here sweating a little bit. Got a little gleam on me. It's getting hot out there.
Yeah, it's hot in here.
Yeah, I know.
It's hot out there. It's hot in here. I'm glad that you brought me in here to help waste some time for you guys.
I know. Well, we've got a nice little interview, nice little something planned for everybody out here shortly, too. So we don't have that much time. As we're getting ready for the 60-minute final. Your guy, Dakota Fenn's in there. Started on pole. Man, it's looking like he can go back to back. He's looking really fast.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ever count Dakota out. Go back to Camden is same thing. Like both Dakota and Camden during their Dakota during the truck main, Camden during even the truck main for Camden, but during his semi, they both had some weird stuff happen. And when I got here, Tim Lime told me, he's like, "What if it's going to happen? It's going to happen at nationals." And I didn't really understand that until this year because, I mean, even I have a 3D printed wheel for my M17.
Really?
Yeah, and I've had it on there for 3 years, and they dropped me for warm-ups in my main event today, and broke off.
No way.
So I had to screw it back on. But that's what I'm trying to say is like all these little things, like you can't you can't plan for some of the stuff that's happening to these guys right now. Just gutted for Dakota. He had that main covered. Camden was looking really good in his semi. To have such a silly thing happen, and it wasn't his fault. Neither one of the two mistakes or not mistakes, but failures were not their fault. So, I'm interested to see. You got to have your stuff together for an hour.
Oh, yeah.
An hour is a
It's gonna be very
long time.
interesting. All right, just real quick, you have a race coming up here shortly, next in August, called the RC Pro-Am. It's a pretty cool idea, pretty cool concept. Why don't you explain to the people at home how that's all going to work?
Yeah, so RC Pro-Am, it's going to be in Lake Waccamaw, North Carolina, which is right outside of Whiteville, August 25th through the 27th. It is a new concept. We're going to have the 12 classes that you run most places. There's a class for everybody. But what's going to set this event aside is the fact that we're doing the pros, and that's why it's called the Pro-Am. The pros are going to, on Friday after practice, we're going to do a big social event. Lance McDonald is the race director of this event. Danny Paz is going to be there doing all the live coverage, hoping to get Lefty there. But what we're going to do is we're going to have a live draft on Friday night. So it'll be a random draw for the pros, however many pros that we get. So let's just say there's 10. Those pros will then pick in the order that they drew their number. And
No, go ahead.
we're good? Oh, and then, basically they're going to draft one sportsman and one intermediate driver live in front of everybody while we're enjoying some drinks and music and food and stuff like that. And then at the end of the event in Nitro Buggy and in E-Buggy, there's going to be teams of 3. And when those teams of 3, depending on how many points they get, will be crowned champions. So there'll be trophies for every class, like normal. But the team aspect is that's where the Pro-Am comes into play.
That's always good. Always good to be thinking outside the box, doing things a little bit of fun. Like your Massives Dirt Race, it's a lot of fun. People enjoy it. People put it on the schedule every year. I'm looking forward to being there last year. It got me geeking out on 10 scale.
Yeah, it did.
So I'm super pumped about that. Thank you for the support, her. Thank you for the support of me. Don't forget, guys, go check out Wheel and Trigger. He's doing some great things over there. Lots of live podcasts and stuff like that. And yeah, man, just keep doing big things in the RC space. We've been hanging out. You've been supporting me for a long time. I greatly appreciate it. And keep up the good work, man, because we actually have something special for everybody out there. It's a live track walk with Ryan Lutz.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
Well, that's going to be good. And thank you, Lefty, for continuing to just crush it and make your way through the RC ranks without driving. I mean, not many people do that.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's really cool to see how far you've come, and your podcast is awesome. So everyone support the No Name and Lefty, and then obviously Live RC, man. Coverage has been great.
Really great.
America has a very great RC scene. We've got so much great technology, great people involved. So definitely, this has been a fantastic nationals.
I think so too.
I can't remember the last time I said that.
Well, all right, good buddy. Lutz is ready to get his live track walk out there. Thank you for coming in and entertaining us and talking with me. Good luck to all your guys in the final there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thanks, Lefty. We're here at the 2023 Roar Nitro Nationals at Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. We're here at the home of MAINS Offroad 8-scale track here. They've done an amazing job. Track's holding together really well. We've finished up our seating practice, and today we start qualifying. So let's do a quick track walk and talk about it. Right here we got the start-finish line. So we're sending it over this. Now, people aren't sending it normally full throttle. You're about a half throttle on there, kind of landing a little early so you can set up for this left-right chicane here. If you launch too far, you can easily blow the line, especially once a little bit of the dust gets out into it. So just like a moderate throttle over the start-finish line, landing, get your bearings, do the chicane as fast as you can, get that left, make the right, kind of bleed out to about middle, but by the time you hit that middle section, start aiming just a little bit to the right. Now, these jumps are very important as far as where you land them. So they have the apex kind of near the back end of it here, and if you land right on that on your rear end, it's easy to kind of kick the rear end up and get out of shape. So you either want to try to downside it or just short it just a little bit, and that seems to be able to get you the best amount of momentum and stability to get through this corner, because there's actually a little bit of a drop off here. So if you get out here and this gets a little bit dusty, you push out wide. So you want to have control of the car, stay tight to this pipe. And we have a 180 right, and that dips down. We got a left, and there's actually a little bit of a berm right here. If you can get inside that, it can really kind of hug the car and make this 180 left right here. Otherwise, a lot of guys I've seen, because the grip's pretty high here, a lot of guys are kind of shooting straight, getting that car to pivot 180 really hard. So this track has a lot of 180s, also a lot of sweepers, so you kind of have to have your car set up for both. So after you get through that, you kind of bleed out to the middle here, launch this little hip double, and this, a lot of guys are actually landing where this darker dirt, looser dirt is right here. Sometimes they get just a little bit further, but you're basically wanting to land right out here in this pocket where people are landing, so you can get a nice angle here to begin your dirt oval experience. So we got the start of the left hand of the dirt oval. Normally you bleed out about midway here. Start your arc towards your turn 3 and turn 4. So you kind of come out, start bleeding in, nice and tight to here. And kind of, I actually like to stay a little bit to the left, and then that way I can kind of start to arc in to do this 180 to the right. One thing to be wary of, again, the grip's kind of high. This does gradually go up right here, so some people are catching edges. So you just want to be wary of that if your car's worried about that at all. But just 180 to the right here. And then you get to go shoot for the big berm. So we're about mid-lane here. Launch, but at the same time you're angling towards your berm corner here. And we're not going up high on it. You can see it's very loose and marbly and dusty up there. So you're trying to stay nice and tight. Right about there. Pivot really hard. And you want to stay kind of tight because you want to be able to start lining up for this. And you want to basically, there's a little bit of bumps through here, so you got to have your suspension plush enough to handle that, but yet stiff enough to really handle the grip and not really dump too hard. But we're staying tight to this guy. Then you bleed out about 1/3 of the track out here and start turning a little bit on this double. Launch this double right here. This is probably the longest double we got on the track. And then we got a nice hard sweeper into a corner triple. So you're turning basically this whole time. If you kind of let off your throttle and you're on and off the throttle, your car can kind of get upset. You kind of want to try to find that nice speed where you can hold it. Your car holds the line. You can keep on the throttle, keep on the wheel, turning. I like to be about 1/4 out here, and I'm still turning the wheel as I'm going up this guy. And you just want the car to continue that turn while you're going through the air. So that's the goal on this one. It's about a 3/4 throttle jump. If you go too short, you case here. You want to get that downside. If you can do that, you just keep continuing that little bit of steering input. Keep turning. You're just turning this whole way through all these jumps. And this is another one, like the jump that was on the beginning of the track, where it's easy to short it, case your rear end here. So you want to give it, the guys that are going really fast are able to just downside it perfectly, get on the binders, hit those brakes, kind of slide down to here, pivot hard. And then we have this whole section here. A lot of this is blind to the drivers, actually. If you go out wide here, it's blind. So you want to stay tight so you can still see your car. Now, where I'm standing in the driver's stand, I can't see this at all. There you have two marshals here and that jump. This is completely blind. It's like we're just driving by braille. We're just hoping we're not going to hit this pipe. I'm not sure if people to the right side of the stand can see this or not, but just staying wide enough, but I know I'm tight into it. And then keeping your throttle on the slower end here so you don't push out too wide. I like to just tap the brakes right here to get that front to dive really quick so I can stay tight. And then this is just a little table. The hard thing on this one is keeping your speed right. It's easy to give too much throttle. You overshoot it, you get too high in the air, you're losing time. So you want to get just the right amount of speed to where you can just get down here as fast as you can, get your wheels on the ground, and then kind of mash the throttle, a good 3/4, full, depending how you land that. Do this triple here. And again, a lot of these jumps are big time on timing, so you really want to try to downside it. It's easy to case it. You lose a bit of time as your back end kicks up. But if you can hit that like 3/4 throttle, you can downside that. Then we got this left-hander here going to the back. Now this back's kind of narrow from way up there in the driver's stand. So you see a lot of people jump off the track here, especially in the corner as we approach that. But this is about a half throttle jump here. Again, easy to overshoot. You lose time if you overshoot because you can't really keep the momentum going. It's easy to undershoot if you're trying to be more cautious, but that nice half throttle on this one, downside this. Then you can launch about a half throttle again, the 3/4 throttle to clear off the second part of the double here. And then this is my trickiest part. This has been getting really dusty. They have blown it off this morning, so for the first couple heats it'll be good. But there's lots of little bumps in here. And if you're on this inside line, those can kind of kick the car, and you're trying to go high speed. You're 3/4 throttle here, trying to do this. You're going uphill as well, so as you get to the top of this, your suspension's unloading. So all of that kind of leads into some people flying off the track here. So being very careful of how you do that. Some of the fastest lines I saw were actually people landing about middle here and then staying a little bit wide and then carving in and kind of avoid that inside bump. And then they're keeping that throttle on a little bit harder here. So as we approach the end, again, we got another left-handed jump here. So about a half throttle jump, keeping the car momentum going. A little bit of steering input still. You don't want to land with like full steering. Car can really wash out because when you land, you really want to get on the throttle hard. And some people are washing out. But if you can keep like a half throttle, keep the suspension bound up, just keep it smooth around this whole left-handed sweeper area. And then start to bleed out to about 1/4 to half as you cross the start-finish line and finish your lap of the 2023 Roar Nationals layout. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Back to you, Lefty.
Thank you, Ryan, for that great track walk. I saw a couple of people teasing him about being out of breath. Man, walking around this track and talking to the microphone is extremely hard. But thank you to Ryan Lutz for his input. Unfortunately, Lutz not making the main this weekend, representing Kyosho. But we want to thank him for his support and always being available to do cool things like that. All right, guys, so not too long before we get started, they're going to do driver's announcement here soon. What's up, Kenny Johnson? What's up, Brandon Malinowski? Thank you guys for tuning in. You guys have any questions you want to ask? Maybe we got a poll up to see who you guys think is going to win. All righty, so hey, are you guys ready for this? I'm waiting for them to get the starting order kind of sorted out here, because I would think that maybe Brandon Rose was a little bit faster than Jared Tebo, so we'll see. But thank you guys for joining in the chat. Thank you guys for all the support with me, because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to be here. All you guys who have supported me and my endeavors in the No Name RC podcast over the years. Really, that's the reason I'm here. So hopefully we get out to some more races. Also, don't forget, we have another big race coming up very shortly here in 2 weeks' time. The Visions race being held at the Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. Jared Wiggins was your victor last year, taking home that big check. And we also got to see some excellent drama between Mayfield and Tessman. And we are looking forward to the coverage of that race and what Live RC brings new to the table. So it's going to be absolutely amazing to see. It was great to have Ken Stout on there announcing. It was a great event. It was on MAV TV. Thought it was well put together. So congratulations to Live RC. It's great to see it happening again. I believe entries are still open. If you wish to sign up and go to the race, you can. Thank you, Mario Vasquez. And we got a few minutes before they start, guys. We're going to obviously do driver introduction, all that good stuff. We got some argument about Kyosho in there. There we see Scotty Brewer talking to Bill Walker, who is the pit man for Ryan Lutz. There is Anders Rydstedt as well. Imani says, I'm from the future. Fen 1, Sunny guys. Sorry, guys, for the spoiler. That's funny. All right. Got some jokes in there. Got some jokes. That's really cool. Really funny. As we see guys blowing off their cars, getting ready. I went outside for a walk, and it's always a sad day. You know, always when you get to these races, it's always awesome. Everybody's excited to be here. We get the little community of RC drivers here, and everybody's here. And then as Sunday comes on, you go out and you see people are getting less and less. So all these people drive home safely. 1 second, everybody. So I just got informed that they have corrected the starting order now. So we have, obviously, Dakota Fenn starting on pole, Spencer Rivkin in second, Ryan Mayfield third, Ty Tessman fourth, Jarrett Tebo fifth, Cole Ogden sixth, Brandon Rose seventh, Joe Bornos eighth, Seth Van Dalen ninth, Spencer Hecker 10th, Jared Riggins 11th, Mason Fuller 12th, and Adam Drake starting in 13th. Rivkin for the dub. Hey, man, I'll be honest with you. It's very... He's looking very good out there, man. Looking very good out there. He has been looking fast all weekend. What's up, Daiquiri, man? How are you? Connie, how are you? Hopefully we get some of this information up on... We really would like some of those graphs and stuff that you have on House of RC, Cody. Sorry, Connie. Maybe we can get some information about different types of manufacturers of engines and chassis and all that stuff. Hello, Matt Dixon. Up there in Ontario. Hope everything's well up there in Canada. Yes. What's up, Adam Reevy? Good to see you. And Daiquiri, man, also been a big supporter. Cam Goff. No iguanas out here. We also don't have that Florida humidity. It's 96 outside, but it's pretty dry. So that's always a good thing. We see the chat going crazy here and here. I know you guys are antsy. We just saw the trotters. They've been cooking food all weekend, cooking some great vittles. They had a great chicken sandwich yesterday that I enjoyed. And very good, because that's where he qualified. After the, I don't know why they got Drake in there. Did Drake fit? Yeah, Drake should be in, they went by times. That's why. Because it goes by overall times. So Drake may have finished fifth, but no, he didn't get a penalty. It goes by overall time. He obviously had the slowest time of the main. So Mason Fuller, Jared Riggins, and all those guys were faster than him. That's why I would believe. But don't worry, guys. He says, after seeing that menu, now I'm hungry. Here's the Raw guys. They've been working tirelessly. The thankless job that Raw has done. I know. What's up, Clubhouse? Tuning in from New York. Joshua Block. I'm being paid to visit Iceland and drive the Sparko. That's funny. I believe he got moved down because of his times. So that's what I was told. They had to go in and readjust everything. Daniel Liu, I don't blame you. That's what I'm going to be doing when I get off of calling this race. But we have 60 minutes to go and what should be a very exciting final. Hello, Jacal, ¿cómo está? From Argentina. Hello, Lefty from Waco, Texas. Joshua Block, I have 2.4 million followers on TikTok. That's impressive.
The starting order for the Buggy final.
What's up to the Carter brothers? Good to see you guys in. Austin Jeffries. Wow, I haven't seen you for a minute. You still racing, dude? It's very hot, Corey. And what's up, Shelby? How you doing, man? Good to see you in here. Thank you, Evolution Models. Watching from the UK. What part of the UK are you located in?
Will be 9. Wiggins will be 10. Eckert will be 11. Mason Fuller a 12. And Adam Drake 13. Once again, I'll run through those. Make sure you guys grab your new numbers. Dakota 1, Rivkin 2, Mayfield 3, Testament 4.
The final is set to start probably top of the hour. They're probably going to do warm-up and driver's intro starting at 5 o'clock, 3:45. So, not long now, good buddy. It's Mark Santamaria. What's up, Mark? How you doing? Good to see you in here. Mark Santamaria doing great things with his channel, trying to bridge the gap between bashers and racers. I am 110%. Notice that Testman drop. 110% agreeing with that. We need to get these bashers out racing with us. They already got... No. So, Adam, there's only one race. They only have one race a year. They don't have multi-rounds like they do in the UK. It would be very hard to do that as it's, so many races over here. And these guys are also running 10 scale as well. So very hard to do. What's up, Wade Moses? How you doing? Mike Walker. What's up? Nitro is the glory and alligators don't exist in Florida. It's fake news. Haven't seen an alligator yet. Iguanas, though. Bonjour, Eric Deschamps, tuning in at Quebec Classic, the 24th to the 27th, up there at Bego. Alrighty. It's Salty Joe in the building. The saltiest of salt, Salty Jose Valadao. Crystal Phantom question: is there any pro African American drivers? No, there isn't. There is none. I think the closest we might have had was Eustace Moore of MIP back in the day. I know there was a guy that used to race fifth scale, Paul Coleman, but no, has not been an African American pro driver for quite some time. It's something we got to work on. What's up, Matt Sistrunk? How you doing, good buddy? Down there in Texas, I hope you're staying cool. I like to stay cool here. Unfortunately, this AC isn't pounding out enough. Well, getting a little sweat. I know I'm going to get sweaty here because I'm about to get excited about this race. Taking me out on the boat next time you're in town. Hopefully, yeah, I think me and my son are coming down for a Wicked Weekend and then going to spend some time in Florida to take him around. So maybe we go out on the boat then. Hello, Adam Christensen. Lefty, good day, mate. From down under. Let's go, Teebs. Yeah, Teebs had a great weekend, man. But you know what he said? I said, hey, man, it's not a win, but it is a second place. And he goes, man, I got 17 of this. I don't need any more. That was a great comeback. Great comeback. I would say probably one of the fastest African-American racers out there is actually Cody Watson from down in Mississippi. He's actually getting really serious about his racing now, so that's good to see. Always been a big supporter of Cody. There we see Bartholomew Baker. He says, you really wish that was my name, don't you? I was like, it's your name for me. I'm going to call you Bartholomew as well. So thank you all for tuning in. No, I ain't tired of talking, but I will be after this final, I'm pretty sure. I'd say about 15 minutes for the start of the A-main. They're going to do driver introductions and warm-up first. And barring any last-minute calls for time. He says, Tom Anderson says, I like to see their diffs after 60 minutes. I bet you that oil is stinky and black. Ugh, that stinky smell that diff oil gets. Thank you, Casey Lawrence. Man, long time no see. What's up? How you doing, man?
Cavalieri, Bordon, Sontag, Horn, Stetzer, Turner, Brunson, Line.
Yeah, Steve Harris is good as well. But I always thought that Cody, if he puts his head to it, he can be very fast. It seems to be getting ready to do some racing, so that's always good. Mike Walker says, so I'm going to say he better not fall off the boat on top of one of these fake Florida gators. There's no gators in Florida. I'm convinced. Plenty of snakes and iguanas, but no gators. These guys are probably getting very heavy in diffs. They can at this track because it's very high grip, but the heat is what they don't want that oil degrading. And that's what they don't want to have. You see Leahy Setzer, his nets is finished. He didn't make it to the final, but I think he'd be happy with the semifinals. Semifinals are very hard to make, so it's quite an accomplishment at a race like this. Reggie Tong is good and driving for many years, but I don't think he's on the level of like Cody and Steve Harris. Dirt Overload, Have Keenan, it's Austin again. Thanks for the awesome coverage, man. I hope you're doing better, man. Austin had a really bad crash in a dirt oval race, and I hope you are feeling better. How long are you going to be laid up for? I hope the doctors have you all set up, man, and we need to get back out racing shortly. Trevor Follett, what's up there from up there in Canada? Flying all your airplanes up there. Bobby Blair, dude, we literally have more gators than any other state. Haven't seen one yet. Have not seen one. Living, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Hope the family's well. My kids are great. Looking forward to seeing them when I get home. No, he hasn't. He made it an intermediate, but he's very good. He's also very young. Steve Harris has, but Steve is very good. But I would say, yeah, he's probably the closest thing that we have as an African-American driver. Not pro, not making any money, but Cody Watson, very good. About to get serious. You'll see soon. Oh, my gosh. Oh, I almost got attacked by iguana down at Mills Pond. There we go. Out there. That's the WRC team manager up here. Yeah, Watson's fast, man. Watson got caught up playing football and baseball in high school and finishing up high school. So he's about to get serious here and start racing. So looking forward to seeing what he can do. Was talking to his father here the other day. Told him, don't worry about going to no big races right now. Just chill out and race locally. Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're a pro if you get paid. If you ain't getting paid, you're not a pro. That's how I look at it. You can run in the pro class, but if you ain't getting paid for this, you're not a pro. So there are no paid pro African-American drivers out there.
Jermaine Robinson, Ryan Lutz, Cole Caston, Phylong Wynn. Out to turn marshal. We also need Ryan Cavallari.
Bob Thomas, lefty. Will more driving clinics help jumpstart the hobby? I think so. I think the clinics are more for people that are diehards. And I think that having been to quite a few clinics myself, we just did a visible speed tour down in South America. I know that definitely helped out the people there, but maybe we need to see more clinics similar to motocross clinics. Less people. Obviously, these things have to make money because they cost money. Maybe pay a little bit more. Maybe the 3-day clinics, they start on Friday or maybe it's 2 days, they start on Saturday doing theory, general, fixing up people's cars. A lot of these times, people don't have the basics set, so they don't have the basics set on the car, and they're more worried about setup than they are anything. When they just don't have the basics set up. I've been to many clinics throughout America, through South America, and it's always the same. So, but I think that we can definitely have some clinics if you're really, truly a hardcore racer, and you want to get better. I definitely think if we cater some of these clinics to a more hardcore racer. Definitely have to have something for the basics, but I definitely think shameless plug like the Invisible Speed book and the online course is something very good for people to learn from. Definitely, the book is something good. The online course is a little more visual. All right, X-Ray RC. We already said Reggie Tong. How many times are you going to say it? We know. But Reggie Tong isn't on the level of Steve Harris. He's good. He's fast. Been racing for a long time. He used to race with Paul Coleman. Laughing at these comments. All right, you see the drivers just sitting on, getting relaxed. But they get out there and get ready to race. Zach Riggs says, come visit me in Gainesville. I'll show you some gators. Yeah. I bet. I'm only joking. I'm sure there's gators. They just hide when I come around. I don't think that Euros run box stock. And what you mean, like hop-up wise? I'm sure they do. I mean, we all like hopping up our cars, right? It's like a little bling-bling. So, who knows? I know they bling out their cars over there as well. They mostly run one class as well. What's up, Andy Big Lance LaChance? How you doing? As we get up here ready to announce these driver intros. We're a little bit late here. Nah, if he was running a Truggy tank, he would have failed tech. John Kurz, super fan, gets a shout out. Have fun in Iceland and Paris.
All right, here we go.
Me, I think fifth scale racing's great. I love it. I'd love to do it if I could afford it. What's up, Uncle Eddie? How you doing? I see my good buddy Joe Zaire. All right, so we are going to send it up to drivers' intros for you guys. I'll be back after that.
Sponsored by Mugen Seiki Racing, OS Engines, J Concepts, Futaba, ProTech RC, Tekin, Flashpoint RC, A-Main Hobbies, Stick It One Racing, Darkside Designs, Lunsford, Avid, and the DrakeRacing.com. Special thanks to Rhonda, Shane, Team Mark, Paul, Jason, Josh, and my dad for watching on Live RC from Beaumont, California, Adam Drake. Qualifying in the 12th spot, sponsored by HB Racing, Reds, J Concept, Nitro Pro, Trinity, One Army, Bipolar Designs, Absolute Hobbies, Zippy Drain. Thanks to my dad, Chad Phillips, and the Bartletts for all the pit help. From Urbandale, Iowa, Mason Fuller. Qualifying in the 11th spot, driving an S-Works, Proline Tires, sponsored by S-Works, Proline, ProTech, Hobby Wing, VP Racing Fuels, A-Main Hobbies, AMR Engines, Beach RC, J&T Bearing, 920 Designs, Bradley Fine Designs, Racecraft, Wolf Den RC, AHRC, and a huge thanks to my family and the S-Works team for the support. From Myersfield, Ohio, Spencer Eckert. Qualifying in the 10th spot, driving a Techno, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by Techno RC, J Concepts, Block, Tekin, MKS Servos, VP Racing Fuel, JTP RC, Boom Graphics, DC RC Designs, ProTech RC, and Ultimate. Special thanks to Techno and J Concepts for the trackside support, to my dad for his help all week, and to my mom and girlfriend, Katie, watching back at home from Mesquite, Texas, Jared Wiggins. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving a Techno, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by Techno RC, J Concepts, Beach RC, Ultimate Racing, VP Racing, S&S, FTR Raceway, King Kong Hobbies, Empire Insurance. Special thanks to my dad for all the pit help and to my girlfriend Maddie for all the support. Thank you to the whole Techno team for a great weekend. From Monticello, Minnesota, Seth Van Dellen. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving an S-Works, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by S-Works, J Concepts, Tekin, MKS Servos, the Drake Racing, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Futaba, VP Fuels, Shirius Designs, Boom Graphics, and Magic Hobbies. Special thanks to the whole S-Work teams, Cody and Mason for the pit help, and to my family, friends, and wife for the help and the support. From New Philadelphia, Ohio, Joe Bornhorst. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving in S-Works, Hot Race Tires. Sponsored by S-Works RC, Hot Race Tires, Elasi Tunes, Avid Racing, Racecraft, VRP, PTRC Racing, Integrity RC Designs, DCRC Designs, RC Body Armor, and Mike's Gulf Coast RC Raceway. From Houston, Texan, Brandon Rose. Qualifying in the 6th spot, sponsored by HB Racing, Ultimate Racing, TZO Tires, MKS Servos, Absolute Hobbies, VP Racing Fuels, JT Bearings, True Source, True Form, Proto Futaba, Bipolar Designs, Racecraft, Assault RC, Model X, One Army, Prevail Paints, Dial TV, Wolf Den RC, and Ogio. Special thanks to my sponsors, friends, and family for the support. Cody Thompson for all the help, and Walker Spinrad for the quick rebuild. From Covington, Georgia, Cole Ogden. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving in Miyako, Hot Race Tires, sponsored by Miyako, JTP, Hot Race, Nitro Pro, Tekin, Ultimate Racing, Beach RC, Invisible Speed, KO Propo, T-Works, Boom RC, TD Paint, VRP, Fastline Raceway. Thanks to all my friends and fans for the support. Scotty Brewer, my dad, my family, and the good Lord Jesus Christ. From Raymore, Missouri, Jared Tebo. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving an X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, MKS Servos, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Hobby Wing, FX Engines, Hot Race Tires, MKS, A-Main Hobbies, ProTech, VP Fuels, Hewdy, Avid, Stick It One, Easy Customs, and 110% Racing. Thanks to the X-Ray team for the great weekend. Would like to thank all my sponsors for the amazing products and awesome support. Thanks to my family for all the years of love, help, and support they have given me. Most importantly, I would like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because without him, I would not be where I am today. From Cypress County, Canada, Ty Tessman. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving a Techno, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by Techno RC, J Concepts, ProTech RC, Hobby Wing, A-Main Hobbies, VP Racing Fuels, Hobby Action, Drake Inn, Stick It One Racing, RM2, Ryan Mayfield Momentum. From Chandler, Arizona, Ryan Mayfield. Qualifying the 2nd spot, driving Associated, J Concepts Tires, sponsored by Team Associated, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, A-Main, ProTech, Futaba, Savox, VP Racing Fuel, Stick It One, Factory Team, Hobby Action, Makita, Kicker, and Live RC. I want to thank my dad, pit crew, and everyone who helps me get to where I am today. From Surprise, Arizona, Spencer Rivkin. And your TQ in this 8-scale class, driving a TLR, J Concepts, sponsored by TLR, J Concepts, Ultimate, Spectrum, Trinity, Nitro X, Pro Performance RC, Beach RC, Horizon Hobby, Bradley Fine Line Designs, Stick It One Racing, DRC. Special thanks to Barry Baker, Mike Sontag, Thomas, Dunford, the whole JC team, my wife, and everyone back home for the support. From Angola, Indiana, Dakota Fans. All right, drivers, let's go ahead and get them warmed up, guys. Get them warmed up. Still need a marshal in the 2 spot. We need one marshal from the non-bump guys out in the 2 spot.
Alrighty, everybody, are you ready for this 60-minute Nitro Buggy final? I know I am. I know I got a few people asking how this all happened. So what they did was take the top 5 from each semi, and then the 2 fastest lap times from each racer after that. So that's what happened. Adam Drake has started in 13th because I believe he had this. His time was not as fast as Spencer Hunter or Mason Fuller. Yes, he finished in the top 5, but yeah, that's how it worked. The top 5 from each main, and then they took the 2 fastest times after that. All right, guys, let's get ready for some awesome racing here. We got 60 minutes. Woo! I'm getting excited and saving my little bit of energy that I have left for this race, and I'm hoping that we got a barn burner here. I love to see a battle to the end. I was fortunate to see a great battle at the International Buggy Challenge about 3 weeks ago in Portugal, right to the very end. What's up, Mike Bellotti? How you doing? Love you too, brother. Should have had an LCQ. I agree, Charlie Mack. Already expressed my feelings about that to the president of Raw. He's already took it into consideration. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We got 1,550 people tuning in into this right now. Maybe we get that up to 2,000. We got a poll going on right now. Let's see how that works for you guys. Okay, we're going to send up the poll here once again. Hello, Scotty. How are you? How you doing? You tuned in. It's late over there in Holland, I would say. But ready for this 60-minute final. It's a little bit warm. Yeah, but Scott is tuned in. He knows he wants to watch this race. 60 minutes here at the beautiful Silver Dollar RC Raceway here in Chico, California. This is the 2023 Raw 1/8 scale fuel Offroad Fuel Nationals. Thank you to our sponsors, MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated. They bring you the live coverage this week. And we are looking forward to a great race here at this absolutely stunning facility here. It's been a weekend of surprises. We've had some heartbreak. We saw some heartbreak for Dakota Fan and the Truggy B-main with 2 laps to go. I was talking to somebody said that his motor mount actually broke, and that's what happened to his car. So his motor mount broke, and something happened where they thought it was going to lean, and then.
All right, guys, let's bring them in. On the 1, Dakota Fan. On the 2, Spencer Rifkin. On the 3, Ryan Mayfield. On the 4, Ty Tessman. On the 5, Jared Tebo. On the 6, Cole Ogden. On the 7, Brandon Rose. On the 8, Joe Bornhorst. On the 9, Seth Van Dellen. On the 10, Jared Wiggins. Spencer Eckert on the 11. Mason Fuller on
Here we guys got a poll up for you. Who do you think's going to win this?
13.
I don't know, man. Hey, Fuller was super fast at Silver State. He came from behind and finished 3rd. But yeah, I wish you was here too, Scotty. I was shocked when I got here. I didn't know you was going to be here. So it's been a long weekend. I appreciate what you do, man. Appreciate what you do. It's a long weekend of talking, coming up with content. Don't let anybody ever doubt that. This is not as easy as you think. So kudos to Scotty and all his hard work that he does, because it definitely is not easy. Thank you, Joey Showers. Got some stars in there. Corbin Showers. What's up, Corbin? How you doing? As we get ready for this start. We don't have anybody calling time at the moment. There we see Matt Walter. Techno got their first national championship in Truggy there, looking to get their 2nd in Nitro Buggy. Be the first Nitro Buggy championship that they national championship that they've won. Thank you, Scotty. I appreciate it. Look forward to your future coverage as well. I know you got a lot of races planned here over the next 6 months. Okay, so we did have a call, actually. So 30 seconds left. I hope you guys are ready to run. Rhonda Drake in her. Are you cheering on Adam? Team Grandpa? HB Nation says, Corbin Charles. Hello, Ben Panic, tuning in from Australia. Adam Camacho, Ken Cahoon. We are ready for the 60-minute final. We see Mike Sontag. He has been doing some exceptionally fast pits all year. I really think he helped Dakota Fan win a Truggy race with his pitting earlier this year. So looking very good. What's up, Nainoa? How you doing? Rudy Rosales says, let's go Offner for the win. That's funny. Here we go. There we see Dakota Fend. There we go. It's dawn and quiet. And they're off. 1 hour final here at the 2023 1/8 scale Offroad Fuel Nationals, brought to you by Raw Racing. The coverage brought to you by Live RC as we see Dakota Fend getting out to that lead, starting on pole. It's Fend from Rivkin. That looks like Mayfield, Tessman, Tebo. So they're starting in order right here. Clean start for these top drivers. These are some of the best drivers in the world right here. As we see Dakota, Rivkin just gets past Dakota Fend, throwing on a 26.9, but that's his, was that Rivkin getting it wrong just now? Yes, it was. So it's Rivkin from Mayfield from Tessman. Tebo right behind him. Ogden behind Tebo as we see Tessman Tessman getting it wrong through that ripple section. Getting it wrong, and that moves Fend still in first from Mayfield, from Tebo. We're getting all in the mix back there as we see Rivkin and Ogden getting at each other. I'm sure they're going to have some words about that later on today. As we see Dakota Fend trying to overcome from that heartbreaking Truggy loss that he had. It had it wrapped up in the bag for 2 laps. As we see Tebo going through, just making a little bit of a mistake, sitting there and waiting as we see Tessman right behind him. But Fend looking really racy out there. Remember, 1 hour long main. These guys are going to save their tires as well. Probably going on their own super hard compound tires. Looking for that second half of the race. This is a long race to go as we see Tebo up there with Tessman right behind him. And right in front of him is Dakota Fend is already opened up a lead. As you see Mayfield right there getting a little bit sideways through the Dragon's back as Dakota Fend comes around. That's a 36.7. Mayfield a 37.4. Tebo a 38.1. Tessman a 37.6. Rivkin 37.2. So it's Fend from Mayfield, from Tebo, Tessman, Rivkin, Ogden, Van Dalen, Fuller, Wiggins, Brandon Rose, Spencer Hackett, Adam Drake, and Joe Bornhorst. As we see Mayfield coming down through there, Tebo getting a little bit squirrely. We saw Tessman get it wrong right there. Tessman, the only driver running that low profile head, that clear X-ray wing. It's all about CG. I think he's super fast through that Talladega Bull. And right behind them is Spencer Rivkin, who's been very fast all weekend. But Ty Tessman was the only person to take a TQ and Buggy away from Dakota Fend as Rivkin comes on by. He just on a 36.7. All those guys just turned on 36-second laps. So they are fast, but Dakota Fend getting out to a slight lead. Mayfield wants to keep him in his sights. He doesn't want him to get out too far. As we see that Tessman has gotten across Tebo, and Rivkin is right behind Tebo right now. So we see JC, hot race JC. So it's been a pretty equal tire game here all weekend, but Dakota Fend taking advantage of that pole position, and Mayfield just trying to keep him in his sights as we are on board with Tessman, who's now moved up to third. Tessman just doing a 36.7. Tebo having a long lap of 38. Spencer Rivkin right behind him. Seth Van Dalen right behind them as we see Dakota Fend slamming on the brakes, going up to there. His car looking really great here, coming up over the double. If Dakota Fend can win this, he will be the first driver to go back-to-back since Ty Tessman done it in 2014, 2015. That's how long it's been since we had a back-to-back national buggy champion. Dakota Fend getting his first ever national Nitro buggy championship last year. Also the E-Natch champion. He's looking to double up again. Did not get the Truggy final because of that broken motor mount that he had with 2 laps to go. Wow, Dakota Fend is just ripping, but look at Mayfield just slowly chipping away at that lead as we see Tessman right there. And there we are on board with Ryan Mayfield. He's looking good. Remember, this is an hour-long race. These guys are going to save their tires. They're not going to want to wear out their tires. They're going to want to have tires for later on in the race. Right now we have Fend, Mayfield, Tessman, Tebo, Van Dalen. Spencer Rivkin having a bad lap. He's dropped all the way down to 8th. Spencer, one of my favorites to win this, as we see Tebo coming by, getting by Tessman. Tessman gets it wrong over that, coming into the loop, and Tebo is looking racy. Those hot race tires have been very good for him all weekend. TQ and around in truck, coming second in truck, getting a top 3 finish in round 3 of qualifying. Tebo has found his confidence after a very poor performance at Silver State, casing that jump That's allowing Ty Tasman to just catch up just a little bit as we see this battle for third right here between X-Ray and Mayako. Canada versus USA as we see Jared Tebo, the wily veteran. This is his 23rd Raw Nationals. This will be the last time that he does this race. Last 60-minute Raw Nationals race for him. He would love to go out on a bang and just, you know, have a good weekend. As we see Ty Tasman with that low center gravity head, able to carry so much speed through that Talladega Oval as they come up over the double around here. This has been a very critical section of the track. We've seen racers lose it here as Tebo keeps it tight, but Ty right on the rear end. Tebo has a rear view mirror full of Ty Tasman and that X-ray with that Canadian flag on there. But Tebo, he's been in this position many times before. He's won this race a few times. He's not faltered. He is a racer, but Ty looking very racy as Tebo just slamming the door, making that car as wide as possible, keeping it as close as he can to the pipes as you see Ty carrying so much speed through there. So much speed through there. Maybe we're going to see the comeback of the low-profile head with Ty doing so well up there as Tebo keeps it tight, throwing on some good laps, very confident. But that's all good news for, Tebo getting a little bubble right there. Tasman getting a good pass, very clean pass right there. Tasman getting a little bit whippage up there. And we see Tebo just letting him by, just that little door, just that little bobble, and it allows it. But right there out front is Dakota Fenn. He is just, all right, 53 minutes down. I'm on a Sunday day cruise. But we saw Mayfield just hanging in the back here, not pushing the issue, probably trying to save his tires. Looks like Tebo has a mistake, has to be turn marshal. Unfortunate for Tebo, that's going to put some space between him and Ty Tasman as they come up and over that triple and around. All right, so we have 2 more minutes on the poll. Get those votes on and who you think is going to win as we are on board with Jared Tebo. He's out there at that Mayako MX-8, and there is the Mayfield coming up and going into that Talladega Bill. He's going to want to look to click off some laps, but, man, Fenn's out there doing 36.6. His fast lap so far, 36.1. Fenn touching on that 35-second lap in Buggy. We saw him do it in Truggy. Will he be able to do it in Buggy? Ty Tasman, gets it up on 2 wheels just now. He does have Mayfield in his sights. He's lost touch with Tebo. Tebo just behind him. Ty looking to retune and get a national win. He hasn't had a very big win in quite some time. Gets it up on 2 wheels. We see Mayfield in the pits. Mayfield coming in for fuel. True, there's Ty coming in for fuel as well. So they're coming in the same fuel strategy, but we've seen it many times. We've seen Mayfield adjust his fuel strategy to win races, so maybe we'll see that happen as well. Him and Tree, very great combination there. But there we see Jared Tebo just in front of Mayfield, but Tebo has to come in and pit as well. 36.5 for Fenn that just now. As we see Fenn coming in for fuel. Let's see how fast this is. Mike Sontag has been exceptionally fast. There we see Sontag right there, a good fuel stop for him. Fenn coming out. Let's see who he comes out in clean air. He doesn't have to worry about it. Mayfield's behind him. Tebo is behind him. As we look as Dakota Fenn out there on cruise control right now, but we have 51 minutes, 50 seconds left to go. Lots can happen as we see the Phenom coming up over the double around the 180, over the hip jump, looking very smooth around there. That section has been very pivotal in this race. And there we see Mayfield just trotting around behind, probably saving his tires, as I said. And Tebo right there in fourth. He looks like he has a rear view mirror full of Adam Drake, who is going long. We know that Adam Drake can go 10 minutes easily at this track, and that has been his big advantage. As you see Mayfield in that Techno car getting a little whip up there. Techno looking to get their first national buggy championship here at the 2023 Royal 1/8 scale fuel, and that's in Chico, California. Alrighty then, back onto the action as we see Mayfield just putting his head down, trying to click off some laps. You could just see Fenn right there. Fenn getting a little bit wide, getting out in that dust. That's going to cost a few tenths. Let's see when he comes by. 36.7, 37.2. Let's go. Let's see what Mayfield's going to do here as we are on board. 36.8 for Mayfield, so about a tenth slower. Mayfield, we saw Mayfield starting clicking off some fast laps in that Truggy B-main near the end, probably on these really hard compounds, thinking he would rather be fast at the end of the race than at the beginning. As we are looking now, that is Spencer Rivkin Spencer Rifkin is now in 7th. He's got Seth Van Dalen in front of him. And that looks like Joe Bornhorst behind him. Nope, actually Joe is actually a lap traffic. So unfortunate for Joe. Cole Ogden all the way down in 12th. Unfortunate for Cole. He was super fast all weekend. And now he is not doing too well. As he says, see Seth Van Dalen getting a little bit wide. That is Mason Fuller, Mason Fuller on the move from 12 to 8. He is right behind Spencer Rifkin. This is a race for position right here as we see Mason Fuller taking the challenge of Spencer Rifkin there for that 7th position. Mason Fuller was exceptionally fast in practice. That HB is well hooked up. Can we see the Iceman get up there and maybe get up on a top 5 run or less? Remember, we have 49 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. Anything can happen here while this race goes on. There's Dakota Fenn. He's pulling off there against Ryan Mayfield. He's up to an 8-second lead, 8.3 second lead over Mayfield. That's quite impressive if just 10 minutes down. Fenn is like, yeah, I've been doing this all weekend. I can do it again for 60 minutes. No pressure, no harm, no foul. Looking very dialed out there, not making any mistakes, not casing these jumps, doing it perfectly as that's a great shot from our second camera over there. Looking very good as he comes down, powers down over that double, coming over the loop, and that was a 36.3. So Fenn is just clicking off fast laps after fast lap. It's Fenn from Mayfield, from Tessman, Tebo, Rifkin, your top 5. Rifkin, the big mover. He's got Mason Fuller right behind him. They are moving up together. Tebo about to have a whole bunch of company with him if Rifkin here shortly as we see Tebo coming into picture, getting a little bit sideways. There's Ty Tessman keeping it tight through that Talladega Bowl, and just out of sight you see Spencer Rifkin in that blue, purple, and black AE getting up there. He had a bubble. He had to fall back, but Tessman looking very good out there. His car's looking solid as you see Tebo right there behind him as well. Tessman going through, keeping it cool through there, getting out of that dust into that line and keeping it smooth over the Dragon's back. There we see Dakota Fenn getting around Adam Drake, who's now scoring a 12. Adam Drake is going long. He is doing 10-minute stops. But that's not going to matter because Dakota Fenn is flying. He doesn't need to do that. There's Tessman coming into the Talladega Bowl. He now has Mayfield in his sights. I think we're about to see a challenge here for second over the next couple of laps as Mayfield is just there in front of Ty. We have Hot Race versus J Concepts right here. X-Ray versus Techno, and America versus Canada.
Trying to reel back into Mayfield. He's about 2 seconds back. Jared Tebo still hanging on to that 4th spot.
All right, so Fenn throwing on a 36.2. He's just getting faster. Ryan Mayfield with 37 flat. Tessman for 36.5. Jared Tebo throwing a 37.5. He has Spencer Rifkin on the move. Tebo is just about to have some company there as we see Fenn getting by Spencer Heckert. Well done, Spencer Heckert, letting the faster Fenn through. Oh, man, Fenn looks like he's got the flow. Looks like, oh, man, I know we got a long way to go. We got 46 minutes, 59 seconds left to go. But when you see Fenn get out to something like this, it's going to be very hard to reel him in and get him. He is on rails. Look at him. Out there on a Sunday afternoon drive. And we see Mayfield coming up through. Tessman is getting there lap by lap. He's catching them up ever so slightly. Mayfield probably going out there on those hard tires looking for that performance near the end of the race. Tessman, not worried about that. He wants to catch him up. He wants to chase down Fenn. Probably has that pace. You see Tebo just right there. Rifkin coming up behind him. I think Tebo will be happy with the top 5 here. But a long time to go as you see Rifkin coming up on Joe Bornhorst, who's down in 13th. So Fenn looking super racy. Let's see where, there is Tyrone Tessman out there challenging his inner Tyrone. He's getting closer and closer to Ryan Mayfield each lap. Mayfield hitting his lines great. He's not making any mistakes, but Ty just a tick faster as Ty came by with 36.5 just now to Mayfield's 37 flat. Mayfield going a little nose high. Here's the Phenom up into Talladega Bowl. He's fast. He isn't slowing down for anybody. He's going to go to the end. 60 minutes of finals left to go. We have 45 minutes down. We have 15 minutes down. Probably going to see some pit stops here shortly. We got our poll up there, and it looks like everybody says Dakota Fenn's going to win, followed by Ryan Mayfield, 36%, Spencer Rifkin, 15%, Ty Tessman, 10%. The Dakota Fen looking really fast out there. He's not bothered by anybody. He's about to get into some lap traffic here, but I'm sure if these experienced drivers, they'll move out of the way for him. As Joe Bornhorst is being scored on in 13th. We have Dakota Fen. There comes Mayfield. There's Tessman. They're on the same pitch strategy. They're coming in before Dakota. They're going short, but we have seen Mayfield change his strategy many times. Jared Tebo going slightly longer than these guys, so he's looking to do less fuel stops than them. But Dakota Fen just taking out such a lead. He can afford to have an extra pit stop if he wanted to. But there we see Jared Tebo and Ryan Mayfield just battling it out with each other right now. Tebo still has to come in for fuel. We see Fen coming in for fuel. Woo, that was close. That was very close. I thought we was going to see a flame out or somebody get in the way there, as that pit lane is extremely so hard to navigate. But Fen showing why he is the 2022 Raw champion and has won so many races this year over the last 2 years. But we see Ryan Mayfield jumping up into that bowl, not going too high, keeping it low, keeping it tight to the pipe. Mayfield, never count out the Mayfield. He's won this race before. He wants to make it he wants to make it 3 buggy wins for him. He's won the Truggy time. Truggy quite a few times. One Truggy wants to sweep it this weekend. I'm sure that he has that on his mind. But Fen looking to say, all right, you got me in truck. That was a misfortune. I am going to show you what it's all about here. Oh, no. That is Ryan Mayfield making a mistake. He's going to lose that advantage that he has on Ty Tessman. Ty Tessman getting by. Now Ty can set his sights on Dakota Fen because Ty's clicking off some pretty fast laps. He just threw down a 36.9. Mayfield with 39. Looks like Tebo in for fuel. He's going to drop down to 6 as Mason Fuller and Spencer Rifkin go by him. But Ty looking really racy out there. Maybe the second half of this race is going to click off some faster laps and try to take the challenge to Fen. But right now, these guys are losing touch of Fen by a lot. Tessman for 37.1, but Dakota Fen out there, they're throwing a 36.5. As you see Tessman keeping it tight around the pipe in the Talladega Bowl, that low center gravity. That's what Tessman's been all about this weekend with this high traction, lightweight wing on top, low profile head. And wondering when we're going to see the comeback of that, because both of those things make a difference. I think that wing's about 30 grams lighter than the average wing. And there we see Dakota Fen getting in some traffic. That's Adam Drake in front of him. Adam Drake now down in 10th. So he'll be looking to navigate through Adam Drake. Brandon Rose in his sights. Brandon Rose in 9th. And Ryan Mayfield coming by for 37.8. 37 flat. He's now 3.2 seconds behind Tessman. And we see that now that Dakota Fen has a 13-second lead on Tessman. So Tessman's going to have to put his head down and click off some fast laps. We already see him putting off a gap to Mayfield. It's Tessman, Mayfield, Rifkin, Fuller, Tebo, your top 6. Wiggins right behind there in 7. Brandon Rose in 8th. Stephen Daly in 9th. Adam Drake 10th. Cole Ogden 11th. Spencer Hackett 12th. And Joe Bornos in 13th. We have 41 minutes, 45 seconds left in this race. Lots of time left for these guys. We are going to see how these tires shake out. We know that the ball tires are not working. They do need some tread because it's so dusty out there as Fen comes by, and that is a 36.3. Fen isn't worried about tires. He's just driving his race. Tessman, let's see what it is when he comes by. He's still embroiled in a slight battle with Mayfield. As we see Tebo moving back up to that top 5 position. Tessman coming over 37 flat. That's not enough. He's still quite some ways back as he's got a 3. He's actually 2 seconds in front of Mayfield. So maybe Mayfield feeling the flow as we are on board with Tebo. Tebo just touching that pipe, getting it right. He has Spencer Rifkin in his sights. Rifkin has been fast all weekend, but had a mistake early on, and that caused him. He thought that Rifkin was the one that would take the challenge to TLR and Dakota Fen, but unfortunately that mistake has cost him dearly. As we see Fen just getting around B Rose, now he sets his sights on Seth and Jared Wiggins, the Wizard. That's Techno cars are looking pretty good. As we see Jared Tebo impressively fast. Jared just throwing on a 36.8. He's got Spencer Rifkin in his sights. He's looking to get back up in that 4th position. Tebo looking super fast all weekend. This is his last Royal Nationals, the 23rd and last Royal Nationals for Tebo. He's been smiling all weekend. Tessman, way behind. Got to click off some laps or something because Fenn is just on rails. He is not slowing down for anybody. But we saw Fenn really impressive in the truck race. And near the end, Spencer Rifkin makes a mistake, and that's going to allow Jarrett Tebo by. That is for position. Tebo moving up the foot. And then Tebo makes a mistake, and then he allows Rifkin by. So these guys are back and embroiled in a vicious battle here for third and fourth. As we see Rifkin come by, and then Tebo in fifth. Mason Fuller just behind them in sixth. Ty Tessman out there trying to chase down Dakota Fenn, but it's a little too, it looks like it's such a big lead to catch up, and also Fendorf, Ryan Mayfield. Adam Drake running out of fuel, so that's going to end his chances. Adam Drake running out of fuel, probably trying to go too long. We have 39 minutes left. Tebo is right on the rear end of Rifkin. Rifkin looking a little bit squarely, trying not to fall under the pressure. Tebo been in this position many, many times over his 23-year career. Tebo gets it wrong right there, as we see. He got in turn marshal right there. Ooh, that was close as Wiggins comes in for fuel. Good driving by Wiggins. And that's Dakota Fenn. He's getting ready to lap Tebo. Tebo is down in sixth. In fifth now as Tebo is just on, Fenn is just on rails. Oh, man. Fenn went out there and said, all right, guys, I let you have that Truggy win. Not going to let that happen this time because I want to go back to back. Then he'll be turning his sights to the Visions race and the E-Nats after that. And, of course, don't forget we have the Worlds coming up in September.
Mayfield about 1 second back now. Up over the table and into the triple right now. Tessman hanging on to that second spot. Mayfield in third.
Dakota Fenn just lapping fifth spot. That is Jared Tebo. And we see Ty Tessman trying to click off some laps, but maybe a little bit too late with 38 minutes left. Anything can happen. Ty's just going to be in position. If we see Fenn make have a really bad lap, make a whole bunch of errors, he can flame out. He can do anything. There's 37 minutes left. We thought Dakota Fenn had the Truggy B-main all wrapped up, but he kind of at the second lap broke a motor mount or something, and that caused him. He tried to block. He tried to finish, and he can only salvage a third place as we are on board. Ryan Mayfield and that Techno. He's trying to catch up to Ty Tessman, who's just in front of him. Ty Tessman starting. Ty's in for fuel. Ty's in for fuel. We'll see Mayfield come in too. They are on the same exact pit strategy. But Gord looking super fast out there. True as well, checking his clock. True, long-time pit man of Ryan Mayfield. Big events like this, Truey's always there. Truey is always a great guy to have in your corner. He knows racing. Will we see Mike Sontag and Fenn coming in? Fenn's getting so fast. He's getting ready to lap these guys. That's amazing. If Fenn laps this field, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to eat my hat. That's not going to be very good. But there we are on with Mayfield. He's just trying to stay in third. Tessman coming in for fuel. Mayfield coming in for fuel. So let's see when it all shakes out. But Tessman out there having a great pit stop. Who had the faster pit? Tessman 48.3 to Mayfield's 46.7. So Tessman losing 2.5 seconds on that pit. Probably had another good lap after that. But Dakota Fenn, let's see what he looks like when he's coming back. Jarrett Tebo moving up to that fifth spot. He probably has to come in for fuel as we see Spencer Rifkin also coming in for fuel. Dakota Fenn having a 46 flat. That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Tebo going a little bit longer than these guys. He's going to have to come in shortly. For fuel, it's Fenn from Tessman, from Mayfield, Tebo, Rifkin, Fuller, Wiggins, Rose, Van Dalen, and Ogden. Ogden moving up slightly to the 10th position. Bit of a shame. We expected Ogden to be really fast here. He was looking great in practice and in qualifying, but just not finding that pace as we see Ryan Mayfield. He has Ty Tessman in his sights. Ryan looking to start to click off some fast laps and catch him up after that pit stop. And we have Techno right there in third place, X-Ray in second, and TLR looking to go back-to-back. 2022 champion, 2023 champion. We have 35 minutes, 41 seconds left to go in this race. There's Mason Fuller. He's now up to fifth place as Jarrett Tebo comes into pit. Jarrett having a very good pit outlap, 45 seconds forward. That's very fast. Getting it wrong. There's Adam Drake. And we are on board with Spencer Rifkin, who's now up to that 4th position. Let's see when he comes by. That was a 37 flat for Rifkin. Let's see what Fenn's doing when he comes by her. 36.3 for Fenn. He's not slowing down at all. At all. There we see Mason Fuller taking the challenge to Rifkin. That is for position. Mason Fuller looking to bump up, get up into that top 3. He can do it. Tebo also on a longer stop. So these guys will... Almost got ugly there for Fuller. Great. Got on the binders, did an endo, was able to collect it, but that allows Spencer Rifkin just to pull out ever so slightly. Mason going to have to do it all over again to get up to Rifkin and pass him. As they come across, Rifkin throwing on a 38 flat. Mason Fuller of a 37.8. Even with that mistake, that's quite impressive. 37.1, sorry. Nope, sorry. 37.8. Tebo throwing on a 37.1. Tebo still needs to click off some of those 36-second laps if he wants to get up to pace. So does Ryan Mayfield, just throwing on a 36.8. Tessman and Mayfield about to have a great battle here, I would say, as we see Mayfield about 3.4 seconds behind Tessman. You see the battle for 4th right there as Spencer Rifkin is out just in front as he comes across the loop. He throws on a 37.4. Mason Fuller does a 34.9. So they are matching each other lap for lap as they get closer. Oh, wow, look at Mason Fuller. He's putting on the afterburner. Oh, and just as I say that, the commentator Carsey flips in that high traction Talladega Bull. Oh, man, Mason Fuller. As soon as he gets close to Spencer Rifkin, he has to do it all over again. As we watch this battle for 4th. As this is Spencer Heckert and Joe Bornhorst. They're actually battling each other for 12 and 3rd. Actually, no, Joe Bornhorst is a lap down on Spencer. The race right now is between Ty Tessman and Spencer Rifkin. Sorry, Ty Tessman and Ryan Mayfield. Spencer Rifkin trying to get up there and get in that top 3. He's a 2-time national champion. He's been fast all weekend as we see Mayfield right there. Got Cole Ogden between him. He's trying to chase down Ty Tessman, not trying to lose sight of Tessman. There's Tessman going into the bull. Mayfield can see him. He can smell blood in the water. Tessman not ready to be hunted yet as we see Cole Ogden coming around. Tessman coming through that rip. We saw him make a big mistake there on the start of the race. Going up on that double, but Ty looking very smooth. He's waiting to see if he can capitalize on anything that happens to Dakota Fenn. Got a decent gap before him, but it's really going to be hard to catch Dakota Fenn as he's just out there flying. It doesn't even make sense putting it on video because, man, he's just going too fast. He'll probably be with these guys here shortly anyway. So there we see Tessman looking really good coming through those 180s, keeping it tight. He seems to be able to keep that powered on and just cut that line ever so close. That low center of gravity paying dividends to Tessman, the Canadian, the last person to go back-to-back in 2014 and 2015 as a national champion in Buggy. Dakota Fenn looking to repeat that as well, becoming a 2022 and 23 national champion and go back-to-back. But Ty Tessman, he's going to have to put in some miracle laps. He's going to need Dakota to have some mistakes because, wow, Dakota Fenn said, hey, guys, I'm out. See you later. Hold my beer. I'll see you at the finish line. We have 31 minutes left to go, 42 seconds, and we are on the clock as we see Tessman. Mayfield now seeing Tessman getting his sights. Got Cole Ogden between him and Tessman. He's looking to catch that. He wants to get in front of Tessman. He wants to get every position. He wants to be in position in case Dakota makes a mistake or there's an issue. We did see this in the Truggy race when Dakota Fenn looked like he had it wrapped up. He was quite ahead and he lost power. Broken motor mount, I was told. Alrighty then, as we continue on with this excellent race. The race for the first is really non-existent because Dakota Fenn is just walking away with this at this moment with 30 minutes and 53 seconds left to go in this race. Ryan Mayfield there looking to chase down Ty Tessman, but he's got some traffic in between him. He's got Cole Ogden and B. Rose. I don't know what's going on with Mayfield. Just a little bit off pace. Ty just a little bit faster than maybe Mayfield is waiting for his tires to come in. I don't know. Maybe the second half of this race is going to be better for him as we get halfway through this race. 30 minutes and 27 seconds left. Whew, this has been a barn burner for these guys back here, but it looks like Dakota Fenn's just out there having fun right now. As we're on board with Ty Tessman, that's B-Rose behind him. That is not for position. Ty throwing down a 36.9, but not good enough as we see Dakota Fenn throwing on a 36.8. He actually has a 20-second lead on him right now. That's it. Amazing to overcome. It's going to be very hard, if almost impossible. As we see Ty coming in, I'm suspecting that we'll see Mayfield come in as well. They are on similar pit strategies, exactly the same. So we see Brandon Rose. That isn't for position. We should see Dakota Fenn. There's Ty coming out. There's Cole Ogden. There's Mayfield, so he isn't too far behind. Probably got a very good pit stop. Let's see when they come by. Jared Tebo still in that 5th position. He's trying to chase down Spencer Rifkin. He's not too far behind. Spencer does have to come in before him. As we see Joe Bornhorst. Here we see Seth Van Dalen coming in for fuel. Let's see when they come out. We are on board with Jared Tebo in that Mayako MX-8. This is his last Raw Nationals. Let's see what it looks like. 46.4 out lap for Tessman and Mayfield, a 47.2. Ooh, losing just under a second to them as we see Dakota Fenn in. Let's see what type of pits he's getting. As Jared Tebo throws on us 37.1 as we see Spencer Rifkin coming in for fuel. I suspect we'll see Tebo come in very soon. Dakota Fenn, ooh, that was a flamer, 45.2. Great pit stop by Mike Sontag. He's been doing that all year long. As we see, that is Jared Tebo out there with that white antenna tube. He's scoring in 4th right now. He's on a different pit strategy from these guys. As we see him come in, whoa, getting a little bit squirrely there. We see Scotty Brewer, his dad there, getting a full tank. Woo, there we go. Keeping those revs up because that is a very difficult pit man to get out. And that is Spencer Rifkin right in front of him. Good stop for Tebo. He has Spencer Rifkin in his sights. That is Mason Fuller in between them. So he's come out between Mason Fuller, who's in 6th. That's all for position right there. He's going to get past Mason Fuller. He has been he's been very fast all weekend. Jared Tebo started out on a low, came out on a high. As he says, it's all about the highs and lows here at RC Racing. So I told him, stay high and keep on going. As we see Mason Fuller, Spencer Rifkin battling for that 5th position. Rifkin comes to have a 37.0. Let's see what Jared Tebo had a slightly slower pit, 46.2. Mason Fuller of a 37.1, but the race is on for 5th right here. As we'll see Tebo. Oh, wow. Tebo made up a lot of time on those guys in that bowl. This Mayako is looking really great out here. As we see the associated of Rifkin getting it right through there, but right there is Tebo. He's looking fast. Mason Fuller right there as well. Going up over the techno step up. Going a little bit wide. You see Tebo going a little bit wide as well. Ooh, there's a dust cloud there. Don't know who kicked that up. If I'm a driver, that's freaking me out as well. We see that was a great 50-50 grind. Done quite a lot. And it is going to be a barn burner, but not for this gentleman. This is Mason Fuller. Let's see where Dakota Fenn is. Still out there, 36-second laps. The guy's amazing, man. Phenom. Nothing seems to really bug him. I mean, maybe not in public. Maybe in private. But, man, that guy is amazing. Barry Baker will be happy with a win here. We have 26 minutes, 22 seconds left to go. Jared Tebo in that 5th position. He is trying to get up to 4th. As we see him chasing Rifkin down in that bill. We're on board with Mason Fuller right now. He wants to catch them up as well. He's currently in 6th. Mason Fuller starting in 12. We still have 26 minutes left to go. There we see Mason Fuller getting it wrong. Doesn't want to do this, make those type of mistakes. He needs to have some smooth runs if he wants to catch up to Tebo and Rifkin. He wants to get that top 5. There's Dakota Fenn. Hey, guys, my name's Dakota Fenn. I have a red number 1 plate. I think I'll keep it for another year. That's what they should do. He should run the number 1 plate for the rest of the year. Red number plate, just like motocross. if he wins the Nationals. That's my opinion. If he goes up over the Dragonback, nothing is really bothering Fenn right now. He looks so smooth as he comes by, and Nitro has done a 37, a slow 37 flat. Yeah, his fast lap of 36.1. We've seen Dakota Fenn try to click off some of his fastest laps late into these mains. Don't know if he's really going to try it now. He's coming up behind Cole Ogden. Looking to put him 2 laps down, 3 laps down. Unfortunately, we thought Cole Ogden was going to have something for this. We always think he serves up at these races, but not Cole Ogden's day today. But today's day could be Dakota Fenn's, as he's out there, gets a little squirrely, gets out in that dust. He's coming around, looking pretty steady through here. Let's see, a little slightly slower lap of 37.4. You see Ty Tessman still in second, got a nice little lead over Mayfield. Right now, about 5 seconds exactly. Tessman just looking comfortable. B-Rose getting it wrong. Could have easily collected Dakota Fenn, but he gets by. Dakota Fenn's in the zone. He's feeling the flow like Bruce Leroy. Do you feel the flow? That is Dakota Fenn. Getting around Cole Ogden. Right there. He's going to need to Ogden just go a little bit wide. Probably not. As they go up over the Dragon's back. Fenn on the rails. Let's see what his lap times look like. Going a little wide there. Ogden just moving out of the way ever so gingerly for him. Another 37 flat for him. Ty Tessman matched that with 37.0.9. And Ryan Mayfield in third from Rivkin, Tebo, Fuller.
5 seconds behind him in third. 11 seconds behind him is Spencer Rivkin in fourth. 3 seconds behind him is Jared Tebo. Mason Fuller running in a 6th spot, 11 seconds back.
We are on board with Dakota Fenn, who has just led this race from the lights. Will he finish? Will he lead it to the flags? We have 23 minutes, 30 seconds left to go as he comes through the Chico chicane, looking smooth, just threw down a 36.3. Just as we say that, this man just throws down another heater of a 36. Fast lap of 36.1 so far. Man, the Phenom is incredible. That TLR is booking out there. There's J Concepts Tires at Ultimate Engine. I know Brent will be super happy if he wins this. He's about to come up and lap Mayfield, to be honest. That's incredible. Fenn's going to lap 3rd place if this keeps going. We go down. Mayfield coming by. He just threw down a 37.2. Not getting to those 36s. That's allowed. You see Ty Tefson going around, keeping it tight. And Fenn is on the move. Fenn's going to lap Mayfield here very soon. That's incredible. Yep, never mind Fenn. Fenn's just doing Fenn things. That's what I say. We're going to have to change it from fending to doing Fenn things now. That's called winning. As Mayfield trying to click off some laps. Coming in for fuel, we should see Ty. Ty probably already came in. And they're not on the same pit strategy, Dakota Fenn. He's just that far ahead that his pits are coming. It's crazy. It is insane. Look at this. Like, he's about to lap 3rd. That's incredible. We have 21 minutes and 55 seconds left in this race. The Phenom is an impressive pace. Looking to win this race. There he goes. He looks unflappable. Nothing's bothering Fenn right now. He has one thing on his brain, and that is victory. Doing Fenn things, as they say. Mayfield going up the techno step up. Just not looking to have that pace that he had last year at this race. Not at this track, but just not looking to have that pace. But anything can happen with 21 minutes left in this race. Let's see what Fenn's pit outlap was, a 45.9. As Fenn is reeling in Mayfield to put him down a lap. He's going to lap the field. This is incredible. At a Nationals event, we're going to see Dakota Fenn possibly lap the field. He's just about to lap Mayfield. He's catching him up. Went on. It was nothing to do with us. Had some internet issues here. We apologize for this. Dakota Fenn is still in the lead. It's Dakota Fenn, Tessman, Mayfield, Tebo, Rivkin, Fuller in 6. Can you guys hear me? So Dakota Fenn has a 30-second lead over Ty Tessman. He has not lapped Mayfield yet, I don't believe, if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me? Let me know in the chat. Alrighty, sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that. That was Comcast. It went on. It wasn't the fault of Live RC. We do apologize for that. But Dakota Fan is still out in the lead. Ty Testament is back in second. Ryan Mayfield third. Jared Tebo fourth. We will get scoring up here and working for you guys. We do apologize for that, everybody. We greatly do. We have 10 minutes left in this race. But Dakota Fen is still on rails. Don't worry, he's still leading. He could probably come down and have a frosty beverage right now if he wanted to. We really do apologize for that. We're getting everything running back up. It was not an issue it was just the whole internet and the whole area went down. Probably too many people using it, I would say. We greatly appreciate you guys hanging in there, and we apologize for that. As we see Dakota Fen coming up on B rows, he's trying to catch up. And he doesn't have to catch up anybody because he's in the lead. But right now it's Fenn, Tessman, Mayfield, Tebo, Rivkin, Fuller. Tebo trying to catch up to Ryan Mayfield. That's the battle right now is between Mayfield and Tebo. Tebo is about 4.3 seconds back. Hopefully we can find Tebo out there and Mayfield. They're having a great battle. There's Tessman just alone out there in second. As we try to get back up, running here. We do apologize, everybody. We do apologize for that. It is out of our control here at the Nationals. I am now currently watching this on my computer, trying to bring you guys the best possible thing. We don't have scoring right now, unfortunately. There is 8 minutes and 39 seconds left there. We are on board with Tebo. He is trying to catch up. Looks like he's in front of, looks like Rivkin's in front of him now. But Tebo trying to catch up to Rivkin, trying to get in that fourth position. We see Rivkin right there. This is for position. So unfortunately, scoring's jacked. So scoring is jacked. Sorry about that. As we see Rivkin right there, this is for position as Rivkin is in fifth. Rivkin is in fourth. Tebo is in fifth. As we go on, they have scoring here. I'm just listening to the RD. So he's letting me know. As we go up and down, we see Rivkin. Oh, wow. What a slide around that corner for Jared Tebo. The race right here right now is for fourth. As we see Dakota Fan just out there flying. He is on a Sunday afternoon drive with 7 minutes and 47 seconds left in this race. And as we keep on going on here, we see Dakota Fan going through the Chico chicane, up and down through that dip, jumping into the Dega Bowl. Looking smooth, looking just as fast as he did as Rivkin comes in for fuel. We see Rivkin coming in for fuel, Mayfield coming in for fuel. So Ty Tessman, the race now is going to be between Ryan Mayfield, Jared Tebo, and Rivkin. As Rivkin skying it over there, that got that divot in that jump that's sending these guys nerves high. I'm sure I can't wait to see these tires when we get out there. Once again, I do apologize for this. So I am just listening to the RD up top and looking at the timing. We just know that the clock is ticking down. So once again, apologies for that. But Rivkin, I can't even tell you what position Rivkin's in. I'm assuming he's in fifth. It should be Fenn, Tessman, Mayfield, Tebo, Rivkin at this point. So there we see Jared Tebo coming out just after his pit stop. They're good to go. He's going to chase Rivkin down. This is the battle for fourth right here. Tebo is in fifth. Tebo's still looking really good out there, looking really fast. I can't tell you what laps he's throwing down because I can't see for myself. And there is Dakota Fan out there on his Sunday drive. The battle right now is between Rivkin and Tebo. Right here, let's stay on this right here, guys. There we see the battle for fourth and fifth. Tebo looking really racy. Rivkin look like he's just holding on. That car looks really hard to drive. Tebo doesn't look like it's hard to drive. Those hot race tires are working great. As he comes down, he's hammering down. I can't tell you lap times because they don't have it in front of me. Let's stay on this battle because this is a great battle. And that is actually Ryan Mayfield right there. So these guys are chasing down Ryan Mayfield right now. Ryan Mayfield just in front of him. Tebo looking to get around Spencer Rifkin so he can chase down Mayfield for that third position. What a race this would be for Tebo if he got a top 3. Rifkin holding on just barely with that car. It looks like he's on a holiday in ice, as David Angaro says. Tebo just out there looking smooth as he goes down into Talladega Bowl as they come down, racing down. Tebo applying the pressure to Spencer Rifkin, much faster than him right now, looking much more comfortable as Rifkin goes up over that double. There they want to catch up to Ryan Mayfield. There you see Mayfield right there. They is not too far away. They have 5 minutes left in this race. But Fenn is to lap the field. He has completely lapped this field, I believe, as we see Rifkin getting just a little bit of space between him and Jared Tebo. Jared Tebo making a slight little bobble there as we see they come over the line and they're going through the Chico chicane. Uh-oh! Ty Tessman is out! Ty Tessman is out! Ty Tessman is broke! Oh no! Ty Tessman is in second with a guaranteed second. That changes a lot of things right here. Ty Tessman is out. Oh, what a terrible day for Canada as we see Ty Tessman not able to finish with 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Like we said, anything can happen in this race. Here we go. Now it's all for the marbles as Ryan Mayfield moves out to second. There's Jared Tebo making a mistake. He's going to bump up to fourth now. It's going to be Mayfield, Tebo, Rifkin. Sorry, Mayfield, Rifkin, Tebo as we see. Rifkin coming by. That was a big mistake for Jared Tebo. He'll not be happy as that as Rifkin is chasing down Mayfield. He's got second place dreams in his vision as they just got probably a boost of adrenaline after Ty Tessman is out. Ty Tessman broken with 4 minutes left to go. Unfortunate for Ty. He was looking fast and steady out there in second. But still, there we see. Oh, wow. Ryan Mayfield there. He's about to have some company with Spencer Rifkin very soon. Let's not get on that car. Let's get back up out there, please, guys. There we see. Nope, that's not for position. There we go. There's Ryan Mayfield. There we go. There is Spencer Rifkin coming up right behind him. Where is Tebo? Tebo made that big mistake. That's going to drop him down to fourth. This is the battle right here. That is Ty. That is actually Ryan Mayfield. He is now in second after that breakage from Ty Tessman. We see Ryan Mayfield coming on, keeping it tight. Where is Spencer Rifkin? He's there. He's pushing. He's got 3 minutes and 11 seconds to make up some time. All he needs is a bobble from Mayfield to get there, but Mayfield's been, that was close. I thought he was going to land wrong there and get squarely, but Mayfield pulls it out. He's coming for that Chico chicane. He's got second place dreams and his, oh, wow. As we see, Rifkin just coming into view as Mayfield's trying to get around Cole Ogden. I bet you these cars are super hard to drive under no tread on these tires. They got 2 minutes and 43 seconds left to go. Anything can happen in this race with 2 minutes, 43 seconds left to go. Ty Tessman thought he had second place wrapped up, but he didn't. We saw in Truggy, and it came down to the last 2 laps as Dakota Fenn lost it on the last 2 laps, but Dakota Fenn saying, I'm not going to do this. I'm doing Fenn things. I'm going back to back. He can... Cole Ogden, he now has to push really hard if he wants to catch Rifkin. That mistake costing him big time. Oh, Mayfield looks pretty comfortable out there in second. He's not making any mistakes. So Spencer Rifkin looking to maybe finish third, barring any mistakes from Ryan Mayfield. But Rifkin right there behind him. It looks like it's going to be Fenn, Mayfield, Rifkin, Fuller. As you see Mayfield coming through, manhandling that car through the Chico chicane, going up through that dip, jumping out into the Dega Bowl. There's Spencer Rifkin just coming into sight there. And Tebo is too far behind. There we see Tebo. That mistake costing him big. He was super fast until he made that mistake. Looks like he's going to have to settle for fourth with 1 minute and 25 seconds left to go. Looks like he's looking to defend his title. First racer to go back-to-back in Nitro Buggy since 2014, 2015 when Ty Tessman done it. Ty, unfortunately, out of the race with 4 minutes left to go. He broke that X-ray. Didn't see how it happened. Just saw Gord going out to pick it up. He won't be happy about that. Look at that rear exhaust wheel. It's full of grud. It's full of grime. Oof. I bet you that tire is hot, hot, hot. Hot, hot, hot. Woo! There we go. Up and around. Up and down. Through that double. Fenn looking unbeatable right now. I think he's pretty much won this when he comes across her. So there we have 38 seconds left. So he has lapped everybody in the field. This is pretty much a victory lap for Dakota Fenn. And wow. There we see Ryan Mayfield. That it doesn't matter. There's the race actually. Spencer Rifkin catching up. There we see Tebo. I believe he's in fourth of no scoring. He actually might be in fifth because that looks like Mason Fuller in front of him. There is 10 seconds left. And there is Tebo trying to catch up Mason Fuller. But a little bit too late for Tebo. That mistake costing him in big time, and he's going to have to settle for a fifth place finish. I think Tebo will be happy with a top 5. But Dakota Fenn, your 2023 Raw 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy Fuel Champion. A big applause to him so far, barring any mishaps in tech. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that was a bad way to end the race. Bad way to end the race. Dakota Fenn, barring any tech problems, he will be your 2023 Raw National Champion Nitro Buggy. First racer to go back-to-back since 2014, 2015 when Ty Tessman did it. So right now, the proverbial... Let me listen to the RD.
Ryan Mayfield finishing in third. Spencer Rifkin.
So it looks like Fenn, Mayfield, Rifkin, I want to say Mason Fuller, then Jared Tebo, your top 5. We really apologize for the internet dropping. It was out of our hands. As you can see, we don't even have scoring back here. We do apologize for that. It's a shame that it happens at the last final. I know a lot of you guys are upset about that, but it was really out of our hands, everybody. We do apologize for that. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see the final. We missed about 5-6 minutes of that. So we really do apologize for that, everybody. Really do. We're going to go out and probably try to get some interviews here as they get from tech. Yeah, we're going to go to a commercial break, and I'll get back to you guys.
We're going to do the trophy presentations once we get... Let's get all cars through tech, and we'll get this party going.
All right, guys, I'm going to go get ready, see if I can wrangle up some of these guys from some interviews. They're going to go through tech. They're going to see, hopefully, everybody passes. And we will be back shortly with some interviews for you guys. Once again, we do apologize for the internet dropping. It was out of our hands. And let's go. We're going to see if we can talk to some of these racers. Congratulations, Dakota Fenn.
You guys can. Top 5 guys can come through and watch over tech. Make sure everything is clean. guys got about 5 minutes till we do trophy presentations. Got about 5 minutes till we do trophies.
About talk to some of these drivers, get their feelings on that 60-minute final. Of course, Dakota fan is super happy about what happened. He just lapped the field. But let's go talk to let's go talk to Jared Tebo, who had a great run in truck and buggy. I'm sure he's pretty happy with his 23rd Raw Nationals. Let's go over to Tebo.
Again, we'll do trophy presentations at 5:30.
Hello, Teebs. Tebo. How you doing, man? How you feel about that finish? Fourth, right?
Yeah, fourth. I'm happy. You know, it's kind of like trying to decide if I wanted to make some changes. I stiffened up my my shock oil a little bit, and it wasn't quite as good as the semi. I think I could have, you know, maybe done my diffs and not my shocks and left that the same. But you know, it is kind of what it is. I was happy with my drive. I definitely had more mistakes than I wanted to have. But I was in it, you know. I was in the fight. I dropped back there a little bit. I don't know, maybe around the first pit stop or something. I fell back to like 7th or 8th and was really, you know, proud that I stayed in it and kind of charged back. And at one point, I mean, Mayfield was really far ahead of me. And you know, even Rivkin was pretty far, and I put a decent charge in, and then just like, I don't know, I was just kind of like, I have nothing to lose, just really go for it. Once Testman broke, and I was, you know, fighting for third, and unfortunately, I just crashed a couple times. So that was a bummer, but, you know, for what it is, I had a blast this weekend. Like, having my dad pit me was awesome, and we had such a good time this weekend just hanging out, and the Curran family was super fun to be with. Like, we hung out every night until, you know, almost 9 o'clock, just hanging out the track. And normally I'm not like that, you know. I just want to get out of here and not having that much fun. And yeah, it was different this weekend. So it was a lot of fun.
Well, congratulations. You got a 2nd in truck, which was great. A 4th in buggy. Man, I know coming off Silver State, you was really bummed. I'm glad you did come. I'm glad you did have fun. You were smiling all weekend. Like you said, it's the highs and lows, but you was on a good high this weekend.
Yeah, good high. I mean, you know, this doesn't change anything. I'm not, you know, it's not going to change. Yeah, but, you know, I'm going to go to all the races this year. I think AMS will be my last official race. And, you know, going to try to keep the same kind of mentality going. And, you know, it's just tough. Like, when you're really competitive, you know, you can just be so hard on yourself. And it's hard when you come in knowing that you're underprepared to the people you're racing against a little bit, you know, and so that's just, you know, that's a little bit difficult, but I loved it here. I like this track. I like the surface. Track layout was so fun, and my cars were great. You know, my buggy was really good today. We made some good changes, and you know, I'd say we communicated better and worked better, you know, as a team, talking, you know, with me and Robert and Joseph and David and stuff. You know, communication was better this time, and so you know, all that stuff was good, and yeah, had much better results.
All right, well, congratulations, man. It's good to see you happy, and yeah, go home and relax, enjoy your time with your family, and thank you for the 23 years that you put into this sport.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Tuesday I'm taking the kids to the pool all day. It's going to feel good.
All right, good job, man. You deserve it. That's Jared Tebo. He came in 4th. Let's go talk to Rivkin. Now let's talk to Nikola. Nikola, hot race tires. How are you? Almost, Nikola, almost.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, and we had a problem with tire last 3 minutes, and but it's okay. For me, it's just a pleasure to be here and to be on top in both classes, in Truggy and Buggy. So yeah, it was suck for tie, but Jared did a great job all the weekend. He worked so hard, especially on buggy race. And with Truggy, he immediately had a good feeling on buggy had to work, but then it was super, super good, very close to the podium. And I'm really happy for my guys, the tires and everything. But Dakota and this race was really crazy fast. And so congratulations to him and to all his staff and all guys that work with him.
All right, well, thank you for coming over and visiting us from Italy. We look forward to seeing you at some other races, and good luck over there at the Euros coming up soon.
Thank you so much. See you up soon. I hope see you in the European Championship in some months. And thank you so much. Bye bye.
All right, Nicola, ciao. Thank you. All right, let's go talk to Rivkin. Rivkin, having an ice cream. Hello, Aiden. We haven't talked to you all weekend.
Hey, what's up, baby? Yeah, I didn't quite do good enough to get an interview, but I'm going to give myself this interview right now. Yeah, you know, shout out to all my teammates. I mean, my teammates are a bunch of dogs. I mean, Spencer Rivkin, two-time world champ, third place, dog. Jackson Brunson, I mean, I didn't even think he raced RC cars, but I thought he was just an Intel worker, dog. I mean, Brent Telke woke up this morning, 85 miles on the bicycle, dog. I mean, Lee Setzer, dog. What can I say?
Always entertaining with Ridge and Aiden Horn. We're going to disturb you while you're having the ice cream. Third place, probably not the position you wanted, but a good position to finish in.
It was a long week. Yeah, I was in the driver's seat at the start of that race. Dakota made a small bobble, and I was able to get in front of him, had a good, basically clean lap, and then until we passed the loop, and then I kind of jumped off the track. Total bonehead move on my own. My first stint was absolutely terrible. I left a lot of time out there, but I never gave up. Richard in the pits was giving me some good coaching lessons on lap times compared to the guys that were ahead of me, and was able to put my head down, slowly start catching up to Ryan, and ended up Ty had a mistake. That's what Nitro racing is all about. You got to be there at the end, and I was in a position where I would benefit from it, and I was able to get on the podium, which is cool. So it wasn't a complete fail of the weekend, although it's never a fail. I always look at things as a positive. You learn a lot of things over the weekend. Yeah, big shout out to the team. We've been working our absolute butts off. Congrats to Dakota, congrats to Tebo, Ty, and Ryan on the podiums, and Truck and Buggy. And I'm ready to go finish my ice cream and get some dinner.
All right, thank you for everything. Good luck at Visions coming up in 2 weeks' time.
Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, let him get his ice cream there. Matt's got his ice cream. Let's get Dakota. Can we see if we can get over here and get Dakota? Dakota, we get a few words with you, please? Are we good? I know. I got it, buddy. Hey, dude. Congratulations, back-to-back. First time that's been done since 2014, 2015. How do you feel?
Feels great. Car was awesome from the very first lap all the way till the end. We weren't really sure where were we going to end up tire height-wise and stuff, and what was going to happen when we got them pretty low. So this was the first chance to really see that. And our car was so good on slicks, and I mean, you know, last 2 minutes were a little tough out there running on baldies, but yeah, everything worked awesome. Car was really easy to drive and stayed consistent the whole time. So
I mean, you didn't just win; you lapped the field. That's pretty good. That's incredible. Must have said, "All right, you guys got that win in Truggy. I'm going to show you holding my bear. This is what I can do. I'm Dakota Fenn. I'm going to do Fenn things."
Yeah, like I said, I was pretty fired up after Truggy. It just sucked how late on it happened in the race. You know, stuff happens. It's Nitro racing, and just was a tougher pill to swallow, I think, because it happened in the last minute. So went out there really focused for Buggy, was able to kind of get the mental state back where it needed to be, and I go out there and, like I said, just put my head down and limited the mistakes early on and was able to manage from there.
Well, congratulations, man. You earned it. You'll have yourself a nice cold one or a few and celebrate this. And we look forward to seeing you at the Visions race. Of course, the World's coming up here later. Wicked weekend for you later on this year?
Yep, I think I'll be there too.
All right, awesome, man. Congratulations, man. Go enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
All right. Ty, we got a few words, please, Ty. Hello, Ty. Unfortunate for you, you was in second. What happened? I missed it because the internet kind of went down and it came back and we just saw that you was broken.
So I came off through the front S section, and you jump kind of down that off camber, and there was some back markers, I guess, duking it out, and they came backwards on the track and hit my car head on. and broke a front, ripped the pivot out of the front bulkhead, which ended my race. But it's frustrating, but it does happen. I was happy with how my car was working. I did my best to keep up. I was going to try and hold off Dakota from lapping me till the end. I felt my car was, I think it was fast enough. I don't know where he was making up time, really. Like, we were both driving good. He was obviously faster and really, really consistent. So he definitely deserved to win. But I'm really happy with my program moving forward. We've learned some stuff again this weekend. Tires were working awesome. I think we made the right choice on tires and oils and everything else. Yeah, just happy with my program, and we're going to go to Visions in 2 weeks and see if we can duke it out again.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing what you do at Visions. You do look very in tune with your program. That's good to see, and good luck at Visions.
Thank you. I just want to thank all my sponsors again for the continued support through the thick and thin, my family again for the same support, and then most importantly, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
And don't forget Canada.
And Canada.
All right, good job, man. See you later. Enjoy yourself. Let me see if we can get Mayfield, and that'll be our last interview. Hey, Ryan. Can we get? Hey, dude. Well, I mean, you got one win and a second. I think it's a good weekend, but I know you always want to win.
Yeah, I was just kind of a little bummed at the beginning. Definitely didn't have the pace to keep up with Dakota. He was hauling the mail out there, so. But I did the best I could. You know, my car was pretty good. Definitely still some work to do, but yeah, overall the whole package was pretty decent. And Ty had some bad luck there at the end. He was definitely the second fastest guy there in the main. And so I was able to get second at the end. So yeah, little luck on my side, but a lot of hard work's been getting put in, a lot of testing, a lot of preparation, you know, for this event. Since I just switched to Techno, you know, I've been having to learn a lot of stuff. So thought as a team we did pretty well. 3 cars in the main was a really good showing. And yeah, a good strong weekend, but still a lot to do. And we have a lot of improvements we can make for sure, but stuff's really close.
Well, we thank you for being to Mayfield and putting on a show for us. You did a great job in truck. We look forward to seeing you at Divisions and some further races this year.
Yep, hell yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right, good luck. Thank you. All right, we're going to go over to the we're going to go over to the trophy presentation, and I think that's going to end my broadcast here for today. We want to thank you all for joining us and keeping us entertained throughout the chat. I've had a great time. Thank you to Live RC for having me here. Thank you to MAINS Hobbies, Absolute Hobbies, Beach RC, Techno RC, Tekin Racing, and Team Associated for bringing this live. Shout out to all the Live RC guys for all their hard work. We're going to go over to the trophy presentation, and that would be my end of the broadcast for today. Lefty out.
Finishing the 8th spot goes to Cole Ogden. Cole Ogden finishing in the 8th spot. Finishing in the 7th spot, Ryan Cavallari. Ryan Cavallari finishing in 7th. All right, moving along. Finishing in the 6th spot, Ty Tessman. Ty Tessman finishing in 6th in Truggy.
Finishing in the 5th spot in the Truggy A main event, Seth Van Dellen. Finishing in the 4th spot in the Truggy A main, Ryan Lutz. And we get to your top 3 in the Truggy A main event. Finishing in the 3rd spot, Dakota Fenn. Dakota Fenn finishing in 3rd. All right, once again, your 3rd place finisher, Dakota Fenn. Finishing in the 2nd spot, Jared Tebo. All right, and your 2023 Roar National Champion in the Truggy class, Ryan Mayfield. All right, we're going to do a group photos here with all 13. Then we'll do the top 3, and we'll move on to the buggies. All right, once again, congratulations to Ryan Mayfield for the Truggy National Championship. Here we go for the buggy final. Here we go. Your TQ in the buggy final. Dakota Fan pulling the double DQ. Dakota Fan, TQ in buggy. All right, we'll start with 13th in the buggy final. 13th spot goes to Ty Tessman. Ty Tessman. Finishing in the 12th spot in the Buggy A main, Adam Drake. Finishing in the 11th spot in the Buggy A main event, Joe Bornhorst. Finishing in the 10th spot in the Buggy A main, Spencer Heckert. Spencer Heckert. Finishing in the 9th spot in the Buggy A main event, Seth Van Dellen. And the 8th spot's going to go to Cole Ogden. Cole Ogden finishing in 8th. Finishing in the 7th spot in the Buggy A main event, Brandon Rose. Brandon Rose finishing in 7th. Sixth spot's going to go to Jared Wiggins. Jared Wiggins in 6th. Coming up into the top 5, finishing in the 5th spot, Mason Fuller. In the 4th spot goes to Jared Tebo. Jared Tebo, 4th spot. Finishing in the 3rd spot, up on the podium, Spencer Rivkin. Your runner-up in the Buggy A final, Ryan Mayfield. And coming up, your 2023 Roar Nitro Off-Road National Champion, Dakota Fans.
As you guys are all packing up, I just want to say a heartfelt thanks to everybody out there that helped us get through this event and have a good time. Racing should be out here to have fun, not to worry about silliness, and you guys helped me get through that. And the whole team, I thank Mike for announcing, Cal, Garland, and Crowder for doing tech and calling penalties, and I just appreciate everybody for participating and look forward to making an even better event next year. You all have a safe travel home. See you at the next race.